Section 1 of the Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Best Ghost Stories. Introduction. The Fascination of the Ghost Story by Arthur B. Reeve. What is the fascination we feel for the mystery of the ghost story? Is it of the same nature as the fascination which we feel for the mystery of the detective story? Of the latter fascination, the late Paul Armstrong used to say that it was because we are all as full of crime as Sing Sing, only we don't dare. Thus may I ask, are we not fascinated by the ghost story because no matter what may be the scientific or skeptical bent of our minds, in our inmost souls, secretly perhaps, we are as full of superstition as an Obeah man, only we don't let it loose. Who shall say that he is able to fling off lightly the inheritance of countless ages of superstition? Is there not a streak of superstition in us all? We laugh at the voodoo worshipper, then create our own hoodoos, our pet obsessions. It has been said that a man is incurably religious, that if all religions were blotted out, man would create a new religion. Man is incurably fascinated by the mysterious. If all the ghost stories of the ages were blotted out, man would invent new ones. For do we not all stand in awe of that which we cannot explain, of that which, if it be not in our own experience, is certainly recorded in the experience of others, of that of which we know and can know nothing? Skeptical though one may be of the occult, he must needs be interested in things that others believe to be objective, that certainly are subjectively very real to them. The ghost story is not born of science, nor even of superscience, whatever that may be. It is not of science at all, it is of another sphere, despite all that the psychic researchers have tried to demonstrate. There are in life two sorts of people who, for want of a better classification, I may call the psychic and the non-psychic. If I ask the psychic to close his eyes and I say to him, "Horse," he immediately visualizes a horse. The other non-psychic does not. I rather incline to believe that it is the former class who sees ghosts, or rather some of them. The latter do not, though they share interest in them. The artists are of the visualizing class, and in our more modern times it is the psychic who thinks in motion pictures, or at least in a succession of still pictures. However we explain the ghostly and supernatural, whether we give it objective or merely subjective reality, neither explanation prevents the non-psychic from being intensely interested in the visions of the psychic. Thus I am convinced that if we were all quite honest with ourselves, whether we believe in or do not believe in ghosts, at least we all are deeply interested in them. There is in this interest something that makes all the world akin. Who does not feel a suppressed start at the creaking of furniture in the dark of night? Who has not felt a shiver of goose-flesh, controlled only by an effort of will? Who in the dark has not had the feeling of some thing behind him, and, in spite of his conscious reasoning, turned to look? If there be any who has not, it may be that to him ghost stories have no fascination. Let him at least, however, be honest. To every human being mystery appeals, be it that of the crime cases on which a large part of yellow journalism is founded, or be it in the cases of Dupin, Lecoq, of Sherlock Holmes, of Arsène Lupin, of Craig Kennedy, or a host of others of our fiction mystery characters. The appeal is in the mystery. The detective's case is solved at the end, however. But even at the end of a ghost story, the underlying mystery remains. In the ghost story, we have the very quintessence of mystery. Authors, publishers, editors, dramatists, writers of motion pictures tell us that never before has there been such an intense and wide interest in mystery stories as there is today. That in itself explains the interest in the super-mystery story of the ghost and ghostly doings. Another element of mystery lies in such stories. Deeper and further back is the supreme mystery of life. After death, what? Impossible, scorns the non-psychic as he listens to some ghost story. To which doggedly replies the mind of the opposite type, "Not so, I believe, because it is impossible." The uncanny, the unhealthy, as in the master of such writing, Poe, fascinates, Whether we will or no, the imp of the perverse lures us on. That is why we read with enthralled interest these excursions into the eerie unknown, perhaps reading on till the mystic hour of midnight increases the creepy pleasure. One might write a volume of analysis and appreciation of this aptly balanced anthology of ghost stories, assembled here after years of reading and studying by Mr. J.L. French. Foremost among the impressions that a casual reader will derive is the interesting fact, just as in detective mystery stories, so in ghost stories. Styles change. Each age, each period has the ghost story peculiar to itself. Today there is a new style of ghost story gradually evolving. Once stories were of fairies, fays, trolls, the little people of poltergeist and loup-garou. Through various ages we have progressed to the ghost story of the 18th and 19th centuries, until today, in the 20th, we are seeing a modern style, which the new science is modifying materially. High among the stories in this volume, one must recognize the masterful art of Algernon Blackwood's The Woman's Ghost Story. "I was interested in psychic things," says the woman as she starts to tell her story simply, with a sweep toward the climax that has the ring of the truth in fiction. Here, perhaps, we have the modern style of ghost story at its best. Times change as well as styles. The Man Who Went Too Far is of intense interest, as an attempt to bring into our own times an interpretation of the symbolism underlying Greek mythology, applied to England of some years ago. To see Pan meant death. Hence, in this story there is a philosophy of pantheism. No me, no you, no it. It is a mystical story, with a storm scene in which is painted a picture that reminds one strongly of the fall of the House of Usher, with the frankly added words, "On him were marks of hoofs of a monstrous goat that had leaped on him." Uncompromising mysticism. Happy is the Kipling selection, The Phantom Rickshaw, if only for that obiter dictum of ghost presence, as Kipling explains about the rift in the brain, and a little bit of the dark world came through and pressed him to death. Then there are the racial styles in ghost stories. The volume takes us from the Banshee and Other Death Warnings of Ireland to a strange example of Jewish mysticism in The Silent Woman. Mr. French has been very wide in his choice, giving us these as well as many examples from the literature of England and France. Finally, he has compiled from the newspapers, as typically American, many ghost stories of New York and other parts of the country. Strange that one should find humor in a subject so weird. Yet, we find it. Take, for instance, Defoe's old narrative, The Apparition of Mrs. Veal. It is a hoax, nothing more. Of our own times is Ellis Parker Butler's Dey Ain't No Ghosts, showing an example of the modern Negro's racial heritage. In our literature and on the stage, the very idea of a darky in a graveyard is mirth-provoking. Mr. Butler extracts some pithy philosophy from his darky boy. "I ain't no scared of ghosts what am, case they ain't no ghosts, but I just feel kinda uneasy about the ghosts what ain't." Humor is succeeded by pathos. In the interval, we find a sympathetic twist to the ghost story, an actual desire to meet the dead. It is not, however, to be compared for interest to the story of sheer terror, as in Bulwer-Lytton's The Haunted and the Haunters, with the flight of the servant and terror, the cowering of the dog against the wall, the death of the dog, its neck actually broken by the terror, and all that go to make an experience in a haunted house what it should be. Thus, at last, we come to two of the stories that attempt to give a scientific explanation, another phase of the modern style of ghost story. One of these, perhaps hardly modern as far as mere years are concerned, is this same story of Bulwer, The Haunted and the Haunters. Besides being a rattling good old-fashioned tale of horror, it attempts a new-fashioned scientific explanation. It is enough to read and reread it. It is, however, the lamented Ambrose Bierce who has gone furthest in the science and the philosophy of the matter, and in a very short story, too, splendidly titled The Damned Thing. "Incredible!" exclaims the coroner at the inquest. "That is nothing to you, sir," replies the newspaper man who relates the experience, and in these words expresses the true feeling about ghostly fiction. "That is nothing to you if I also swear that it is true." But furthest of all from his scientific explanation, not scientifically explaining a way, but in explaining the way, goes Bierce as he outlines a theory. From the diary of the murdered man he picks out the following, which we may treasure as a gem. "I am not mad, there are colors that we cannot see, and God help me, the damned thing is of such a color." This fascination of the ghost story. Have I made it clear? As I write, nearing midnight, the bookcase behind me cracks. I start and turn. Nothing. There is a creak of a board in the hallway. I know it is the cool night wind. The uneven contraction of materials expanded in the heat of the day. Yet, do I go into the darkness outside otherwise than alert? It is this evolution of our sense of ghost terror, ages of it, that fascinates us. Can we, with a few generations of modernism behind us, throw it off with all our science? And if we did, should we not then succeed only in abolishing the old-fashioned ghost story and creating a new, scientific ghost story? Scientific? Yes, but more something that has existed since the beginnings of intelligence in the human race. Perhaps, you critic, you say that the true ghost story originated in the age of shadowy candlelight and pine knot, with their grotesqueries on the walls and in the unpenetrated darkness, that the electric bulb and the radiator have dispelled that very thing on which for ages the ghost story has been built. What? No ghost stories? Would you take away our supernatural fiction by your paltry scientific explanation? Still, we gather about the storyteller, then lie awake o' nights, seeing mocking figures, arms akimbo, defying all your science to crush the ghost story. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kyle Donelan. The Best Ghost Stories. The Apparition of Mrs. Veal by Daniel Defoe. The Preface. This relation is matter of fact, and attended with such circumstances as may induce any reasonable man to believe it. It was sent by a gentleman, a justice of peace at Maidstone in Kent, and a very intelligent person, to his friend in London, as it is here worded, which discourse is attested by a very sober and understanding gentlewoman, a kinswoman of said gentleman's, who lives in Canterbury, within a few doors of the house in which the within named Mrs. Bargrave lives. Who believes his kinswoman to be of so discerning a spirit as not to be put upon by any fallacy, and who positively assured him that the whole matter, as it is related and laid down, is really true, and what she herself had in the same words, as near as may be, from Mrs. Bargrave's own mouth, who, she knows, had no reason to invent and publish such a story, or any design to forge and tell a lie, being a woman of much honesty and virtue, and her whole life a course, as it were, a piety. The use which we ought to make of it is to consider that there is a life to come after this, and a just God, who will retribute to every one according to the deeds done in the body. And therefore, to reflect upon our past course of life we have led in the world, that our time is short and uncertain, and that if we would escape the punishment of the ungodly and receive the reward of the righteous, which is the laying hold of eternal life, we ought, for the time to come, to return to God by a speedy repentance, ceasing to do evil and learning to do well, to seek after God early, if happily he may be found of us, and lead such lives for the future as may be well-pleasing in his sight. A relation of the apparition of Mrs. Veal. This thing is so rare in all its circumstances, and on so good authority, that my reading and conversation has not given me anything like it. It is fit to gratify the most ingenious and serious inquirer. Mrs. Bargrave is the person to whom Mrs. Veal appeared after her death. She is my intimate friend, and I can avouch for her reputation for these last 15 or 16 years on my own knowledge. And I can confirm the good character she had from her youth to the time of my acquaintance. Though, since this relation, She is calumniated by some people that are friends to the brother of this Mrs. Veal who appeared, who think the relation of this appearance to be a reflection, and endeavor what they can to blast Mrs. Bargrave's reputation and to laugh the story out of countenance. But by the circumstances thereof, and the cheerful disposition of Mrs. Bargrave, notwithstanding the ill usage of a very wicked husband, there is not yet the least sign of dejection in her face, nor did I ever hear her let fall a desponding or murmuring expression, nay, not when actually under her husband's barbarity, which I have been witness to, and several other persons of undoubted reputation. Now, you must know, Mrs. Veal was a maiden gentlewoman of about 30 years of age, and for some years last past had been troubled with fits, which were perceived coming on her by her going off from her discourse very abruptly to some impertinence. She was maintained by an only brother, and kept his house in Dover. She was a very pious woman, and her brother a very sober man, to all appearance. But now he does all he can to null or quash the story. Mrs. Veal was intimately acquainted with Mrs. Bargrave from her childhood. Mrs. Veal's circumstances were then mean. Her father did not take care of his children as he ought, so that they were exposed to hardships. And Mrs. Bargrave, in those days, had as unkind a father, though she wanted neither for food nor clothing, whilst Mrs. Veal wanted for both, insomuch that she would often say, "Mrs. Bargrave, you are not only the best, but the only friend I have in the world, and no circumstances of life shall ever dissolve my friendship." They would often condole each other's adverse fortunes, and read together Drelincourt upon Death, and other good books, and so, like two Christian friends, they comforted each other under their sorrow. Some time after, Mr. Veal's friends got him a place in the custom house at Dover, which occasioned Mrs. Veal, by little and little, to fall off from her intimacy with Mrs. Bargrave, though there was never any such thing as a quarrel. But an indifferency came on by degrees, till at last Mrs. Bargrave had not seen her in 2 years and a half. Though above a 12-month of the time Mrs. Bargrave hath been absent from Dover, and this last half year has been in Canterbury about 2 months of the time, dwelling in a house of her own. In this house, on the 8th of September, 1705, she was sitting alone in the forenoon, thinking over her unfortunate life, and arguing herself into a due resignation to Providence, though her condition seemed hard. "And," said she, "I have been provided for hitherto, and doubt not I shall be still, and am well satisfied that my afflictions shall end when it is most fit for me," and then took up her sewing work, which she had no sooner done but she hears a knocking at the door. She went to see who was there, and this proved to be Mrs. Veal, her old friend who was in a riding habit. At that moment of time, the clock struck 12 at noon. "Madam," says Mrs. Bargrave, "I am surprised to see you. You have been so long a stranger," but told her she was glad to see her, and offered to salute her, which Mrs. Veal complied with till the lips almost touched, and then Mrs. Veal drew her hand across her own eyes and said, "I am not very well," and so waved it. She told Mrs. Bargrave she was going a journey, and had a great mind to see her first. "But," said Mrs. Bargrave, "how came you to take a journey alone? I am amazed at it, because I know you have a fond brother." "Oh," said Mrs. Veal, "I gave my brother the slip, and came away because I had so great a desire to see you before I took my journey." So Mrs. Bargrave went in with her, into another room within the first, and Mrs. Veal sat her down in an elbow chair, in which Mrs. Bargrave was sitting when she heard Mrs. Veal knock. Then says Mrs. Veal, "My dear friend, I am come to renew our old friendship again, and beg your pardon for my breach of it. And if you can forgive me, you are the best of women." "Oh," said Mrs. Bargrave, "do not mention such a thing. I have not had an uneasy thought about it. I can easily forgive it." "What did you think of me?" said Mrs. Veal. says Mrs. Bargrave. "I thought you were like the rest of the world, and that prosperity had made you forget yourself and me." Then Mrs. Veal reminded Mrs. Bargrave of the many friendly offices she did her in former days, in much of the conversation they had with each other in the times of their adversity, what books they read, and what comfort, in particular, they received from Drelincourt's Book of Death, which was the best, she said, on that subject ever written. She also mentioned Dr. Sherlock, the 2 Dutch books which were translated, written upon death, and several others. But Drelincourt, she said, had the clearest notions of death and of the future state of any who had handled that subject. Then she asked Mrs. Bargrave whether she had Drelincourt. She said, "Yes." Says Mrs. Veal, "Fetch it." And so Mrs. Bargrave goes upstairs and brings it down. Says Mrs. Veal, "Dear Mrs. Bargrave, if the eyes of our faith were as open as the eyes of our body, we should see numbers of angels about us for our guard. The notions we have of heaven now are nothing like what it is, as Drelincourt says. Therefore be comforted under your afflictions, and believe that the Almighty has a particular regard to you, and that your afflictions are marks of God's favor. And when they have done the business they are sent for, they shall be removed from you. And believe me, my dear friend, believe what I say to you. 1 minute of future happiness will infinitely reward you for all your sufferings. For I can never believe," and claps her hand upon her knee with great earnestness, which indeed ran through most of her discourse, "that ever God will suffer you to spend all your days in this afflicted state. But be assured that your afflictions shall leave you, or you them, in a short time." She spake in the pathetical and heavenly manner, that Mrs. Bargrave wept several times, she was so deeply affected with it. Then Mrs. Veal mentioned Dr. Kenrick's Ascetic, at the end of which he gives an account of the lives of the primitive Christians. Their pattern she recommended to our imitation, and said, "Their conversation was not like this of our age. For now," says she, "there is nothing but frothy, vain discourse, which is far different from theirs. Theirs was to edification, and to build one another up in faith, so that they were not as we are, nor are we as they were. But," says she, "we ought to do as they did. There was a hearty friendship among them. But where is it now to be found?" says Mrs. Bargrave. "It is hard indeed to find a true friend in these days," says Mrs. Veal. "Mr. Norris has a fine copy of verses, called Friendship in Perfection, which I wonderfully admire. Have you seen the book?" says Mrs. Veal. "No," says Mrs. Bargrave, "but I have the verses in my own writing out." "Have you?" says Mrs. Veal. "Then fetch them," which she did from above the stairs, and offered them to Mrs. Veal to read, who refused and waved the thing, saying, holding down her head would make it ache, and then desired Mrs. Bargrave to read them to her, which she did. As they were admiring friendship, Mrs. Veal said, "Dear Mrs. Bargrave, I shall love you forever. In these verses there is twice used the word Elysian. Ah," said Mrs. Veal, "these poets have such names for heaven." She would often draw her hands across her own eyes and say, "Mrs. Bargrave, do not you think I am mightily impaired by my fits?" "No," said Mrs. Bargrave, "I think you look as well as ever I knew you." After all this discourse, which the apparition put in much finer words than Mrs. Bargrave said she could pretend to, and as much more than she can remember, for it cannot be thought that an hour and 3/4 conversation could all be retained, though the main of it she thinks she does, she said to Mrs. Bargrave she would have her write a letter to her brother, and tell him she would have him give rings to such and such, and that there was a purse of gold in her cabinet, and that she would have 2 broad pieces given to her cousin Watson. Talking at this rate, Mrs. Bargrave thought that a fit was coming upon her, and so placed herself in a chair just before her knees, to keep her from falling to the ground, if her fits should occasion it. For the elbow chair, she thought, would keep her from falling on either side. And to divert Mrs. Veal, as she thought, took hold of her gown sleeve several times and commended it. Mrs. Veal told her it was a scoured silk and newly made up. But for all this, Mrs. Veal persisted in her request and told Mrs. Bargrave she must not deny her, and she would have her tell her brother all their conversation when she had opportunity. "Dear Mrs. Veal," said Mrs. Bargrave, "this seems so impertinent that I cannot tell how to comply with it. And what a mortifying story will our conversation be to a young gentleman?" "Why," said Mrs. Bargrave, "it is much better, methinks, to do it yourself." "No," said Mrs. Veal, "though it seems impertinent to you now, you will see more reason for it hereafter." Mrs. Bargrave, then, to satisfy her importunity, was going to fetch a pen and ink, but Mrs. Veal said, "Let it alone now, but do it when I am gone. But you must be sure to do it," which was one of the last things she enjoined her at parting, and so she promised her. Then Mrs. Veal asked for Mrs. Bargrave's daughter. She said she was not at home. "But if you have a mind to see her," said Mrs. Bargrave, "I'll send for her." "Do," says Mrs. Veal. On which she left her, and went to a neighbour's to seek for her, and by the time Mrs. Bargrave was returning, Mrs. Veal was got without the door in the street, in the face of the beast market on a Saturday, which is market day, and stood ready to part, as soon as Mrs. Bargrave came to her. She asked her why she was in such haste. She said she must be going, but perhaps she might not go her journey till Monday, and told Mrs. Bargrave she hoped she should see her again at her cousin Watson's, before she went whither she was going. Then she said she would take her leave of her, and walked from Mrs. Bargrave in her view, till a turning interrupted the sight of her, which was 1:15 in the afternoon. Mrs. Veal died the 7th of September, at 12 o'clock at noon of her fits, and had not above 4 hours' census before her death, in which time she received the sacrament. The next day after Mrs. Veal's appearing, being Sunday, Mrs. Bargrave was mightily indisposed with a cold and a sore throat, that she could not go out that day, but on Monday morning she sent a person to Captain Watson's to know if Mrs. Veal was there. They wondered at Mrs. Bargrave's inquiry, and sent her word that she was not there, nor was expected. At this answer, Mrs. Bargrave told the maid she had certainly mistook the name, or made some blunder, and though she was ill, she put on her hood, and went herself to Captain Watson's, though she knew none of the family, to see if Mrs. Veal was there or not. They said they wondered at her asking, for that she had not been in town. They were sure if she had, she would have been there. Says Mrs. Bargrave, "I am sure she was with me on Saturday almost 2 hours." They said it was impossible, for they must have seen her if she had. In comes Captain Watson, while they were in dispute, and said that Mrs. Veal was certainly dead, and her escutcheons were making. This strangely surprised Mrs. Bargrave, when she sent to the person immediately who had the care of them, and found it true. Then she related the whole story to Captain Watson's family, and what gown she had on, and how striped, and that Mrs. Veal told her it was scoured. Then Mrs. Watson cried out, "You have seen her indeed, for none knew but Mrs. Veal and myself that the gown was scoured." And Mrs. Watson owned that she described the gown exactly, "For," said she, "I helped her to make it up." This Mrs. Watson blazed all about the town, and avouched the demonstration of the truth of Mrs. Bargrave seeing Mrs. Veal's apparition. And Captain Watson carried 2 gentlemen immediately to Mrs. Bargrave's house, to hear the relation of her own mouth. And when it spread so fast, that gentleman in persons of quality, the judicious and skeptical part of the world, flocked in upon her, it at last became such a task that she was forced to go out of the way. For they were, in general, extremely satisfied of the truth of the thing, and plainly saw that Mrs. Bargrave was no hypochondriac, for she always appears with such a cheerful air and pleasing mien that she has gained the favour and esteem of all the gentry. And it is thought a great favour, if they can but get the relation from her own mouth. I should have told you before that Mrs. Veal told Mrs. Bargrave that her sister and brother-in-law were just come down from London to see her. Says Mrs. Bargrave, How came you to order matters so strangely?" "It could not be helped," said Mrs. Veal, and her brother and sister did come to see her, and entered the town of Dover just as Mrs. Veal was expiring. Mrs. Bargrave asked her whether she would drink some tea. Says Mrs. Veal, "I do not care if I do, but I'll warrant you, this mad fellow," meaning Mrs. Bargrave's husband, "has broke all your trinkets." "But," says Mrs. Bargrave, "I'll get something to drink in for all that." But Mrs. Veal waved it and said, "It is no matter, let it alone." And so it passed. All the time I sat with Mrs. Bargrave, which was some hours, she recollected fresh sayings of Mrs. Veal. In one material thing more she told Mrs. Bargrave, that old Mr. Breton allowed Mrs. Veal £10 a year, which was a secret, and unknown to Mrs. Bargrave, till Mrs. Veal told it her. Mrs. Bargrave never varies in her story, which puzzles those who doubt of the truth, or are unwilling to believe it. A servant in the neighbor's yard, adjoining to Mrs. Bargrave's house, heard her talking to somebody an hour of the time Mrs. Veal was with her. Mrs. Bargrave went out to her next neighbor's the very moment she parted with Mrs. Veal, and told her what ravishing conversation she had with an old friend, and told the whole of it. Drelincourt's Book of Death is, since this happened, brought up strangely, and it is to be observed that notwithstanding all the trouble and fatigue Mrs. Bargrave has undergone upon this account, she never took the value of a farthing, nor suffered her daughter to take anything of anybody, and therefore can have no interest in telling the story. But Mr. Veal does what he can to stifle the matter, and said he would see Mrs. Bargrave, and yet it is a certain matter of fact that he has been at Captain Watson's since the death of his sister, and yet never went near Mrs. Bargrave. And some of his friends report her to be a liar, and that she knew of Mr. Breton's £10 a year. But the person who pretends to say so now has the reputation of a notorious liar among persons whom I know to be of undoubted credit. Now, Mr. Veal is more of a gentleman than to say she lies, but says a bad husband has crazed her, but she needs only present herself, and it will effectually confute that pretense. Mr. Veal says he asked his sister on her deathbed whether she had a mind to dispose of anything, and she said no. Now the things which Mrs. Veal's apparition would have disposed of were so trifling, and nothing of justice aimed at in their disposal, that the design of it appears to me to be only in order to make Mrs. Bargrave so to demonstrate the truth of her appearance, as to satisfy the world of the reality thereof, as to what she had seen and heard, and to secure her reputation among the reasonable and understanding part of mankind. And then again Mr. Veal owns that there was a purse of gold, but it was not found in her cabinet, but in a comb box. This looks improbable, for that Mrs. Watson owned that Mrs. Veal was so very careful of the key of this cabinet that she would trust nobody with it, and if so, no doubt she would not trust her gold out of it. And Mrs. Veal's often drawing her hand over her eyes and asking Mrs. Bargrave whether her fits had not impaired her looks to me as if she did it on purpose to remind Mrs. Bargrave of her fits, to prepare her not to think it strange that she should put her upon writing to her brother to dispose of rings and gold, which looked so much like a dying person's request. And it took accordingly with Mrs. Bargrave, as the effects of her fits coming upon her, and was one of the many instances of her wonderful love to her, and care of her, that she should not be affrighted, which indeed appears in her whole management, particularly in her coming to her in the daytime, waving the salutation, and when she was alone, and then the manner of her parting to prevent a second attempt to salute her. Now, why Mr. Veal should think this relation a reflection, as it is plain he does, by his endeavoring to stifle it, I cannot imagine, because the generality believe her to be a good spirit. Her discourse was so heavenly. Her two great errands were to comfort Mrs. Bargrave in her affliction, and to ask her forgiveness for the breach of friendship, and with a pious discourse to encourage her. So that, after all, to suppose that Mrs. Bargrave could hatch such an invention as this from Friday noon till Saturday noon, supposing that she knew of Mrs. Veal's death the very first moment, without jumbling circumstances, and without any interest too, she must be more witty, fortunate, and wicked too, than any indifferent person, I dare say, will allow. I asked Mrs. Bargrave several times if she was sure she felt the gown. She answered modestly, "If my senses be to be relied on, I am sure of it." I asked her if she heard a sound when she clapped her hand upon her knees. She said she did not remember she did, but said she appeared to be as much a substance as I did, who talked with her. "And I may," said she, "be as soon persuaded that your apparition is talking to me now as that I did not really see her, for I was under no manner of fear, and received her as a friend, and parted with her as such. I would not," says she, "give 1 farthing to make anyone believe it. I have no interest in it. Nothing but trouble is entailed upon me for a long time, for aught I know. And had it not come to light by accident, it would never have been made public. But now," she says, "she will make her own private use of it, and keep herself out of the way as much as she can. And so she has done since." She says she had a gentleman who came 30 miles to her to hear the relation, and that she had told it to a room full of people at a time. Several particular gentlemen have had a story from Mrs. Bargrave's own mouth. This thing has very much affected me, and I am as well satisfied as I am of the best grounded matter of fact. And why we should dispute matter of fact, because we cannot solve things of which we can have no certain or demonstrative notions, seems strange to me. Mrs. Bargrave's authority and sincerity alone would have been undoubted in any other case. To the reader, the origin of the foregoing curious story seems to have been as follows. An adventurous bookseller had ventured to print a considerable edition of a work by the Reverend Charles Drelincourt, minister of the Calvinist Church in Paris, and translated by M. de Signy, under the title of The Christian's Defense Against the Fear of Death, with several directions how to prepare ourselves to die well. But however certain the prospect of death, it is not so agreeable, unfortunately, as to invite the eager contemplation of the public. And Drelincourt's book, being neglected, lay a dead stock on the hands of the publisher. In this emergency, he applied to Defoe to assist him, by dint of such means as were then, as well as now, pretty well understood in the literary world, in rescuing the unfortunate book from the literary death to which general neglect seemed about to consign it. Defoe's genius and audacity devised a plan which, for assurance and ingenuity, defied even the powers of Mr. Puff in the critic. For who but himself would have thought of summoning up a ghost from the grave to bear witness in favor of a halting body of divinity? There is a matter-of-fact, business-like style in the whole account of the transaction, which bespeaks ineffable powers of self-possession. The narrative is drawn up by a gentleman, a justice of peace at Maidstone in Kent, a very intelligent person. And moreover, the discourse is attested by a very sober gentlewoman who lives in Canterbury, within a few doors of the house in which Mrs. Bargrave lives. The justice believes his kinswoman to be of so discerning a spirit as not to be put upon by any fallacy, and the kinswoman positively assures the justice that the whole matter, as it is related and laid down, is really true, and what she herself heard, as near may be, from Mrs. Bargrave's own mouth, who, she knows, has no reason to invent or publish such a story, or any design to forge and tell a lie, being a woman of so much honesty and virtue, and her whole life a course, as it were, of piety. Skepticism itself could not resist this triple court of evidence so artfully combined, the justice attesting for the discerning spirit of the sober and understanding gentlewoman, his kinswoman, and his kinswoman becoming bail for the veracity of Mrs. Bargrave. And here, gentle reader, admire the simplicity of those days. Had Mrs. Veal's visit to her friend happened in our time, the conductors of the daily press would have given the word, and 7 gentlemen unto the said press belonging would, with an obedient start, have made off for Kingston, for Canterbury, for Dover, for Kamchatka, if necessary, to pose the justice, cross-examine Mrs. Bargrave, confront the sober and understanding kinswoman, and dig Mrs. Veal up from her grave, rather than not get to the bottom of the story. But in our time, we doubt and scrutinize. Our ancestors wondered, and believed. Before the story is commenced, the understanding gentlewoman, not the justice of peace, who is the reporter, takes some pains to repel the objections made against the story by some of the friends of Mrs. Veal's brother, who consider the marvel as an aspersion on their family, and do what they can to laugh it out of countenance. Indeed, it is allowed, with admirable impartiality, that Mr. Veal is too much of a gentleman to suppose Mrs. Bargrave invented the story. Scandal itself could scarce have supported that, although one notorious liar, who is chastised towards the conclusion of the story, ventures to throw out such an insinuation. No reasonable or respectable person, however, could be found to countenance the suspicion, and Mr. Veal himself opined that Mrs. Bargrave had been driven crazy by a cruel husband, and dreamed the whole story of the apparition. Now all this is sufficiently artful. To have vouched the fact as universally known and believed by everyone named Con would not have been half so satisfactory to a skeptic as to allow fairly that the narrative had been impugned and hint at the character of one of those skeptics and the motives of another as sufficient to account for their want of belief. Now to the fact itself. Mrs. Bargrave and Mrs. Veal had been friends in youth, and had protested their attachment should last as long as they lived. But when Mrs. Veal's brother obtained an office in the customs at Dover, some cessation of their intimacy ensued, though without any positive quarrel. Mrs. Bargrave had removed to Canterbury, and was residing in a house of her own, when she was suddenly interrupted by a visit from Mrs. Veal, as she was sitting in deep contemplation of certain distresses of her own. The visitor was in a riding habit, and announced herself as prepared for a distant journey, which seems to intimate that spirits have a considerable distance to go before they arrive at their appointed station, and that the females at least put on a habit for the occasion. The spirit, for such was the seeming Mrs. Veal, continued to wave this ceremony of salutation, both in going and coming, which will remind the reader of a ghostly lover's reply to his mistress in the fine old Scottish ballad, "Why should I come within thy bower? I am no earthly man. And should I kiss thy rosy lips, thy days would not be lan." They then began to talk in the homely style of middle-aged ladies, in Mrs. Veal proses concerning the conversations they had formerly held, in the books they had read together. Her very recent experience probably led Mrs. Veal to talk of death, in the books written on the subject, and she pronounced ex cathedra, as a dead person was best entitled to do, that Drelincourt's book on death was the best book on the subject ever written. She also mentioned Dr. Sherlock, 2 Dutch books which had been translated, and several others, but Drelincourt, she said, had the clearest notions of death and the future state of any who had handled that subject. She then asked for the work. We marveled the edition and impress had not been mentioned, and lectured on it with great eloquence and affection. Dr. Kendrick's Ascetic was also mentioned with approbation by this critical spectre. The doctor's work was no doubt a tenant of the shelf in some favorite publisher's shop. And Mr. Norris's poem on friendship, a work which I doubt, though honored with a ghost's approbation, we may now seek, for as vainly as Corelli tormented his memory to recover the sonata which the devil played to him in a dream. Presently after, from former habits we may suppose, the guest desires a cup of tea, but bethinking herself of her new character, escapes from her own proposal by recollecting that Mr. Bargrave was in the habit of breaking his wife's china. It would have been indeed strangely out of character if the spirit had lunched or breakfasted upon tea and toast. Such a consummation would have sounded as ridiculous as if the statue of the commander in Don Juan had not only accepted of the invitation of the libertine to supper, but had also committed a beefsteak to his flinty jaws and stomach of adamant. A little more conversation ensued of a less serious nature, intending to show that even the passage from life to death leaves the female anxiety about person and dress somewhat alive. The ghost asked Mrs. Bargrave whether she did not think her very much altered, and Mrs. Bargrave, of course, complimented her on her good looks. Mrs. Bargrave also admired the gown which Mrs. Veal wore, and as a mark of her perfectly restored confidence, the spirit led her into the important secret that it was a scoured silk, and lately made up. She informed her also of another secret, namely, that one Mr. Breton had allowed her £10 a year, and lastly, she requested that Mrs. Bargrave would write to her brother and tell him how to distribute her mourning rings, and mentioned there was a purse of gold in her cabinet. She expressed some wish to see Mrs. Bargrave's daughter, but when that good lady went to the next door to seek her, she found on her return the guest leaving the house. She had got without the door, in the street, in the face of the beast market, on a Saturday, which is market day, and stood ready to part. She said she must be going, as she had to call upon her cousin Watson. This appears to be a gratis dictum on the part of the ghost, and, maintaining the character of mortality to the last, she quietly turned the corner and walked out of sight. Then came the news of Mrs. Veal's having died the day before at noon. Says Mrs. Bargrave, I am sure she was with me on Saturday almost 2 hours. And in comes Captain Watson and says, Mrs. Veal was certainly dead. And then come all the pieces of evidence, and especially the striped silk gown. Then Mrs. Watson cried out, You have seen her indeed, for none knew but Mrs. Veal and I that the gown was scoured. And she cried that the gown was described exactly, for, said she, I helped her to make it up. And next we have the silly attempts made to discredit the history. Even Mr. Veal, her brother, was obliged to allow that the gold was found, but with a difference, and pretended it was not found in a cabinet, but elsewhere. And in short, we have all the gossip of says I, and thinks I, and says she, and thinks she, which disputed matters usually excite in a country town. When we have thus turned the tale, the scene without, it may be thought too ridiculous to have attracted notice, but whoever will read it is as told by Defoe himself, will agree that could the thing have happened in reality, so it would have been told. The sobering the whole supernatural visit into the language of the middle or low life gives it an air of probability even in its absurdity. The ghost of an exciseman's housekeeper and a seamstress were not to converse like Brutus with his evil genius. And the circumstances of scoured silks, broken tea china, and such like, while they are natural topics of such persons' conversation, would, one might have thought, be the last which an inventor would have introduced into a pretended narrative betwixt the dead and living. In short, the whole is so distinctly circumstantial that, were it not for the impossibility, or extreme improbability at least, of such an occurrence, the evidence could not but support the story. The effect was most wonderful. Drelincourt upon death, attested by one who could speak from experience, took an unequaled run. The copies had hung on the bookseller's hands as heavy as a pile of lead bullets. They now traversed the town in every direction, like the same balls discharged from a field piece. In short, the object of Mrs. Veal's apparition was perfectly attained. See the miscellaneous prose works, Sir Walter Scott, Bart, Volume 4, page 305, edition 1827. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of the Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Best Ghost Stories. Canon Alberic's Scrapbook by M.R. James. Saint Bertrand de Comminges is a decayed town on the spurs of the Pyrenees, not very far from Toulouse, and still nearer to Bagnères de Luchon. It was the site of a bishopric until the Revolution and had a cathedral which is visited by a certain number of tourists. In the spring of 1883, an Englishman arrived at this old-world place. I can hardly dignify it with the name of city, for there are not 1,000 inhabitants. He was a Cambridge man who had come specially from Toulouse to see St. Bertrand's Church, and had left 2 friends who were less keen archaeologists than himself in their hotel at Toulouse, under promise to join him on the following morning. Half an hour at the church would satisfy them, and all 3 could then pursue their journey in the direction of Auch. But our Englishman had come early on the day in question and proposed to himself to fill a notebook and to use several dozens of plates in the process of describing and photographing every corner of the wonderful church that dominates the little hill of Comminges. In order to carry out this design satisfactorily, it was necessary to monopolize the verger of the church for the day. The verger, or sacristan, I prefer the latter appellation, inaccurate as it may be, was accordingly sent for by the somewhat brusque lady who keeps the inn of the Chapeau Rouge, and when he came the Englishman found him an unexpectedly interesting object of study. It was not in the personal appearance of the little dry, wizened old man that the interest lay, for he was precisely like dozens of other church guardians in France, but in a curious, furtive, or rather hunted and oppressed air which he had. He was perpetually half glancing behind him. The muscles of his back and shoulders seemed to be hunched in a continual nervous contraction, as if he were expecting every moment to find himself in the clutch of an enemy. The Englishman hardly knew whether to put him down as a man haunted by a fixed delusion, or as one oppressed by a guilty conscience, or as an unbearably henpecked husband. The probabilities, when reckoned up, certainly pointed to the last idea, but still the impression conveyed was that of a more formidable persecutor, even than a termagant wife. However, the Englishman, let us call him Dennistoun, was soon too deep in the notebook and too busy with his camera to give more than an occasional glance to the sacristan. Whenever he did look at him, he found him at no great distance, either huddling himself back against the wall or crouching in one of the gorgeous stalls. Dennistoun became rather fidgety after a time. Mingled suspicions that he was keeping the old man from his déjeuner, that he was regarded as likely to make away with St. Bertrand's ivory crozier, or with the dusty stuffed crocodile that hangs over the font, began to torment him. "Won't you go home?" he said at last. "I'm quite well able to finish my notes alone. You can lock me in if you like. I shall want at least 2 hours more here, and it must be cold for you, isn't it?" "Good heavens," said the little man, whom the suggestion seemed to throw into a state of unaccountable terror. "Such a thing cannot be thought of for a moment. Leave monsieur alone in the church? No, 2 hours, 3 hours, all will be the same to me. I have breakfasted. I am not at all cold, with many thanks to monsieur." "Very well, my little man," quoth Dennistoun to himself. "You have been warned, and you must take the consequences." Before the expiration of the 2 hours, the stalls, the enormous, dilapidated organ, the choir screen of Bishop John de Mauleon, the remnants of glass and tapestry, and the objects in the treasure chamber had been well and truly examined. The sacristan still keeping at Dennistoun's heels, and every now and then whipping round as if he had been stung when one or other of the strange noises that troubled a large empty building fell on his ear. Curious noises they were sometimes. "Once," Dennistoun said to me, "I could have sworn I heard a thin metallic voice laughing high up in the tower. I darted an inquiring glance at my sacristan. He was white to the lips. 'It is he. That is, it is no one. The door is locked,' was all he said, and we looked at each other for a full minute." Another little incident puzzled Dennistoun a good deal. He was examining a large, dark picture that hangs behind the altar, one of a series illustrating the miracles of St. Bertrand. The composition of the picture is well-nigh indecipherable, but there is a Latin legend below which runs thus: "Qualiter es Bertrandus liberavit hominum quem diabolus Deo volebat strangulare." How St. Bertrand delivered a man whom the devil long sought to strangle. Dennistoun was turning to the sacristan with a smile and a jocular remark of some sort on his lips, but he was confounded to see the old man on his knees, gazing at the picture with the eye of a suppliant in agony, his hands tightly clasped, and a rain of tears on his cheeks. Dennistoun naturally pretended to have noticed nothing, but the question would not away from him. Why should a daub of this kind affect anyone so strongly? He seemed to himself to be getting some sort of clue to the reason of the strange look that had been puzzling him all day. The man must be monomaniac, but what was his monomania? It was nearly 5 o'clock, the short day was drawing in, and the church began to fill with shadows, while the curious noises, the muffled footfalls and distant talking voices that had been perceptible all day, seemed, no doubt because of the fading light and the consequently quickened sense of hearing, to become more frequent and insistent. The sacristan began for the first time to show signs of hurry and impatience. He heaved a sigh of relief when camera and notebook were finally packed up and stowed away, and hurriedly beckoned Dennistown to the western door of the church under the tower. It was time to ring the Angelus. A few pulls at the reluctant rope, and the great bell Bertrand, high in the tower, began to speak, and swung her voice up among the pines and down to the valleys, loud with mountain streams, calling the dwellers on those lonely hills to remember and repeat the salutation of the angel to her whom he called blessed among women. With that, a profound quiet seemed to fall for the first time that day upon the little town, and Dennistown and the sacristan went out of the church. On the doorstep they fell into conversation.
Monsieur seems to interest himself in the old choir books in the sacristy.
Undoubtedly. I was going to ask you if there was a library in the town.
No, monsieur. Perhaps there used to be one belonging to the chapter, but it is now such a small place.
Here came a strange pause of irresolution, as it seemed. Then with a sort of plunge he went on.
But if monsieur is amateur de vieux livres, I have at home something that might interest him. It is not 100 yards.
At once, all Dennistown's cherished dreams of finding priceless manuscripts in untrodden corners of France flashed up, to die down again the next moment. It was probably a stupid missile of Plantin's printing, about 1580. Where was the likelihood that a place so near Toulouse would not have been ransacked long ago by collectors? However, it would be foolish not to go. He would reproach himself forever after if he refused. So they set off. On the way, the curious irresolution and sudden determination of the sacristan recurred to Dennistown, and he wondered in a shamefaced way whether he was being decoyed into some purlieu to be made away with, as a supposed rich Englishman. He contrived, therefore, to begin talking with his guide, and to drag in a rather clumsy fashion, the fact that he expected 2 friends to join him early the next morning. To his surprise, the announcement seemed to relieve the sacristan at once of some of the anxiety that oppressed him.
That is well,
he said brightly.
That is very well. Monsieur will travel in company with his friends. They will be always near him. It is a good thing to travel thus in company, sometimes.
The last word appeared to be added as an afterthought, and to bring with it a relapse into gloom for the poor little man. They were soon at the house, which was one rather larger than its neighbors, stone-built, with a shield carved over the door. The shield of Alberic de Mauleon, a collateral descendant, Dennistown tells me, of Bishop John de Mauleon. This Alberic was a canon of Comminges from 1680 to 1701. The upper windows of the mansion were boarded up, and the whole place bore, as does the rest of Comminges, the aspect of decaying age. Arrived on his doorstep, the sacristan paused a moment.
Perhaps, he said, perhaps, after all, monsieur has not the time.
Not at all. Lots of time. Nothing to do till tomorrow. Let us see what it is you've got. The door was opened at this point, and a face looked out, a face far younger than the sacristan's, but bearing something of the same distressing look. Only here it seemed to be the mark, not so much of a fear for personal safety, as of acute anxiety on behalf of another. Plainly, the owner of the face was the sacristan's daughter, and but for the expression I have described, she was a handsome girl enough. She brightened up considerably on seeing her father accompanied by an able-bodied stranger. A few remarks passed between father and daughter, of which Dennistown only caught these words, said by the sacristan,
"He was laughing in the church,"
words which were answered only by a look of terror from the girl. But in another minute they were in the sitting-room of the house, a small high chamber with a stone floor full of moving shadows cast by a wood fire that flickered on a great hearth. Something of the character of an oratory was imparted to it by a tall crucifix, which reached almost to the ceiling on one side. The figure was painted of the natural colors. The cross was black. Under this stood a chest of some age and solidity, and when a lamp had been brought and chairs set, the sacristan went to this chest and produced therefrom, with growing excitement and nervousness, as Dennistown thought, a large book wrapped in a white cloth, on which cloth a cross was rudely embroidered in red thread. Even before the wrapping had been removed, Dennistoun began to be interested by the size and shape of the volume. "Too large for a missal," he thought, "and not the shape of an antiphona. Perhaps it may be something good after all." The next moment the book was open, and Dennistoun felt that he had at last lit upon something better than good. Before him lay a large folio, bound perhaps late in the 17th century, with the arms of Canon Alberic de Mauleon stamped in gold on the sides. There may have been 150 leaves of paper in the book, and on almost every one of them was fastened a leaf from an illuminated manuscript. Such a collection Dennistoun had hardly dreamed of in his wildest moments. Here were 10 leaves from a copy of Genesis, illustrated with pictures which could not be later than 700 A.D. Further on was a complete set of pictures from a Psalter of English execution, of the very finest kind that the 13th century could produce. And perhaps best of all, there were 20 leaves of uncial writing in Latin, which, as a few words seen here and there told him at once, must belong to some very early unknown patristic treatise. Could it possibly be a fragment of the copy of Papias on the words of our Lord, which was known to have existed as late as the 12th century at Nimes? In any case, his mind was made up. That book must return to Cambridge with him, even if it had to draw the whole of his balance from the bank and stay at St. Bertrand till the money came. He glanced up at the sacristan to see if his face yielded any hint that the book was for sale. The sacristan was pale and his lips were working.
"If monsieur would turn on to the end," he said.
So monsieur turned on, meeting new treasures at every rise of a leaf, and at the end of the book he came upon 2 sheets of paper, of much more recent date than anything he had yet seen, which puzzled him considerably. They must be contemporary, he decided, with the unprincipled Canon Alberic, who had doubtless plundered the chapter library of St. Bertrand to form this priceless scrapbook. On the first of the paper sheets was a plan, carefully drawn and instantly recognizable by a person who knew the ground, of the south aisle and cloisters of St. Bertrand's. There were curious signs looking like planetary symbols, and a few Hebrew words in the corners, and in the northwest angle of the cloister was a cross drawn in gold paint. Below the plan were some lines of writing in Latin which ran thus: Responsa 12 December 1694. Interrogatum est, en veniamne responsum est, en venies, fiamne divis, fies, vivamne in videndis vivis, moriarne in lecto meo ita. Answers of the 12th of December, 1694. It was asked, Shall I find it? Answer, Thou shalt. Shall I become rich? Thou wilt. Shall I live an object of envy? Thou wilt. Shall I die in my bed? Thou wilt. A good specimen of the treasure hunter's record. Quite reminds me of Mr. Minor Canon Quatermain in Old St. Paul's, was Dennistoun's comment, and he turned the leaf. What he then saw impressed him, as he has often told me, more than he could have conceived any drawing or picture capable of impressing him. And though the drawing he saw is no longer in existence, there is a photograph of it, which I possess, which fully bears out that statement. The picture in question was a sepia drawing at the end of the 17th century, representing, one would say at first sight, a biblical scene. For the architecture, the picture represented an interior, and the figures had that semi-classical flavor about them which the artists of 200 years ago thought appropriate to illustrations of the Bible. On the right was a king on his throne, the throne elevated on 12 steps, a canopy overhead, soldiers on either side. Evidently King Solomon. He was bending forward with outstretched scepter in attitude of command. His face expressed horror and disgust. Yet there was in it also the mark of imperious command and confident power. The left half of the picture was the strangest, however. The interest plainly centered there. On the pavement before the throne were grouped 4 soldiers, surrounding a crouching figure which must be described in a moment. A 5th soldier lay dead on the pavement, his neck distorted, and his eyeballs starting from his head. The 4 surrounding guards were looking at the king. In their faces the sentiment of horror was intensified. They seemed, in fact, only restrained from flight by their implicit trust in their master. All this terror was plainly excited by the being that crouched in their midst. I entirely despair of conveying by any words the impression which this figure makes upon anyone who looks at it. I recollect once showing the photograph of the drawing to a lecturer on morphology, A person of, I was going to say, abnormally sane and unimaginative habits of mind. He absolutely refused to be alone for the rest of that evening, and he told me afterwards that for many nights he had not dared to put out his light before going to sleep. However, the main traits of the figure I can at least indicate. At first you saw only a mass of coarse matted black hair. Presently it was seen that this covered a body of fearful thinness, almost a skeleton, but with the muscles standing out like wires. The hands were of a dusky pallor, covered, like the body, with long coarse hairs, and hideously taloned. The eyes touched in with a burning yellow, had intensely black pupils, and were fixed upon the throned king with a look of beast-like hate. Imagine one of the awful bird-catching spiders of South America translated into human form, and endowed with intelligence just less than human, and you will have some faint conception of the terror inspired by the appalling effigy. One remark is universally made by those to whom I have shown the picture. It was drawn from the life. As soon as the first shock of his irresistible fright had subsided, Dennistoun stole a look at his hosts. The sacristan's hands were pressed upon his eyes. His daughter, looking up at the cross on the wall, was telling her beads feverishly. At last the question was asked, "Is this book for sale?" There was the same hesitation, the same plunge of determination that he had noticed before. And then came the welcome answer.
"If monsieur pleases."
"How much do you want for it?"
"I will take 250 francs.
This was confounding. Even a collector's conscience is sometimes stirred, and Dennistoun's conscience was tenderer than a collector's. "My good man," he said again and again, "your book is worth far more than 250 francs, I assure you, far more." But the answer did not vary.
"I will take 250 francs, not more."
There was really no possibility of refusing such a chance. The money was paid, the receipt signed, a glass of wine drunk over the transaction, and then the sacristan seemed to become a new man. He stood upright. He ceased to throw those suspicious glances behind him. He actually laughed, or tried to laugh. Dennistoun rose to go.
"I shall have the honor of accompanying monsieur to his hotel," said the sacristan. "Oh, no thanks. It isn't 100 yards. I know the way perfectly, and there is a moon."
The offer was pressed 3 or 4 times and refused as often.
"Then monsieur will summon me if he finds occasion. He will keep middle of the road, the sides are so rough."
Certainly, said Dennistoun, who was impatient to examine his prize by himself, and he stepped out into the passage with his book under his arm. Here he was met by the daughter. She, it appeared, was anxious to do a little business on her own account, perhaps like Gehazi, to take somewhat from the foreigner whom her father had spared.
"A silver crucifix and chain for the neck, monsieur, would perhaps be good enough to accept it."
Well, really, Dennistoun hadn't much use for these things. What did mademoiselle want for it?
"Nothing. Nothing in the world. Monsieur is more than welcome to it."
The tone in which this and much more was said was unmistakably genuine, so that Dennistoun was reduced to profuse thanks, and submitted to have the chain put round his neck. It really seemed as if he had rendered the father and daughter some service which they hardly knew how to repay. As he set off with his book, they stood at the door looking after him, and they were still looking when he waved them a last good night from the steps of the Chapeau Rouge. Dinner was over, and Dennistoun was in his bedroom, shut up alone with his acquisition. The landlady had manifested a particular interest in him, since he had told her that he had paid a visit to the sacristan and bought an old book from him. He thought, too, that he had heard a hurried dialogue between her and the said sacristan in the passage outside the salle à manger. Some words to the effect that Pierre and Bertrand would be sleeping in the house had closed the conversation. At this time a growing feeling of discomfort had been creeping over him. Nervous reaction, perhaps, after the delight of his discovery. Whatever it was, it resulted in a conviction that there was someone behind him, and that he was far more comfortable with his back to the wall. All this, of course, weighed light in the balance as against the obvious value of the collection he had acquired. And now, as I said, he was alone in his bedroom, taking stock of Canon Alberic's treasures, in which every moment revealed something more charming. "Bless Canon Alberic," said Dennistoun, who had an inveterate habit of talking to himself.
I wonder where he is now. Dear me, I wish that landlady would learn to laugh in a more cheering manner. It makes one feel as if there was someone dead in the house. Half a pint more, did you say? I think perhaps you're right. I wonder what that crucifix is that the young woman insisted on giving me. Last century, I suppose. Yes, probably. It is rather a nuisance of a thing to have round one's neck. Just too heavy. Most likely her father had been wearing it for years. I think I might give it a clean-up before I put it away. He had taken the crucifix off and laid it on the table, when his attention was caught by an object lying on the red cloth just by his left elbow. 2 or 3 ideas of what it might be flitted through his brain with their own incalculable quickness. A pin-wiper? No such thing in the house. A rat? No, too black. A large spider? I trust to goodness not. No. Good God! A hand like the hand in that picture! In another infinitesimal flash he had taken it in. Pale, dusky skin covering nothing but bones and tendons of appalling strength. Coarse black hairs, longer than ever, grew on a human hand. Nails rising from the ends of the fingers and curving sharply down and forward, gray, horny, and wrinkled. He flew out of his chair with deadly, inconceivable terror clutching at his heart. The shape, whose left hand rested on the table, was rising to a standing posture behind his seat, its right hand crooked above his scalp. There was black and tattered drapery about it. The coarse hair covered it, as in the drawing. The lower jaw was thin. What can I call it? Shallow, like a beast's. Teeth showed behind the black lips. There was no nose, the eyes of a fiery yellow against which the pupils showed black and intense, and the exulting hate and thirst to destroy life which shone there were the most horrifying feature in the whole vision. There was the intelligence of a kind in them, intelligence beyond that of a beast, below that of a man. The feelings which this horror stirred in Dennistown were the intensest physical fear and the most profound mental loathing. What did he do? What could he do? He had never been quite certain what words he said, but he knows that he spoke, that he grasped blindly at the silver crucifix, that he was conscious of a movement towards him on the part of the demon, and that he screamed with the voice of an animal in hideous pain. Pierre and Bertrand, the 2 sturdy little serving-men who rushed in, saw nothing, but felt themselves thrust aside by something that passed out between them, and found Dennistoun in a swoon. They sat up with him that night, and his 2 friends were at St. Bertrand by 9 o'clock next morning. He himself, though still shaken and nervous, was almost himself by that time, and his story found credence with them, though not until they had seen the drawing and talked with the sacristan. Almost at dawn the little man had come to the inn on some pretense, and had listened with the deepest interest to the story retailed by the landlady. He showed no surprise.
"It is he. It is he. I have seen him myself,"
was his only comment, and to all questionings but one reply was vouchsafed.
"Deux fois je l'ai vu. 1000 fois je l'ai senti."
He would tell them nothing of the provenance of the book, nor any details of his experiences.
"I shall soon sleep, and my rest will be sweeter. Why should you trouble me?"
he said. We shall never know what he or Canon Alberic de Molliot suffered. At the back of that fateful drawing were some lines of writing which may be supposed to throw light on the situation. Contradictio Salomonis cum demonio nocturno. Albericus de Molliot delineavit, vi Deus in auditorium vis qui habitat. Sancta Bertrand demonorium effugator intercede pro mi miserimo. Primum uidi nocte, 12 December 1694, videbo mox ultimum. Peccavi e passas son plura ad hoc passerus. December 29, 1701. I have never quite understood what was Dennistoun's view of the events I have narrated. He quoted to me once a test from Ecclesiasticus. "Some spirits there be that are created for vengeance, and in their fury lay on sore strokes." On another occasion he said, "Isaiah was a very sensible man. Doesn't he say something about night monsters living in the ruins of Babylon? These things are rather beyond us at present." Another confidence of his impressed me rather, and I sympathized with it. We had been last year to Comminges to see Canon Alberic's tomb. It is a great marble erection with an effigy of the Canon in a large wig and soutane, and an elaborate eulogy of his learning below. I saw Dennistoun talking for some time with the vicar of St. Bertrand's, and as we drove away he said to me, "I hope it isn't wrong. You know, I am a Presbyterian, but I believe there will be a saying of Mass and singing of dirges for Alberic de Morleon's rest." Then he added, with a touch of the northern British in his tone, "I had no notion they came so dear." The book is in the Wentworth collection at Cambridge. The drawing was photographed and then burnt by Dennistoun on the day when he left Comminges on the occasion of his first visit. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Haunted and the Haunters, or The House in the Brain, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. A friend of mine, who is a man of letters and a philosopher, said to me one day, as if between jest and earnest, "Fancy, since we last met, I have discovered a haunted house in the midst of London." Really, haunted? And by what? Ghosts? Well, I can't answer that question. All I know is this. 6 weeks ago, my wife and I were in search of a furnished apartment. Passing a quiet street, we saw on the window of one of the houses a bill, "Apartments furnished." The situation suited us. We entered the house, liked the rooms, engaged them by the week, and left them the third day. No power on earth could have reconciled my wife to stay longer, and I don't wonder at it. What did you see? Excuse me, I have no desire to be ridiculed as a superstitious dreamer, nor, on the other hand, can I ask you to accept on my affirmation what you would hold to be incredible without the evidence of your own senses. Let me only say this. It was not so much what we saw or heard, in which you might fairly suppose that we were the dupes of our own excited fancy, or the victims of imposture in others, that drove us away, as it was an undefinable terror which seized both of us, whenever we passed by the door of a certain unfurnished room, in which we neither saw nor heard anything. And the strangest marvel of all was that for once in my life I agreed with my wife, silly woman though she be, and allowed after the third night that it was impossible to stay a fourth in that house. Accordingly, on the fourth morning, I summoned the woman who kept the house and attended on us, and told her that the rooms did not quite suit us, and we would not stay out our week. She said dryly, "I know why you have stayed longer than any other lodger. Few ever stay a second night, none before you a third, but I take it they have been very kind to you." "They who?" I asked, affecting to smile. "Why, they who haunt the house, whoever they are. I don't mind them. I remember them many years ago when I lived in this house. Not as a servant, but I know they will be the death of me some day. I don't care. I'm old, and must die soon anyhow. And then I shall be with them, and in this house still." The woman spoke with so dreary a calmness that really it was a sort of awe that prevented my conversing with her further. I paid for my week, and too happy were my wife and I to get off so cheaply. "You excite my curiosity," said I. "Nothing I should like better than to sleep in a haunted house. Pray, give me the address of the one which you left so ignominiously." My friend gave me the address, and when we parted I walked straight towards the house thus indicated. It is situated on the north side of Oxford Street, in a dull but respectable thoroughfare. I found the house shut up, no bill at the window, and no response to my knock. As I was turning away, a beer boy, collecting pewter pots at the neighboring areas, said to me, "Do you want anyone at that house, sir?" "Yes, I heard it was to be let." "Let? Why, the woman who kept it is dead. Has been dead these 3 weeks, and no one can be found to stay here, though Mr. J. offered ever so much. He offered Mother, who chars for him, £1 a week just to open and shut the windows, and she would not." "Would not? And why?" "The house is haunted, and the old woman who kept it was found dead in her bed with her eyes wide open. They say the devil strangled her." "Pooh! You speak of Mr. J. Is he the owner of the house?" "Yes." "Where does he live?" "In G Street, number blank." "What is he, in any business?" "No, sir, nothing particular. A single gentleman." I gave the pot-boy the gratuity earned by his liberal information, and proceeded to Mr. J. in G Street, which was close by the street that boasted the haunted house. I was lucky enough to find Mr. J at home, an elderly man with intelligent countenance and prepossessing manners. I communicated my name and my business frankly. I said I heard the house was considered to be haunted, that I had a strong desire to examine a house with so equivocal a reputation, that I should be greatly obliged if he would allow me to hire it, though only for a night. I was willing to pay for that privilege whatever he might be inclined to ask.
"Sir," said Mr. J. with great courtesy, "the house is at your service for as short or as long a time as you please. Rent is out of the question. The obligation will be on my side, should you be able to discover the cause of the strange phenomena which at present deprives it of all value. I cannot let it, for I cannot even get a servant to keep it in order or answer the door. Unluckily, the house is haunted, if I may use that expression, not only by night but by day, though at night the disturbances are of a more unpleasant and sometimes of a more alarming character. The poor old woman who died in it 3 weeks ago was a pauper whom I took out of a workhouse, for in her childhood she had been known to some of my family, and had once been in such good circumstances that she had rented that house of my uncle. She was a woman of superior education and strong mind, and was the only person I could ever induce to remain in the house. Indeed, since her death, which was sudden, and the coroner's inquest, which gave it a notoriety in the neighborhood, I have so despaired of finding any person to take charge of the house, much more a tenant, that I would willingly let it rent-free for a year to anyone who would pay its rates and taxes."
"How long is it since the house acquired this sinister character?"
"That I can scarcely tell you, but very many years since. The old woman I spoke of said it was haunted when she rented it between 30 and 40 years ago. The fact is that my life has been spent in the East Indies, and in the civil service of the company. I returned to England last year, on inheriting the fortune of an uncle, among whose possessions was the house in question. I found it shut up and uninhabited. I was told that it was haunted, that no one would inhabit it. I smiled at what seemed to me so idle a story. I spent some money in repairing it, added to its old-fashioned furniture a few modern articles, advertised it, and obtained a lodger for a year. He was a colonel retired on half-pay. He came in with his family, a son and a daughter and 4 or 5 servants. They all left the house the next day, and although each of them declared that he had seen something different from that which had scared the others, a something still was equally terrible to all. I really could not in conscience sue nor even blame the colonel for a breach of agreement. Then I put in the old woman I have spoke of, and she was empowered to let the house in apartments. I never had one lodger who stayed more than 3 days. I do not tell you their stories. To no 2 lodgers have there been exactly the same phenomena repeated. It is better that you should judge for yourself than enter the house with an imagination influenced by previous narratives. Only be prepared to see and to hear something or other, and take whatever precautions you yourself please."
"Have you never had a curiosity yourself to pass a night in that house?"
"Yes, I passed not a night, but 3 hours, in broad daylight, alone in that house. My curiosity is not satisfied, but it is quenched. I have no desire to renew the experiment. You cannot complain, you see, sir, that I am not sufficiently candid, and unless your interest be exceedingly eager, and your nerves unusually strong, I honestly add that I advise you not to pass a night in that house."
"My interest is exceedingly keen," said I, "and though only a coward will boast of his nerves in situations wholly unfamiliar to him, yet my nerves have been seasoned in such variety of danger that I have the right to rely on them, even in a haunted house." Mr. J. said very little more. He took the keys of the house out of his bureau, gave them to me, and thanking him cordially for his frankness and his urbane concession to my wish, I carried off my prize. Impatient for the experiment, as soon as I reached home I summoned my confidential servant, a young man of gay spirits, fearless temper, and as free from superstitious prejudices as anyone I could think of. "F," said I, "you remember in Germany how disappointed we were at not finding a ghost in that old castle, which was said to be haunted by a headless apparition? Well, I have heard of a house in London which I have reason to hope is decidedly haunted. I mean to sleep there tonight. From what I hear, there is no doubt that something will allow itself to be seen or to be heard, something perhaps excessively horrible. Do you think if I take you with me I may rely on your presence of mind, whatever may happen?"
"Oh, sir, pray trust me."
answered F, grinning with delight. Very well, then here are the keys of the house. This is the address. Go now, select for me any bedroom you please, and since the house has not been inhabited for weeks, make up a good fire, air the bed well, see, of course, that there are candles as well as fuel. Take with you my revolver and my dagger. So much for my weapons. Arm yourself equally well, and if we are not a match for a dozen ghosts, we shall be but a sorry couple of Englishmen. I was engaged for the rest of the day on business so urgent that I had not leisure to think much on the nocturnal adventure to which I had plighted my honor. I dined alone and very late, and while dining, read, as is my habit. I selected one of the volumes of Macaulay's essays. I thought to myself that I would take the book with me. There was so much of the healthfulness in the style, and practical life in the subjects, that it would serve as an antidote against the influence of superstitious fancy. Accordingly, about 9:30, I put the book into my pocket and strolled leisurely towards the haunted house. I took with me a favorite dog, an exceedingly sharp, bold, and vigilant bull-terrier, a dog fond of prowling about strange ghostly corners and passages at night in search of rats, a dog of dogs for a ghost. It was a summer night, but chilly, the sky somewhat gloomy and overcast. Still there was a moon, faint and sickly, but still a moon, and if the clouds permitted, after midnight it would be brighter. I reached the house, knocked, and my servant opened with a cheerful smile.
"All right, sir, and very comfortable."
"Oh," said I, rather disappointed. "Have you not seen or heard anything remarkable?"
"Well, sir, I must own I have heard something queer."
"What? What?"
"The sound of feet pattering behind me, and once or twice small noises like whispers close at my ear. Nothing more."
"You are not at all frightened?"
"I? Not a bit of it, sir."
And the man's bold look reassured me on one point, vis-a-vis, that happened what might, he would not desert me. We were in the hall, the street door closed, and my attention was now drawn to my dog. He had at first run in eagerly enough, but had sneaked back to the door, and was scratching and whining to get out. After patting him on the head and encouraging him gently, the dog seemed to reconcile himself to the situation, and followed me and F through the house, but keeping close at my heels instead of hurrying inquisitively in advance, which was his usual and normal habit in all strange places. We first visited the subterranean apartments, the kitchen and other offices, and especially the cellars in which there were 2 or 3 bottles of wine still left in a bin, covered with cobwebs, and evidently by their appearance undisturbed for many years. It was clear that the ghosts were not wine-bibbers. For the rest, we discovered nothing of interest. There was a gloomy little backyard with very high walls. The stones of this yard were very damp, and what with the damp and what with the dust and smoke grime on the pavement, our feet left a slight impression where we passed. And now appeared the first strange phenomenon witnessed by myself in this strange abode. I saw just before me the print of a foot suddenly form itself, as it were. I stopped, caught hold of my servant, and pointed to it. In advance of that footprint, as suddenly dropped another. We both saw it. I advanced quickly to the place. The footprint kept advancing before me. A small footprint. The foot of a child. The impression was too faint thoroughly to distinguish the shape. But it seemed to us both that it was the print of a naked foot. The phenomenon ceased when we arrived at the opposite wall, nor did it repeat itself on returning. We remounted the stairs and entered the rooms on the ground floor, a dining parlor, a small back parlor, and a still smaller third room that had been probably appropriated to a footman. All still as death. We then visited the drawing rooms, which seemed fresh and new. In the front room I seated myself in an armchair. F placed on the table the candlestick with which he had lighted us. I told him to shut the door. As he turned to do so, a chair opposite to me moved from the wall quickly and noiselessly, and dropped itself about a yard from my own chair, immediately fronting it. "Why, this is better than the turning tables," said I, with a half-laugh, and as I laughed my dog put back his head and howled. F, coming back, had not observed the movement of the chair. He employed himself now in stilling the dog. I continued to gaze on the chair, and fancied I saw on it a pale blue misty outline of a human figure, but an outline so indistinct that I could only distrust my own vision. The dog now was quiet. "Put back that chair opposite me," said I to F. "Put it back to the wall." F obeyed.
"Was that you, sir?" said he, turning abruptly.
"I? What?"
"Why, something struck me. I felt it sharply on the shoulder, just here."
"No," said I, "but we have jugglers present, and though we may not discover their tricks, we shall catch them before they frighten us." We did not stay long in the drawing rooms. In fact, they felt so damp and so chilly that I was glad to get to the fire upstairs. We locked the doors of the drawing rooms, a precaution which, I should observe, we had taken with all the rooms we had searched below. The bedroom my servant had selected for me was the best on the floor, a large one with 2 windows fronting the street. The 4-posted bed, which took up no inconsiderable space, was opposite to the fire, which burnt clear and bright. A door in the wall to the left between the bed and the window communicated with the room which my servant appropriated to himself. This last was a small room with a sofa bed, and had no communication with the landing place. No other door but that which conducted to the bedroom I was to occupy. On either side of my fireplace was a cupboard without locks, flush with the wall and covered with the same dull brown paper. We examined these cupboards, only hooks to suspend female dresses, nothing else. We sounded the walls, evidently solid, the outer walls of the building. Having finished the survey of these apartments, warmed myself a few moments and lighted my cigar, I then, still accompanied by F., went forth to complete my reconnoitre. In the landing place there was another door. It was closed firmly. "Sir," said my servant in surprise, "I unlocked this door with all the others when I first came. It cannot have got locked from the inside, for—" Before he had finished his sentence, the door, which neither of us then was touching, opened quietly of itself. We looked at each other a single instant. The same thought seized both. Some human agency might be detected here. I rushed in first. My servant followed. A small, blank, dreary room without furniture. Few empty boxes and hampers in a corner. A small window. The shutters closed. Not even a fireplace. No other door than that by which we had entered. No carpet on the floor. And the floor seemed very old, uneven, worm-eaten, mended here and there as was shown by the whiter patches on the wood, but no living being, and no visible place in which a living being could have hidden. As we stood gazing round, the door by which we had entered closed as quietly as it had before opened. We were imprisoned. For the first time I felt a creep of undefinable horror. Not so my servant. "Why, they don't think to trap us, sir. I could break the trumpery door with a kick of my foot." "Try first if it will open to your hand," said I, shaking off the vague apprehension that had seized me, "while I unclose the shutters and see what is without." I unbarred the shutters. The window looked on the little backyard I have before described. There was no ledge without, nothing to break the sheer descent of the wall. No man getting out of that window would have found any footing till he had fallen on the stones below. F, meanwhile, was vainly attempting to open the door. He now turned round to me and asked my permission to use force. And I should here state, in justice to my servant, that, far from evincing any superstitious terrors, his nerve, composure, and even gaiety amidst circumstances so extraordinary compelled my admiration, and made me congratulate myself on having secured a companion in every way fitted to the occasion. I willingly gave him the permission he required, but though he was a remarkably strong man, his force was as idle as his milder efforts. The door did not even shake to his stoutest kick. Breathless and panting, he desisted. I then tried the door myself, equally in vain. As I ceased from the effort, again that creep of horror came over me, but this time it was more cold and stubborn. I felt as if some strange and ghastly exhalation were rising up from the chinks of that rugged floor, and filling the atmosphere with a venomous influence hostile to human life. The door now very slowly and quietly opened as of its own accord. We precipitated ourselves into the landing place. We both saw a large pale light, as large as the human figure but shapeless and unsubstantial, move before us, and descend the stairs that led from the landing into the attics. I followed the light, and my servant followed me. It entered, to the right of the landing, a small garret of which the door stood open. I entered in the same instant. The light then collapsed into a small globule, exceedingly brilliant and vivid, rested a moment on a bed in the corner, quivered, and vanished. We approached the bed and examined it, a half-tester, such as is commonly found in attics devoted to servants. On the drawers that stood near it we perceived an old faded silk kerchief, with the needle still left in a rent half-repaired. The kerchief was covered with dust. Probably it had belonged to the old woman who had last died in that house, and this might have been her sleeping room. I had sufficient curiosity to open the drawers. There were a few odds and ends of female dress, and 2 letters tied round with a narrow ribbon of faded yellow. I took the liberty to possess myself of the letters. We found nothing else in the room worth noticing, nor did the light reappear, but we distinctly heard, as we turned to go, a pattering footfall on the floor just before us. We went through the other attics, in all 4, the footfall still preceding us, nothing to be seen, nothing but the footfall heard. I had the letters in my hand. Just as I was descending the stairs, I distinctly felt my wrist seized, and a faint soft effort made to draw the letters from my clasp. I only held them the more tightly, and the effort ceased. We regained the bedchamber appropriated to myself, and I then remarked that my dog had not followed us when we had left it. He was thrusting himself close to the fire and trembling. I was impatient to examine the letters, and while I read them, my servant opened a little box in which he had deposited the weapons I had ordered him to bring, took them out, placed them on a table close at my bedhead, and then occupied himself in soothing the dog, who, however, seemed to heed him very little. The letters were short. They were dated, the dates exactly 35 years ago. They were evidently from a lover to his mistress, or a husband to some young wife. Not only the terms of expression, but a distinct reference to a former voyage, indicated the writer to have been a seafarer. The spelling and handwriting were those of a man imperfectly educated, but still the language itself was forcible. In the expressions of endearment there was a kind of rough, wild love, but here and there were dark and unintelligible hints at some secret not of love, some secret that seemed of crime. "We ought to love each other," was one of the sentences I remember, "for how everyone else would execrate us if all was known." Again, "Don't let anyone be in the same room with you at night. You talk in your sleep." And again, "What's done can't be undone, and I tell you there's nothing against us unless the dead could come to life." Here there was underlined in a better handwriting, a female's, "They do." And the end of the letter, latest in date the same female hand, had written these words, "Lost at sea the 4th of June, the same day as..." I put down the letters and began to muse over their contents. Fearing, however, that the train of thought into which I fell might unsteady my nerves, I fully determined to keep my mind in a fit state to cope with whatever of marvelous the advancing night might bring forth. I roused myself, laid the letters on the table, stirred up the fire, which was still bright and cheering, and opened my volume of Macaulay. I read quietly enough till about 11:30. I then threw myself dressed upon the bed and told my servant he might retire to his own room, but must keep himself awake. I bade him leave open the door between the 2 rooms. Thus alone, I kept 2 candles burning on the table by my bedhead. I placed my watch beside the weapons, and calmly resumed my Macaulay. Opposite to me the fire burned clear, and on the hearth-rug, seemingly asleep, lay the dog. In about 20 minutes I felt an exceedingly cold air pass by my cheek like a sudden draught. I fancied the door to my right, communicating with the landing place, must have got open, but no, it was closed. I then turned my glance to my left and saw the flame of the candles violently swayed as by a wind. At the same moment the watch beside the revolver softly slid from the table. Softly, softly. No visible hand. It was gone. I sprang up, seizing the revolver with the one hand, the dagger with the other. I was not willing that my weapons should share the same fate of the watch. Thus armed, I looked round the floor. No sign of the watch. 3 slow, loud, distinct knocks were now heard at the bedhead. My servant called out, "Is that you, sir?" "No. Be on your guard." The dog now roused himself and sat on his haunches, his ears moving quickly backwards and forwards. He kept his eyes fixed on me with a look so strange that he concentred all my attention on himself. Slowly he rose up, all his hair bristling, and stood perfectly rigid, and with the same wild stare. I had no time, however, to examine the dog. Presently my servant emerged from his room, and if I ever saw horror in the human face, it was then. I should not have recognized him had we met in the street, so altered was his every lineament. He passed by me quickly, saying in a whisper that seemed scarcely to come from his lips, "Run, run, it is after me." He gained the door to the landing, pulled it open, and rushed forth. I followed him into the landing involuntarily, calling him to stop, but Without heeding me, he bounded down the stairs, clinging to the balusters and taking several steps at a time. I heard, where I stood, the street door open. Heard it again clap to. I was left alone in the haunted house. It was but for a moment that I remained undecided whether or not to follow my servant. Pride and curiosity alike forbade so dastardly a flight. I re-entered my room, closing the door after me, and proceeded cautiously into the interior chamber. I encountered nothing to justify my servant's terror. I again carefully examined the walls to see if there were any concealed door. I could find no trace of one, not even a seam in the dull brown paper with which the room was hung. How then had the thing, whatever it was, which had so scared him, obtained ingress except through my own chamber? I returned to my room, shut and locked the door that opened upon the interior one, and stood on the hearth, expectant and prepared. I now perceived that the dog had slunk into an angle of the wall and was pressing himself close against it, as if literally striving to force his way into it. I approached the animal and spoke to it. The poor brute was evidently beside itself with terror. It showed all its teeth, the slaver dropping from its jaws, and would certainly have bitten me if I had touched it. It did not seem to recognize me. Whoever has seen at the zoological gardens a rabbit fascinated by a serpent, cowering in a corner, may form some idea of the anguish which the dog exhibited. Finding all efforts to soothe the animal in vain, and fearing that his bite might be as venomous in that state as in the madness of hydrophobia, I left him alone, placed my weapons on the table beside the fire, seated myself, and recommenced my Macaulay. Perhaps in order not to appear seeking credit for a courage, or rather a coolness, which the reader may conceive I exaggerate, I may be pardoned if I pause to indulge in one or two egotistical remarks. As I hold presence of mind, or what is called courage, to be precisely proportioned to familiarity with the circumstances that lead to it, so I should say that I had been long sufficiently familiar with all experiments that appertained to the marvelous. I had witnessed many very extraordinary phenomena in various parts of the world, phenomena that would be either totally disbelieved if I stated them, or ascribed to supernatural agencies. Now my theory is that the supernatural is the impossible, and that what is called supernatural is only a something in the laws of nature of which we have been hitherto ignorant. Therefore, if a ghost rise before me, I have not the right to say, "So then the supernatural is possible," but rather, "So then, the apparition of a ghost is, contrary to received opinion, within the laws of nature, i.e., not supernatural." Now, in all that I had hitherto witnessed, and indeed all the wonders which the amateurs of mystery in our age record as facts, a material living agency is always required. On the continent you will find still magicians who assert that they can raise spirits. Assume for the moment that they can assert truly, still the living material form of the magician is present, and he is the material agency by which, from some constitutional peculiarities, certain strange phenomena are represented to your natural senses. Accept again as truthful the tales of spirit manifestation in America, musical or other sounds, writings on paper, produced by no discernible hand, articles of furniture moved without apparent human agency, or the actual sight and touch of hands, to which no bodies seem to belong. Still there must be found the medium or living being, with constitutional peculiarities capable of obtaining these signs. In fine, in all such marvels, supposing even that there is no imposture, there must be a human being like ourselves by whom, or through whom, the effects presented to human beings are produced. It is so with the now familiar phenomena of mesmerism or electrobiology. The mind of the person operated on is affected through a material living agent, nor supposing it is true that a mesmerized patient can respond to the will or passes of a mesmerizer 100 miles distant. Is the response less occasioned by a material fluid, call it electric, call it odic, call it what you will, which has the power of traversing space and passing obstacles that the material effect is communicated from one to the other. Hence all that I had hitherto witnessed or expected to witness in this strange house I believed to be occasioned through some agency or medium as mortal as myself, and this idea necessarily prevented the awe with which those who regard as supernatural things that are not within the ordinary operations of nature might have been impressed by the adventures of that memorable night. As then, it was my conjecture that all that was presented, or would be presented to my senses, must originate in some human being gifted by constitution, with the power so to present them, and having some motive so to do, I felt an interest in my theory, which, in its way, was rather philosophical than superstitious, and I can sincerely say that I was in as tranquil a temper for observation as any practical experimentalist could be in awaiting the effect of some rare, though perhaps perilous, chemical combination. Of course, the more I kept my mind detached from fancy, the more the temper fitted for observation would be obtained, and I therefore riveted eye and thought on the strong daylight sense in the page of my Macaulay. I now became aware that something interposed between the page and the light. The page was overshadowed. I looked up, and I saw what I shall find it very difficult, perhaps impossible, to describe. It was a darkness shaping itself forth from the air in very undefined outline. I cannot say it was of a human form, and yet it had more resemblance to a human form, or rather shadow, than to anything else. As it stood, wholly apart and distinct from the air and the light around it, its dimensions seemed gigantic, the summit nearly touching the ceiling. While I gazed, a feeling of intense cold seized me. An iceberg before me could not more have chilled me, nor could the cold of an iceberg have been more purely physical. I feel convinced that it was not the cold caused by fear. As I continued to gaze, I thought, but this I cannot say with precision, that I distinguished two eyes looking down on me from the height. One moment I fancied that I distinguished them clearly. The next they seemed gone. But still 2 rays of a pale blue light frequently shot through the darkness, as from the height on which I half believed, half doubted, that I had encountered the eyes. I strove to speak. My voice utterly failed me. I could only think to myself, is this fear? It is not fear. I strove to rise, in vain. I felt as if weighed down by an irresistible force. Indeed, my impression was that of an immense and overwhelming power opposed to any volition. The sense of utter inadequacy to cope with a force beyond man's, which one may feel physically in a storm at sea, in a conflagration, or when confronting some terrible wild beast, or rather perhaps the shark of the ocean, I felt morally. Opposed to my will was another will, as far superior to its strength as storm, fire, and shark are superior in material force to the force of man. And now as this impression grew on me, now came at last horror. Horror to a degree that no word can convey. Still I retained pride, if not courage, and in my own mind I said, this is horror, but it is not fear. Unless I fear, I cannot be harmed. My reason rejects this thing. It is an illusion. I do not fear. With a violent effort, I succeeded at last in stretching out my hand towards the weapon on the table. As I did so, on the arm and shoulder I received a strange shock, and my arm fell to my side powerless. And now, to add to my horror, the light began slowly to wane from the candles. They were not, as it were, extinguished, but their flame seemed very gradually withdrawn. It was the same with the fire. The light was extracted from the fuel. In a few minutes the room was in utter darkness. The dread that came over me to be thus in the dark with that dark thing, whose power was so intensely felt, brought a reaction of nerve. In fact, terror had reached that climax, that either my senses must have deserted me or I must have burst through the spell. I did burst through it. I found voice, though the voice was a shriek. I remember that I broke forth with words like these, I do not fear, my soul does not fear, and at the same time I found the strength to rise. Still in that profound gloom I rushed to one of the windows, tore aside the curtain, flung open the shutters. My first thought was light, and when I saw the moon, high, clear, and calm, I felt a joy that almost compensated for the previous terror. There was the moon. There was also the light from the gas lamps in the deserted, slumberous street. I turned to look back into the room. The moon penetrated its shadow very palely and partially, but still there was light. The dark thing, whatever it might be, was gone, except that I could yet see a dim shadow, which seemed the shadow of that shade against the opposite wall. My eye now rested on the table, and from under the table, which was without cloth or cover, an old mahogany round table, there rose a hand, visible as far as the wrist. It was a hand seemingly as much of flesh and blood as my own, but the hand of an aged person, lean, wrinkled, small too, a woman's hand. That hand very softly closed on the 2 letters that lay on the table. Hand and letters both vanished. Then there came the same 3 loud measured knocks I heard at the bedhead before this extraordinary drama had commenced. As those sounds slowly ceased, I felt the whole room vibrate sensibly, and at the far end there rose as from the floor sparks or globules like bubbles of light, many-colored, green, yellow, fire-red, azure. Up and down, to and fro, hither, thither, as tiny will-o'-the-wisps the sparks moved, slow or swift, each at his own caprice. A chair, as in the drawing-room below, was now advanced from the wall without apparent agency, and placed at the opposite side of the table. Suddenly, as forth from the chair, there grew a shape. A woman's shape. It was distinct as a shape of life, ghastly as a shape of death. The face was that of youth, with a strange and mournful beauty. Throat and shoulders were bare, the rest of the form in a loose robe of cloudy white. It began sleeking its long yellow hair which fell over its shoulders. Its eyes were not turned towards me, but to the door. It seemed listening, watching, waiting. The shadow of the shade in the background grew darker, and again I thought I beheld the eyes gleaming out from the summit of the shadow, eyes fixed upon that shape. As if from the door, though it did not open, there grew out another shape, equally distinct, equally ghastly, a man's shape, a young man's. It was in the dress of the last century, or rather in a likeness of such dress, for both the male shape and the female, though defined, were evidently unsubstantial, impalpable, simulacra, phantasms. There was something incongruous, grotesque, yet fearful in the contrast between the elaborate finery, the courtly precision of that old-fashioned garb, with its ruffles and lace and buckles, and the corpse-like aspect and ghost-like stillness of the flitting wearer. Just as the male shape approached the female, the dark shadow started from the wall, all 3 for a moment wrapped in darkness. When the pale light returned, the 2 phantoms were as in the grasp of the shadow that towered between them. There was a blood stain on the breast of the female, and the phantom male was leaning on its phantom sword, and blood seemed trickling fast from the ruffles, from the lace, and the darkness of the intermediate shadow swallowed them up. They were gone, and again the bubbles of light shot, and sailed, and undulated, growing thicker and more wildly confused in their movements. The closet door to the right of the fireplace now opened, and from the aperture there came the form of an aged woman. In her hand she held letters, the very letters over which I had seen the hand close. And behind her I heard a footstep. She turned round as if to listen, and then she opened the letters and seemed to read, and over her shoulder I saw a livid face, the face as of a man long drowned, bloated, bleached, seaweed tangled in its dripping hair, and at her feet lay a form as of a corpse, and beside the corpse there cowered a child. A miserable, squalid child, with famine in its cheeks and fear in its eyes. And as I looked in the old woman's face, the wrinkles and lines vanished, and it became a face of youth, hard-eyed, stony but still youth, and the shadow darted forth and darkened over these phantoms as it had darkened over the last. Nothing now was left but the shadow, and on that my eyes were intently fixed, till again eyes grew out of the shadow, malignant, serpent eyes, and the bubbles of light again rose and fell, and in their disorder, irregular, turbulent maze, mingled with the wan moonlight. And now from these globules themselves, as from the shell of an egg, monstrous things burst out. The air grew filled with them, larvae so bloodless and so hideous that I can in no way describe them except to remind the reader of the swarming life which the solar microscope brings before his eyes in a drop of water, things transparent, supple, agile, chasing each other, devouring each other, forms like naught ever beheld by the naked eye. As the shapes were without symmetry, so their movements were without order. In their very vagrancies there was no sport. They came round me and round, thicker and faster and swifter, swarming over my head, crawling over my right arm, which was outstretched in involuntary command against all evil beings. Sometimes I felt myself touched, but not by them. Invisible hands touched me. Once I felt a clutch as of cold, soft fingers at my throat. I was still equally conscious that if I gave way to fear, I should be in bodily peril. And I concentrated all my faculties in the single focus of resisting stubborn will, and I turned my sight from the shadow, above all from those strange serpent eyes, eyes that had now become distinctly visible. For there, though in naught else round me, I was aware that there was a will, and a will of intense creative working evil, which might crush down my own. The pale atmosphere in the room began now to redden as if in the air of some near conflagration. The larvae grew lurid as things that live in fire. Again the room vibrated. Again were heard the 3 measured knocks. And again all things were swallowed up in the darkness of the dark shadow. As if out of that darkness all had come, into that darkness all returned. As the gloom receded, the shadow was wholly gone. Slowly as it had been withdrawn, the flame grew again into the candles on the table, again into the fuel in the grate. The whole room came once more calmly, healthfully into sight. The 2 doors were still closed, the door communicating with the servants' room still locked. In the corner of the wall, into which he had so convulsively niched himself, lay the dog. I called to him. No movement. I approached. The animal was dead. His eyes protruded, his tongue out of his mouth, the froth gathered round his jaws. I took him in my arms. I brought him to the fire. I felt acute grief for the loss of my poor favorite. Acute self-reproach. I accused myself of his death. I imagined he had died of fright. But what was my surprise on finding that his neck was actually broken? Had this been done in the dark? Must it not have been by a hand human as mine? Must there not have been a human agency all the while in that room? Good cause to suspect it, I cannot tell. I cannot do more than state the fact fairly. The reader may draw his own inference. Another surprising circumstance. My watch was restored to the table from which it had been so mysteriously withdrawn, but it had stopped at the very moment it was so withdrawn. Nor, despite all the skill of the watchmaker, has it ever gone since. That is, it will go in a strange, erratic way for a few hours, and then come to a dead stop. It is worthless. Nothing more chanced for the rest of the night. Nor indeed had I long to wait before the dawn broke. Nor till it was broad daylight did I quit the haunted house. Before I did so, I revisited the little blind room in which my servant and myself had been for a time imprisoned. I had a strong impression, for which I could not account, that from that room had originated the mechanism of the phenomena, if I may use the term, which had been experienced in my chamber. And though I entered it now in the clear day, with the sun peering through the filmy window, I still felt, as I stood on its floor, the creep of the horror which I had first there experienced the night before, and which had been so aggravated by what had passed in my own chamber. I could not, indeed, bear to stay more than half a minute within those walls. I descended the stairs, and again I heard the footfall before me. And when I opened the street door, I thought I could distinguish a very low laugh. I gained my own home, expecting to find my runaway servant there. But he had not presented himself, nor did I hear more of him for 3 days, when I received a letter from him, dated from Liverpool, to this effect. "Honored sir, I humbly entreat your pardon, though I can scarcely hope that you will think I deserve it. Unless, which heaven forbid, you saw what I did, I feel that it will be years before I can recover myself. And as to being fit for service, it is out of the question. I am therefore going to my brother-in-law at Melbourne. The ship sails tomorrow. Perhaps the long voyage may set me up. I do nothing now but start and tremble, and fancy it is behind me. I humbly beg you, honored sir, to order my clothes, and whatever wages are due to me to be sent to my mother's at Walworth. John knows her address." The letter ended with additional apologies, somewhat incoherent, and explanatory details as to effects that had been under the writer's charge. This flight may perhaps warrant a suspicion that the man wished to go to Australia and had been somehow or other fraudulently mixed up with the events of the night. I say nothing in refutation to that conjecture. Rather, I suggest it as one that would seem to many persons the most probable solution of improbable occurrences. my belief in my own theory remained unshaken. I returned in the evening to the house, to bring away in a hack cab the things I had left there, with my poor dog's body. In this task I was not disturbed, nor did any incident worth note befall me, except that, still on ascending and descending the stairs, I heard the same footfall in advance. On leaving the house, I went to Mr. J's. He was at home. I returned him the keys, told him that my curiosity was sufficiently gratified, and was about to relate quickly what had passed when he stopped me, and said, though with much politeness, that he had no longer any interest in a mystery which none had ever solved. I determined at least to tell him of the 2 letters I had read, as well as of the extraordinary manner in which they had disappeared, and I then inquired if he thought they had been addressed to the woman who had died in the house, and if there were anything in her early history which could possibly confirm the dark suspicions to which the letters gave rise. Mr. J. seemed startled, and after musing a few moments, answered, "I am but little acquainted with the woman's earlier history, except, as I before told you, that her family were known to mine. But you revive some vague reminiscences to her prejudice. I will make enquiries, and inform you of their result. Still, even if we could admit the popular superstition that a person who had been either the perpetrator or the victim of dark crimes in life could revisit as a restless spirit the scene in which those crimes had been committed, I should observe that the house was infested by strange sights and sounds before the old woman died. You smile. What would you say?" "I would say this, that I am convinced, if we could get to the bottom of these mysteries, we should find a living human agency." "What? You believe it is all an imposture? For what object?" "Not an imposture in the ordinary sense of the word. If suddenly I were to sink into a deep sleep from which you could not awake me, but in that sleep could answer questions with an accuracy which I could not pretend to when awake. Tell you what money you had in your pocket. Nay, describe your very thoughts. It is not necessarily an imposture any more than it is necessarily supernatural. I should be unconsciously to myself under a mesmeric influence, conveyed to me from a distance by a human being who had acquired power over me by previous rapport." "But if a mesmerizer could so affect another living being, can you suppose that a mesmerizer could also affect inanimate objects, move chairs, open and shut doors, or impress our senses with the belief in such effects? We never having been en rapport with the person acting on us, no. What is commonly called mesmerism could not do this, but there may be a power akin to mesmerism, and superior to it, the power that in the old days was called magic. That such a power may extend to all inanimate objects of matter, I do not say. But if so, it would not be against nature, it would only be a rare power in nature, which might be given to constitutions with certain peculiarities, and cultivated by practice to an extraordinary degree. That such a power might extend over the dead, that is, over certain thoughts and memories that the dead may still retain, and compel not that which ought properly to be called the soul, and which is far beyond human reach, but rather a phantom of what has been most earth-stained on earth, to make itself apparent to our senses, is a very ancient, though obsolete theory upon which I will hazard no opinion. But I do not conceive the power would be supernatural. Let me illustrate what I mean from an experiment which Paracelsus describes as not difficult, in which the author of the Curiosities of Literature cite as credible. A flower perishes. You burn it. Whatever were the elements of that flower while it lived are gone, dispersed. You know not whither. You can never discover nor recollect them. But you can, by chemistry, out of the burnt dust of that flower, raise a spectrum of the flower, just as it seemed in life. It may be the same with the human being. The soul has as much escaped you as the essence or elements of the flower. Still, you may make a spectrum of it. And this phantom, though in popular superstition it is held to be the soul of the departed, must not be confounded with the true soul. It is but eidolon of the dead form. Hence, like the best attested stories of ghosts or spirits, the thing that most strikes us is the absence of what we hold to be soul, that is, of superior emancipated intelligence. These apparitions come for little or no object. They seldom speak when they do come. If they speak, they utter no ideas above those of an ordinary person on earth. American spirit seers have published volumes of communications in prose and verse, which they assert to be given in the names of the most illustrious dead, Shakespeare, Bacon, heaven knows whom. Those communications, taking the best, are certainly not a wit of higher order that would be communications from a living persons of fair talent and education. They are wondrously inferior to what Bacon, Shakespeare, and Plato said and wrote when on earth. Nor, what is more noticeable, do they ever contain an idea that was not on earth before. Wonderful, therefore, as such phenomena may be, granting them to be truthful, I see much that philosophy may question. Nothing that is incumbent on philosophy to deny, vis-a-vis nothing supernatural. They are but ideas conveyed somehow or other. We have not yet discovered the means, from one mortal brain to another. Whether in doing so tables walk of their own accord, or fiend-like shapes appear in a magic circle, or bodiless hands rise and remove material objects, or a thing of darkness, such as presented itself to me, freeze our blood, still am I persuaded that these are but agencies conveyed, as if by electric wires, to my own brain from the brain of another. In some constitutions there is a natural chemistry, and these constitutions may produce chemic wonders. In others a natural fluid, call it electricity, and these may produce electric wonders. But the wonders differ from normal science in this. They are alike objectless, purposeless, puerile, frivolous. They lead on to no grand results, and therefore the world does not heed, and true sages have not cultivated them. But sure as I am that, of all I saw or heard, a man, human as myself, was the remote originator, and I believe unconsciously to himself as to the exact effects produced. For this reason, no two persons, you say, have ever told you that they experienced exactly the same thing. Well, observe, no two persons ever experience exactly the same dream. If this were an ordinary imposture, the machinery would be arranged for results that would but little vary. If it were a supernatural agency permitted by the Almighty, it would surely be for some definite end. These phenomena belong to neither class. My persuasion is that they originate in some brain now far distant, that the brain had no distinct volition in anything that occurred, that what does occur reflects but its devious, motley, ever-shifting, half-formed thoughts. In short, that it has been but the dreams of such a brain put into action and invested with a semi-substance, that this brain is of immense power, that it can set matter into movement, that it is malignant and destructive, I believe. Some material force must have killed my dog. The same force might, for aught I know, have sufficed to kill myself had I been as subjugated by terror as the dog. Had my intellect or my spirit given me no countervailing resistance in my will. It killed your dog. That is fearful. Indeed, it is strange that no animal can be induced to stay in that house, not even a cat. Rats and mice are never found in it. The instincts of the brute creation detect influences deadly to their existence. Man's reason has a sense less subtle because it has a resisting power more supreme. But enough. Do you comprehend my theory? Yes, though imperfectly. And I accept any crochet, pardon the word, however odd, rather than embrace at once the notion of ghosts and hobgoblins we imbibed in our nurseries. Still, to my unfortunate house the evil is the same. What on earth can I do with the house? I will tell you what I would do. I am convinced from my own internal feelings that the small unfurnished room at right angles to the door of the bedroom which I occupied forms a starting point or receptacle for the influences which haunt the house. And I strongly advise you to have the walls opened, the floor removed, nay, the whole room pulled down. I observe that it is detached from the body of the house, built over the small backyard, and could be removed without injury to the rest of the building. And you think if I did that, you would cut off the telegraph wires? Try it. I am so persuaded that I am right that I will pay half the expense if you will allow me to direct the operations. Nay, I am well able to afford the cost. For the rest, allow me to write to you. About 10 days afterwards, I received a letter from Mr. J. telling me that he had visited the house since I had seen him, that he had found the 2 letters I had described replaced in the drawer from which I had taken them, that he had read them with misgivings like my own, that he had instituted a cautious inquiry about the woman to whom I rightly conjectured they had been written. It seemed that 36 years ago, a year before the date of the letters, she had married against the wishes of her relations. An American of very suspicious character, in fact. He was generally believed to have been a pirate. She herself was the daughter of very respectable tradespeople, and had served in the capacity of nursery governess before her marriage. She had a brother, a widower, who was considered wealthy, and who had one child of about 6 years old. A month after the marriage, the body of this brother was found in the Thames. Near London Bridge, there seemed some marks of violence about his throat, but they were not deemed sufficient to warrant the inquest and any other verdict than that of found drowned. The American and his wife took charge of the little boy, the deceased brother having, by his will, left his sister the guardian of his only child, and in the event of the child's death, the sister inherited. The child died about 6 months afterwards. It was supposed to have been neglected and ill-treated. The neighbors deposed to have heard it shriek at night. The surgeon who had examined it after death said that it was emaciated as if from want of nourishment, and the body was covered with livid bruises. It seemed that one winter night the child had sought to escape, crept out into the backyard, tried to scale the wall, fallen back exhausted, and been found at morning on the stones in a dying state. But though there was some evidence of cruelty, there was none of murder, and the aunt and her husband had sought to palliate cruelty by alleging the exceeding stubbornness and perversity of the child, who was declared to be half-witted. Be that as it may, at the orphan's death, the aunt inherited her brother's fortune. Before the first wedded year was out, the American quitted England abruptly and never returned to it. He obtained a cruising vessel which was lost in the Atlantic 2 years afterwards. The widow was left in affluence, but reverses of various kinds had befallen her. A bank broke, an investment failed. She went into a small business and became insolvent. Then she entered into service, sinking lower and lower, from housekeeper down to maid-of-all-work, never long retaining a place, though nothing decided against her character was ever alleged. She was considered sober, honest, and peculiarly quiet in her ways. Still nothing prospered with her, and so she had dropped into the workhouse, from which Mr. J. had taken her, to be placed in charge of the very house which she had rented as mistress in the first year of her wedded life. Mr. J. added that he had passed an hour alone in the unfurnished room which I had urged him to destroy, and that his impressions of dread while there were so great, though he had neither heard nor seen anything, that he was eager to have the walls bared and the floors removed as I had suggested. He had engaged persons for the work and would commence any day I would name. The day was accordingly fixed. I repaired to the haunted house. He went into the blind dreary room, took up the skirting and then the floors. Under the rafters, covered with rubbish, was found a trap door, quite large enough to admit a man. It was closely nailed down with clamps and rivets of iron. On removing these, we descended into a room below, the existence of which had never been suspected. In this room there had been a window and a flue, but they had been bricked over, evidently for many years. By the help of candles we examined this place. It still retained some mouldering furniture, 3 chairs, an oak settle, a table, all of the fashion of about 80 years ago. There was a chest of drawers against the wall in which we found half-rotted away old-fashioned articles of a man's dress, such as might have been worn 80 or 100 years ago by a gentleman of some rank, costly steel buckles and buttons, like those yet worn in court dresses, a handsome court sword, in a waistcoat which had once been rich with gold lace, but which was now blackened and foul with damp. We found 5 guineas, a few silver coins, and an ivory ticket, probably for some place of entertainment long since passed away. But our main discovery was in a kind of iron safe fixed to the wall, the lock of which it cost us much trouble to get picked. In this safe were 3 shelves and 2 small drawers. Ranged on the shelves were several small bottles of crystal hermetically stopped. They contained colorless volatile essences, of the nature of which I shall say only that they were not poisons. Phosphor and ammonia entered into some of them. There were also some very curious glass tubes, and a small pointed rod of iron, with a large lump of rock crystal and another of amber, also a lodestone of great power. In one of the drawers we found a miniature portrait set in gold, and retaining the freshness of its colors most remarkably, considering the length of time it had probably been there. The portrait was that of a man who might be somewhat advanced in middle life, perhaps 47 or 48. It was a remarkable face, a most impressive face. If you could fancy some mighty serpent transformed into a man, preserving in the human lineaments the old serpent type, you would have a better idea of that countenance than long descriptions can convey. The width and flatness of frontal, the tapering elegance of contour disguising the strength of the deadly jaw. The long, large, terrible eye, glittering and green as the emerald, and withal a certain ruthless calm, as if from the consciousness of an immense power. Mechanically, I turned around the miniature to examine the back of it, and on the back was engraved a pentacle, in the middle of the pentacle a ladder, and the third step of the ladder was formed by the date 1765. Examining still more minutely, I detected a spring. This, on being pressed, opened the back of the miniature as a lid. Within inside the lid were engraved, "Mariana, to thee, be faithful in life, and in death to..." Here follows a name that I will not mention, but it was not unfamiliar to me. I had heard it spoken of by old men in my childhood, as the name borne by a dazzling charlatan who had made a great sensation in London for a year or so, and had fled the country on the charge of a double murder within his own house, that of his mistress and his rival. I said nothing of this to Mr. J., to whom reluctantly I resigned the miniature. We had found no difficulty in opening the first drawer within the iron safe. We found great difficulty in opening the second. It was not locked, but it resisted all efforts, till we inserted in the chinks the edge of a chisel. When we had thus drawn it forth, we found a very singular apparatus in the nicest order. Upon a small thin book, or rather tablet, was placed a saucer of crystal. This saucer was filled with a clear liquid. On that liquid floated a kind of compass, with a needle shifting rapidly round. But instead of the usual points of a compass were 7 strange characters, not very unlike those used by astrologers to denote the planets. A peculiar but not strong nor displeasing odor came from this drawer, which was lined with a wood that we afterwards discovered to be hazel. Whatever the cause of this odor, it produced a material effect on the nerves. We all felt it, even the 2 workmen who were in the room, a creeping, tingling sensation from the tips of the fingers to the roots of the hair. Impatient to examine the tablet, I removed the saucer. As I did so, the needle of the compass went round and round with exceeding swiftness, and I felt a shock that ran through my whole frame, so that I dropped the saucer on the floor. The liquid was spilt, the saucer was broken, the compass rolled to the end of the room, and at that instant the walls shook to and fro as if a giant had swayed and rocked them. The 2 workmen were so frightened that they ran up the ladder by which we had descended from the trap door, but seeing that nothing more happened, they were easily induced to return. Meanwhile, I had opened the tablet. It was bound in plain red leather with a silver clasp. It contained but 1 sheet of thick vellum, and on that sheet were inscribed within a double pentacle words in old monkish Latin, which are literally to be translated thus: "On all that it can be reached within these walls, sentient or inanimate, living or dead, as moves the needle, so work my will. Accursed be the house, and restless be the dwellers therein." We found no more. Mr. J. burnt the tablet and its anathema. He razed to the foundations the part of the building containing the secret room with the chamber over it. He had then the courage to inhabit the house himself for a month, and a quieter, better conditioned house could not be found in all London. Subsequently, he let it to advantage, and his tenant has made no complaints. End of section 4.
Section 5 of the Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by MorphineLolly. The Best Ghost Stories. The Silent Woman by Leopold Kompert. The uproarious merriment of a wedding feast burst forth into the night from a brilliantly lighted house in the Goss, narrow street. It was one of those nights touched by the warmth of spring, but still dark and full of soft mist. Most fitting it was for a celebration of the union of 2 yearning hearts to share the same lot, a lot that may possibly dawn in sunny brightness, but also become clouded and sullen for a long, long time. But how merry and joyous they were over there, those people of the olden times. They, like us, had their troubles and trials, and when misfortune visited them, it came to them not with soft cushions and tender presses of the hand. Rough and hard, with clenched fist it was laid upon them. But when they gave vent to their happy feelings and sought to enjoy themselves, they were like swimmers in cooling waters. They struck out into the stream with freshness and courage, suffered themselves be borne along by the current, whithersoever it took its course. This was the cause of such a jubilee, such thoughtlessly noisy outbursts of all kinds of soul-possessing gaiety from this house of nuptials. And had I known, the bride's father, the rich Reuben Catlander, had just said, that it would have taken the last gulden from my pocket, out it would have come. In fact, it did appear as if the last Goshen really had taken flight, and was fluttering around the room in the form of platters heaped with geese and pastry tarts. Since 2 o'clock, that is, since the marriage ceremony had been performed out in the open street, until nearly midnight, the wedding feast had been progressing, and even yet the savers, or waiters, were hurrying from room to room. It was as if a twofold blessing had descended upon all this abundance of food and drink. For in the first place, it did not seem to diminish, and secondly, it found ever a new place for disposal. To be sure, this appetite was sharpened by the presence of a little dwarf-like, unimportant-looking man. He was esteemed, however, none the less highly by everyone. They had specially written to engage the celebrated Lebnar of Prague. And when was there ever a mood so out of sorts, a heart so embittered, as not to thaw out and laugh if Lebnar played one of his pranks? Ah, thou art now dead, good fool. Thy lips once always ready with witty reply are closed. Thy mouth that never still now speaks no more. But when the hearty pearls of laughter once rang forth at thy command, intercessors as it were, in thy behalf before the very throne of God, thou hast nothing to fear. And the joy of that other world was thine, that joy that ever belonged to the most pious of country rabbis. In the meantime, the young people had assembled in one of the rooms to dance. It was strange how the sound of the violins and trumpets accorded with the drolleries of the wit from Prague. In one part, the outburst of merriment was so boisterous that the very candles on the little table seemed to flicker with terror. In another, an ordinary conversation was in progress, which now and then ran over into a loud tittering when some old lady slipped into the circle and tried her skill at a redowa. Then, altogether unknown to the young people, in the very midst of the tangle of dancers, was to be seen the bride, in a heavy silk wedding gown. The point of her golden hood hung down far over her face. She danced continuously. She danced with everyone that asked her. Had one, however, observed the actions of the young woman, they would have certainly seemed to them hurried, agitated, almost wild. She looked no one in the eye, not even her own bridegroom. He stood for the most part in the doorway, and evidently took more pleasure from the witticisms of the fool than the dance or the lady dancers. But whoever thought for a moment why the young woman's hand burned, why her breath was so hot when one came near her lips? Who would have noticed so strange a thing? A low whispering already passed through the company. A stealthy smile stole across many a lip. A bevy of ladies were seen to enter the room. The music dashed off into one of its loudest pieces, and as if by enchantment, the newly made bride disappeared behind the ladies. The bridegroom, with his stupid smiling mane, was still left standing on the threshold, but it was not long before he too vanished. One can hardly say how it happened, but people understand such skillful movements by experience, and will continue to understand them as long as there are brides and grooms in this world. This disappearance of the chief personages, little as it seemed to have been noticed, gave, however, the signal for the general leave-taking. The dancing became drowsy. It stopped all at once. As if by appointment, that noisy confusion now began, which always attends so merry a wedding party. Half-drunken voices could still be heard intermingling with the last hearty laugh over a joke of the fool from Prague echoing across the table. Here and there, someone not quite sure of his balance was fumbling for the arm of a chair or the edge of a table. This resulted in the overturning of a dish that had been forgotten, or the spilling of a beer glass, while this, in turn, set up a new hubbub. Someone else, in his eagerness to betake himself of the scene, fell flat into the very debris. But all this tumult was really hushed the moment they all pressed to the door, for at that very instant shrieks and cries of pain were heard issuing from the entrance below. In an instant the entire outpouring crowd, with all possible force, pushed back into the room, but it was a long time before the stream was pressed back again. Meanwhile, painful cries were heard again from below, so painful indeed they restored even the most drunken to a state of consciousness. "By the living God!" they cried to each other. "What's the matter down there? Is the house on fire?" "She's gone! She's gone!" shrieked a woman's voice from the entry below. Who? Groaned the wedding guest, seized as it were by an icy horror. Gone! Cried the woman from the entry, and hurrying up the stairs came Salive Catlander, the mother of the bride, pale as death, her eyes dilated with the most awful fright, convulsively grasping a candle in her hand. "For God's sake, what has happened?" was heard on every side of her. The sight of so many people about her, and the confusion of voices, seemed to release the poor woman from some kind of stupor. She glanced shyly about her then, as if overcome by a sense of shame stronger than her terror, and said in a suppressed tone, "Nothing, nothing, good people. In God's name I ask, what was there to happen?" Dissimulation, however, was too evident to suffice to deceive them. "Why then do you shriek so, Salib?" called out one of the guests to her. "If nothing has happened." "Yes, she is gone," Celine moaned in heart-rending tone. "And she has certainly done herself some harm." The cause of the strange scene was now first discovered. The bride had disappeared from the wedding feast. Soon after, she had vanished in such a mysterious way, the bridegroom went into the dimly lighted room to find her, but in vain. At first thought, it seemed to him a sort of bashful jest. But not finding her here, a mysterious foreboding seized him, and he called for the mother of the bride. "Woe is me, this woman is gone." Presently, this party, that had so admirably controlled itself, was thrown again into commotion. "There's nothing to do," was said on all sides, "but to ransack every nook and corner. Remarkable instances of such disappearances of brides has been known. Evil spirits are wont to lurk about on such nights, and inflict mankind with all sorts of sorceries." Strange as this explanation may seem, there were many who believed it at this very moment, most of all Celie Catlander herself. But it was only for a moment, for once she exclaimed, "No, no, my good people, she is gone. I know she is gone." Now for the first time many of them, especially the mothers, felt particularly uneasy, and anxiously called their daughters to them. Only a few showed courage, and urged them to search and search, even if they had to turn aside the river Iser 100 times. They urgently pressed on, called for torches and lanterns, and started forth. The cowardly ran after them, up and down the stairs, and before anyone perceived it, the room was entirely forsaken. Reuben Catlander stood in the entry hall below, and let people hurry past him without exchanging a word to any. Bitter disappointment and fear had almost crazed him. One of the last to stay in the room with Salid was, strange to say, Lebnar of Prague. After all had departed, he approached the miserable mother, and in a tone least becoming his general manner, inquired, "Tell me now, Salid, did she not wish to have him?" "Whom? Whom?" cried Salid, with renewed alarm, when she found herself alone with the fool. "I mean," said Leb, in the most sympathetic manner, still approaching nearer to Salid, "that maybe you had to make your daughter marry him." "Make? And have we then made her?" moaned Salid, staring at the fool with a look of uncertainty. "Then nobody needs to search for her," replied the fool, with a sympathetic laugh, at the same time retreating. "It's better to leave her where she is." Without saying thanks or good night, he was gone. Meanwhile, the cause of all this disturbance had arrived at the end of her flight. Close by the synagogue was situated the house of the rabbi. It was built into the angle of a very narrow street, set in the framework of tall shade trees. Even by daylight it was dismal enough. At night it was almost impossible for a timid person to approach it, for people declared that the low supplications of the dead could be heard in the dingy house of God. When at night took the rolls from the law of the ark to summon the members by name. Through this retired street passed, or rather ran at this hour, a shy form. Arriving at the dwelling of the rabbi, she glanced backward to see whether anyone was following her, but all was silent and gloomy enough about her. A pale light issued from one of the windows of the synagogue. It came from the eternal lamp, hanging in front of the Ark of the Covenant. But at this moment it seemed to her as if a supernatural eye was gazing upon her. Thoroughly affrighted, she seized the little iron knocker from the door and struck it gently. But the throb of her beating heart was even louder and more violent than this blow. After a pause, footsteps were heard passing slowly along the hallway. The rabbi had not occupied this lonely house a long time. His predecessor, almost a centenarian in years, had been laid to rest a few months before. The new rabbi had been called from a distant part of the country. He was unmarried and in his prime of life. No one had known him before his coming, but his personal nobility and profundity of his scholarship made up for his deficiency in years. An aged mother had accompanied him from his distant home, and she took the place of wife and child. "Who is there?" asked Rabbi. He'd been busy at his desk even at this late hour, and thus had not missed hearing the knocker. "It's I," the figure responded, almost inaudibly. Speak louder if you wish me to hear you, replied the rabbi. It's I, Reuben Catlinder's daughter, he repeated. The name seemed to sound strange to the rabbi, for he as yet knew too few of his congregation to understand that this very day he performed a marriage ceremony for the person who just repeated her name. Therefore he called out after a moment's pause. What do you wish so late at night? Open the door, Rabbi, he answered pleadingly, or I shall die at once. The bolt was pushed back. Something gleaming, rustling, glided past the rabbi into the dusty hall. The light of the candle in his hand was not sufficient to allow him to descry it. Before he had the time to address her, she had vanished past him and disappeared through the open door into the room. Shaking his head, the rabbi again bolted the door. Upon re-entering the room, he saw a woman's form sitting in the chair which he usually occupied. She had her back turned to him. Her head was bent low over her breast. Her golden wedding hood and the shading lace was pulled down over her forehead. Courageous and pious as the rabbi was, he could not rid himself of a feeling of terror. Who are you? He demanded in a loud tone, as if sound alone would banish the presence of this being that seemed to him at this moment to be a projection of all the enchantments of evil spirits. She raised herself and cried in a voice that seemed to come from the agony of a human being. Do you not know me? Me whom you married only a few hours earlier under the chuppah, to a husband. Upon hearing this familiar voice, the rabbi stood speechless. He gazed at the young woman. Now indeed he must regard her as the one bereft of reason, rather than a spectre. Well, if you are she, he stammered out after a pause, for it was with difficulty he found the words to answer. Why are you here, and not in the place where you belong? I know no place where I belong more than where I now am, he answered severely, and these words puzzled the rabbi still more. Was this really an insane woman before him? He must have thought so, for now he addressed her in a gentler tone of voice, as we do those suffering from this kind of sickness, in order not to excite her, and said, The place where you belong, my daughter, is the house of your parents. And, since you have today been made a bride, your place is your husband's house. The young woman muttered something which failed to reach the rabbi's ear. Yet he only continued to think what he saw before him was a poor unfortunate whose mind was deranged. After a pause, he added in a still gentler tone, What is your name, then, my child? Good God, he moaned in the greatest anguish. He does not even know my name. How should I know you? He continued apologetically, for I am a stranger in this place. This remark seemed to have produced the desired effect upon her excited mind. My name is Veal, he said quietly after a pause. The rabbi quickly perceived he had adopted the right tone of voice towards his mysterious guest. Veal, he said, approaching nearer her. What do you wish of me? Rabbi, I have a great sin resting heavy upon my heart, she replied despondently. I do not know what to do. What can you have done? Inquired Rabbi with a tender look. That cannot be discussed at some other time than just now. Will you let me advise you, Veal? No, no, he cried again violently. I will not be advised. I see, I know what oppresses me. Yes, I can grasp it by a hand. It lies so near before me. Is that what you call to be advised? Very well, returned the rabbi, seeing that this was the very way to get the young woman to talk. Very well. I say you are not imagining anything. I believe that you have greatly sinned, and have come here to confess to me this sin. Do your parents or your husband know anything about it? Who is my husband? He interrupted him impetuously. Thoughts welled up in the rabbi's heart, like a tumultuous sea in which opposing conjectures cross and recross each other. Should he speak to her as with an ordinary sinner? Were you perhaps forced to be married? He inquired, as quietly as possible, after a pause. A suppressed sob, a strong inward struggle, manifesting itself in the whole trembling body, was the only answer to this question. "Tell me, my child," said the rabbi encouragingly, in such tones as the rabbi had never before heard, thus surpassing any human sound. The young woman began. "Yes, Rabbi, I will speak, even though I know I shall never go from this place alive, which would be the very best thing for me. No, Rabbi, I was not forced to be married. My parents have never once said to me, 'You must.' But my own will, my own desire, rather, has always been supreme. My husband is the son of a rich man in the community. To enter his family was to be made the first lady in the gas, to sit buried in gold and silver. And that very thing, nothing else, was what infatuated me with him. It was for that I forced myself, my heart and will, to be married to him, hard as it was for me. But in my innermost heart, I detested him. The more he loved me, the more I hated him. But the gold and the silver had an influence over me. More and more they cried to me, 'You will be the first lady in the gas.'" "Continue," said the rabbi when he ceased, almost exhausted by these words. "What more shall I tell you, Rabbi?" She began again. "I was never a liar when a child or older. Yet during my whole engagement it seemed to me as if a big, gigantic lie followed me up step by step. I have seen it on every side of me. But today, when I stood under the Jew-pay rabbi, and he took the ring from his finger and put it on mine, and I had to dance at my own wedding with him, whom I now recognize, now for the first time, as a lie. And when they led me away—" This sincere confession, escaping from the lips of the young woman, she sobbed aloud and bowed her head still deeper over her breast. The rabbi gazed upon her in silence. No insane woman ever spoke like that. Only a soul, conscious of its own sin, but captivated by mysterious power, could suffer like this. But it was not sympathy which he felt with her. It was much more a living over the sufferings of the woman. In spite of the confused story, all was clear to the rabbi. The cause of the flight from the father's house at this hour required no explanation. "I know what you mean," he longed to say, but he could only find the words to say. "Speak further, Veal." The young woman turned towards him. He had not seen her face. The golden hood with the shaving lace hung deeply over it. "I have told you everything," she said, with a flush of scorn. "Everything?" repeated the rabbi, inquiringly. He only said this moreover through embarrassment. "Do tell me now," she cried at once, passionately and mildly. "What am I to do?" "Veal!" exclaimed the rabbi, entertaining now for the first time the feeling of repugnance for this confidential interview. "Tell me now," she pleaded, and before the rabbi could prevent it, the young woman threw herself down at his feet and clasped his knees in her arms. This hasty act had loosened the golden wedding hood from her head, thus exposing her face to view, a face of remarkable beauty. So overcome was the young rabbi by the sight that he had to shade his eyes with his hands as if before a sudden flash of lightning. "Tell me now, what shall I do?" he cried again. "Do you think I have come from my Paris home merely to return without help? You alone in this world tell me, look at me! I have kept all my hair, just as God gave it me. It has never been touched by shears. Should I then do anything to please my husband? Am I no wife? I will not be a wife. Tell me what I am to do." "Arise, arise," bade the rabbi, but his voice quivered, sounded almost painful. "Tell me first," she gasped. "I will not rise till then." "How can I tell you?" he moaned almost inaudibly. "Naphtali!" shrieked the kneeling woman. But the rabbi staggered backward. The room seemed ablaze before him. Like a bright fire, a sharp cry rang from his breast, as if one suffering from a painful wound had been seized by a rough hand. In his hurried attempt to free himself from the embrace of the young woman that still clung to his knees, it chanced that her head struck heavily against the floor. "Naphtali!" he cried once again. "Silence! Silence!" groaned the rabbi, pressing both hands against his head. And still again she called out this name. But not with that agonizing cry. It sounded rather like a commingling of exultation and lamentation. Again he demanded, "Silence! Silence!" This time so imperiously, so forcibly, that the young woman lay on the floor as if conjured, not daring utter a single word. The rabbi paced almost wildly up and down the room. There must have been a hard, terrible struggle in his breast. It seemed to the one lying on the floor that he heard him sigh from the depths of his soul. Then his pacing became calmer. But it did not last long. This fierce conflict again assailed him. His steps grew hurried. It echoed loudly through the awful stillness of the room. Suddenly, he neared the young woman who seemed to lie there scarcely breathing. He stopped in front of her. Had anyone seen the face of the rabbi at this moment, the expression on it would have filled them with terror. There was a marvelous tranquility overlying it, the tranquility of a struggle for life or death. "Listen to me now, Veal," he began slowly. "I will talk with you." "I listen, Rabbi," she whispered. "But do you hear me well?" "Only speak," she returned. "But will you do what I advise you? Will you not oppose it? I am going to say something that will terrify you." "I will do anything you say. Only tell me," she moaned. "Will you swear?" "I will," she groaned. "No, do not swear it yet." "Until you have heard me," he cried. "I will not force you." This time came no answer. "Hear me then. Daughter of Reuben Catlander," he began after a pause. "You have a twofold sin on your soul, and each is so great, so criminal, that it can only be forgiven by severe punishment. First, you permitted yourself be infatuated by gold and silver. Then you forced your heart to lie. With the lie you sought to deceive the man, even though he had entrusted you with his all, when he made you his wife. A lie is truly a great sin. Streams of water cannot drown them. They make men false and hateful to themselves. The worst that has been committed in this world was let in by a lie. That is one sin." I know, sobbed the young woman. "Now, hear me further," began the rabbi again, with a wavering voice, after a short pause. "You have committed a still greater sin than this first. You have not only deceived your husband, but you have also destroyed the happiness of another person. You could have spoken, and you did not. For life, you have robbed him of his happiness, his light, his joy. But you did not speak. What can he now do when he knows what has been lost to him?" "Naphtali!" cried the young woman. "Silence! Silence! Do not let that name pass your lips again," he demanded violently. "The more you repeat it, the greater becomes your sin. Why did you not speak when you could have spoken? God can never easily forgive you that. To be silent, to keep one secret in one's breast that could have made another man happier than the mightiest monarch. Thereby, you have made him more than unhappy. He will never more desire to be happy, Veal, God in heaven cannot forgive you for that. Silence! Silence! Groaned the young woman. No, Veal, he continued with a stronger voice. Let me talk now. You are certainly willing to hear me speak. Listen to me. You must do severe penance for this sin. The twofold sin that rests upon your head. God is long-suffering and merciful. He will perhaps look down upon your misery, and will blot out your guilt from the great book of transgressions. But you must become penitent. Hear now what it shall be. The rabbi paused. He was on the point of saying the severest thing that had ever passed his lips. You were silent, Veal. Then he cried, when you should have spoken. Be silent now, forever, to all men, and to yourself. From the moment you leave this house until I grant it, you must be dumb. You dare not let a loud word pass your mouth. Will you undergo this penance? I will do all you say, moaned the young woman. Will you have the strength to do it? He asked gently. I shall be silent as death, she replied. And one thing more I have to say to you, he continued. You are the wife of your husband. Return home and be a Jewish wife. I understand you, she sobbed in reply. Go to your home now. Bring peace to your parents and your husband. The time will come when you may speak, when your sin has been forgiven. Till then, bear what has been laid upon you. May I say one thing more? She cried, lifting up her head. Speak, he said. Naphtali! The rabbi covered his eyes with one hand, and with the other motioned for her to be silent. But she grasped his hand and drew it to her lips. Hot tears fell upon it. Go now, he sobbed, completely broken down. She let go the hand. The rabbi had seized the candle, but he had already passed him and glided through the dark hall. The door was left open. The rabbi locked it again. Veal returned to her home, and she had escaped unnoticed. The narrow street was deserted, desolate as death. The searchers were to be found everywhere except for where they ought to have first sought the missing one. Her mother, Salive, still sat on the same chair on which she had sunk down an hour ago. The fright had left her like one paralyzed, and she was unable to rise. What a wonderful contrast, this wedding room, with the mother sitting alone in it. Presented to the hilarity reigning here shortly before. On Veal's entrance, her mother did not cry out. She had no strength to do so. She merely said, So you come at last, my daughter? As if Veal had only returned from a walk somewhat too long. But the young woman did not answer to this and similar questions. Finally, she signified through gesticulations that she could not speak. Fright seized the wretched mother a second time, and the entire house was filled with her lamentations. Reuben Catlander and Veal's husband, having now returned from their fruitless search, were horrified upon perceiving the change which Veal had undergone. Being men, they did not weep. With staring eyes they gazed upon the silent young woman, and beheld her an apparition, which had been dealt with by God's visitations in a mysterious manner. From this hour began the terrible penance of the young woman. The impression which Veal's woeful condition made upon the people of the gas was wonderful. Those who had danced with her that evening on the wedding now first recalled her excited state. Her wild actions were now first remembered by many. It must have been an evil eye, they concluded, a jealous eye, to which her beauty was hateful. This alone would have possessed her with the demon of unrest. She was driven by this evil power into the dark night, a sport of these malicious potencies which pursue men step by step, especially on such occasions. The living God alone knows what she must have seen that night. Nothing good. Else one would not become dumb. Old legends and tales were received, each one more horrible than the other. Hundreds of instances were given to prove this was nothing new in the gas. Despite this explanation, it was remarkable that the people did not believe the young woman was dumb. The most thought that her power of speech had been paralyzed by some awful fright, and that with time it will be restored. Under this superstition, they called her Veal the Silent. There is a kind of human eloquence, more telling, more forcible than the loudest words, than the choicest diction, the silence of woman. Oftentimes they cannot endure the slightest vexation, but some great, heartbreaking sorrow, some pain from constant renunciation, self-sacrifice they suffer with sealed lips, as if in very truth they were bound in bars of iron. It would be difficult to describe that long, silent life of the young woman. It is almost impossible to cite more than one incident. Veal accompanied her husband to his home, that house resplendent with gold and silver which had infatuated her. She was, to be sure, the first lady in Bajaj. He had everything in abundance, indeed. The world supposed that he had little cause for complaint. Must one have everything? Was sometimes queried in Bajaj. One has one thing, another another. And according to all appearances, people were right. Veal continued to be beautiful, blooming woman. Her penance of silence did not deprive her of a single charm. He was so very happy indeed that he did not even feel the pain from her punishment. Veal could laugh and rejoice, but never did he forget to be silent. These seemingly happy days, however, were only qualified to bring about the proper time of trials and temptations. The beginning was easy enough for her. The middle and end were times of real pain. The first years of her wedded life were childless. It is well, people said in the gas, that she has no children, and that God has ordained it to be so. A mother who cannot talk to her child would be something awful. Unexpectedly to all, she rejoiced one day in the birth of her daughter. And when that affectionate young creature, her own offspring, was laid upon her breast, the first sounds were uttered from its lips, its nameless, eloquent utterance of an infant. She forgot herself not. She was silent. She was silent also from day to day when that child blossomed before her eyes into fuller beauty. Nor had she any words for it when effusions of tenderness it stretched forth its tiny arms, when in burning fever it sought for a mother's hand. For days, yes, weeks together, she watched at his bedside. Sleep never visited her eyes, but she ever remembered her penance. Years fled by. In her arms she carried another child. It was a boy. The father's joy was great. The child inherited its mother's beauty. Like his sister, it grew in health and strength. The noblest, richest mother, they said, might be proud of such children. Veal was proud, no doubt, but this never passed her lips. She remained silent about things which mothers in their joy often cannot find enough words to express. And although her face lighted up many times with beaming smiles, yet she never renounced the habitual silence imposed upon her. The idea that the slightest dereliction of her penance would be accompanied with the curse upon her children may have impressed itself on her mind. Mothers will understand better than other persons what this mother suffered for her penalty of silence. Thus a part of those years sped away which we are wont to call the best. She still flourished in her wonderful beauty. Her maiden daughter was beside her, like the bud beside the full-blown rose. Suitors were already present, from far and near, who passed into her view before the beautiful girl. The most of them were excellent young men, and any mother might have been proud to have her daughter sought by such. Even then, Veal did not undo her penance. Those busy times of intercourse, in which mothers engaged in presenting the superiorities of their daughters in the best light, were not allowed to her. The choice of one of the most favorite suitors was made. Never before did any couple in the Bajaj equal this beauty and grace. A few weeks before the appointed time of the wedding, a malignant disease stole on, spreading sorrow and anxiety over the greater part of the land. Young girls were principally its victims. It seemed to pass scornfully over the aged and infirm. Veal's daughter was also laid hold upon it. Before 3 days had passed, there was a corpse in the house, the bride. Even then, Veal did not forget her penance. When they bore away the corpse to the good place, she did not utter a cry of anguish which long after echoed in the ears of the people. She did wring her hands in despair, but no one heard a word of complaint. Her lips seemed dumb forever. It was then, when she was seated on the low stool in the 7 days of mourning, that the rabbi came to her, to bring her the usual consolations for the dead. But he did not speak with her. He addressed words only to her husband. She herself dared not look up. Only when he turned to go did she lift her eyes. They, in turn, met the eyes of the rabbi. But he departed without a farewell. After her daughter's death, Veal was completely broken down. Even that which at her time of life is still called beauty had faded away within days. Her cheeks had become hollow, her hair gray. Visitors wondered how she could endure such a shock, how body and spirit could hold together. They did not know that silence was an iron fetter, firmly imprisoning the slumbering spirits. She had a son, moreover to whom, as to something last and dearest, her whole being still clung. The boy was 13 years old, learning the study of Holy Scriptures. He was already celebrated for miles around. He was the pupil of the rabbi, who had treated him with love and tenderness, becoming his own father. He said that he was a remarkable child, endowed with rare talents. The boy was sent to Hungary, to one of the most celebrated teachers of the time, in order to lay the foundation for the sacred studies under the instructor's guidance and wisdom. Years might pass before she would see him again, but Veal let her boy go from her embrace. She did not say a blessing over him as he went. Her lips only twitched with the pain of silence. Long years expired before the boy returned from the strange land, a full-grown, noble youth. When Veal had her son with her again, a smile played about her mouth, and for a moment it seemed as if her former beauty had enjoyed a second spring. The extraordinary ability of her son had made him famous. Wheresoever he went, people were delighted by his beauty, and admired the modesty of his manner despite such great scholarship. The next Sabbath, the young disciple of Talmud, scarcely 20 years of age, was to demonstrate the first marks of his great learning. People crowded shoulder to shoulder in the great synagogue. Curious glances were cast through the lattice work of the women's gallery above upon the dense throng. Veal occupied one of the foremost seats. She could see everything that took place below. Her face was extremely pale. All eyes were turned towards her, the mother who was permitted to see such a day for her son. But Veal did not appear to notice what was happening around her. A weariness that she had never felt before, even in her greatest suffering, crept over her limbs. It was as if she must sleep during her son's address. He had hardly mounted the stairs before the Ark of the Laws, hardly uttered his first words, when a remarkable change crossed her face. Her cheeks burned. She arose. All her vital energy seemed aroused. Her son, meanwhile, was speaking down below. She could not have told what he was saying. She did not hear him. She only heard the murmur of approbation, sometimes low, sometimes loud, which came to her ears from the quarters of men. The people were astonished at the noble bearing of the speaker, his melodious speech, and his powerful energy. When he stopped at certain times to rest, it seemed as if one was wood swept by a storm. She could now and then hear a few voices declaring that such one had never been listened to before. The woman beside her wept. She alone could not. A choking pain pressed from her breast to her lips. Forces were astir in her heart, which struggled for expression. The whole synagogue echoed with buzzing voices, but to her it seemed as if she must speak louder than these. At the very moment her son had ended, she cried out, unconsciously, violently, throwing herself against the latticework, "God, living God, may I now speak?" Dead silence followed this outcry. Nearly all had recognized the voice as that of the silent woman. A miracle had taken place. "Speak! Speak!" resounded the answer of the rabbi from the men's seats below. "You may now speak." But no reply came. Veal had fallen back into her seat, pressing both hands against her breast. The woman sitting beside her looked as if they were terrified to find that the silent woman had fainted. She was dead. The unsealing of her lips was her last moment. Long years afterward, the rabbi died. On his deathbed, he told those standing about him the wonderful penance of Veal. Every girl in the gas knew the story of the silent woman. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of the Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nye Swanson. The Best Ghost Stories. Banshees. Of all Irish ghosts, fairies, or bogles, the banshee, sometimes called locally the bohintha or bakintha, is the best known to the general public. Indeed, cross-channel visitors would class her with pigs, potatoes, and other fauna and flora of Ireland, and would expect her to make manifest her presence to them as being one of the sights of the country. She is a spirit with a lengthy pedigree. How lengthy, no man can say, as its roots go back into the dim, mysterious past. The most famous banshee of ancient times was that attached to the kingly house of O'Brien, Abel, who haunted the rock of Cragley above Killaloe, near the old palace of Kincora. In A.D. 1014 was fought the Battle of Clontarf, from which the aged king, Brian Boru, knew that he would never come away alive, for the previous night Abel had appeared to him to tell him of his impending fate. The banshee's method of foretelling death in olden times differed from that adopted by her at the present day. Now she wails and wrings her hands, as a general rule, but in the old Irish tales she is to be found washing human heads and limbs, or blood-stained clothes, till the water is all dyed with human blood. This would take place before a battle. So it would seem that in the course of centuries her attributes and characteristics have changed somewhat. Very different descriptions are given of her personal appearance. Sometimes she is young and beautiful, sometimes old and of a fearsome appearance. One writer describes her as a tall, thin woman with uncovered head, and long hair that floated round her shoulders, attired in something which seemed either a loose white cloak or a sheet thrown hastily around her, uttering piercing cries. Another person, a coachman, saw her one evening sitting on a stile in the yard. She seemed to be a very small woman, with blue eyes, long light hair, and wearing a red cloak. Other descriptions will be found in this chapter. By the way, it does not seem to be true that the banshee exclusively follows families of Irish descent, for the last incident had reference to the death of a member of a County Galway family, English by name and origin. One of the oldest and best-known banshee stories is that related in the memoirs of Lady Fanshawe. In 1642, her husband, Sir Richard, and she chanced to visit a friend, the head of an Irish sept, who resided in his ancient baronial castle, surrounded with a moat. At midnight she was awakened by a ghastly and supernatural scream, and looking out of bed, beheld in the moonlight a female face, and part of the form hovering at the window. The distance from the ground, as well as the circumstance of the moat, excluded the possibility that what she beheld was of this world. The face was that of a young and rather handsome woman, but pale, and the hair, which was reddish, was loose and dishevelled. The dress, which Lady Fanshawe's terror did not prevent her from remarking accurately, was that of the ancient Irish. This apparition continued to exhibit itself for some time, and then vanished with two shrieks, similar to that which had first excited Lady Fanshawe's attention. In the morning, with infinite terror, she communicated to her host what she had witnessed, and found him prepared not only to credit, but to account for the superstition. "A near relation of my family," said he, "expired last night in this castle. We disguised our certain expectation of the event from you, lest it should throw a cloud over the cheerful reception which was your due. Now, before such an event happens in this family or castle, the female spectre whom you have seen is always visible. She is believed to be the spirit of a woman of inferior rank, whom one of my ancestors degraded himself by marrying, and whom afterwards, to expiate the dishonour done to his family, he caused to be drowned in the moat. In strictness, this woman could hardly be termed a banshee. The motive for the haunting is akin to that in the tale of the Scotch Drummer of Cortagy, where the spirit of the murdered man haunts the family out of revenge and appears before a death. Mr. T.J. Westropp, M.A., has furnished the following story. My maternal grandmother heard the following tradition from her mother, one of the Miss Ross Lewins, who witnessed the occurrence. Their father, Mr. Harrison Ross Lewin, was away in Dublin on law business. and in his absence the young people went off to spend the evening with a friend who lived some miles away. The night was fine and lightsome as they were returning, save at one point where the road ran between trees or high hedges, not far to the west of the old church of Kilchrist. The latter, like many similar ruins, was a simple oblong building, with long side walls and high gables, and at that time it and its graveyard were unenclosed and lay in the open fields. As the party passed down the long dark lane, they suddenly heard in the distance loud keening and clapping of hands, as the country people were accustomed to do when lamenting the dead. The Ross Lewins hurried on, and came in sight of the church, on the side wall of which a little grey-haired old woman, clad in a dark cloak, was running to and fro, chanting and wailing and throwing up her arms. The girls were very frightened, but the young men ran forward and surrounded the ruin, and 2 of them went into the church, the apparition vanishing from the wall as they did so. They searched every nook and found no one, nor did anyone pass out. All were now well scared and got home as fast as possible. On reaching their home, their mother opened the door and at once told them that she was in terror about their father, for, as she sat looking out the window in the moonlight, a huge raven with fiery eyes lit on the sill and tapped 3 times on the glass. They told her their story, which only added to their anxiety, and as they stood talking, taps came to the nearest window, and they saw the bird again. A few days later, news reached them that Mr. Ross Lewin had died suddenly in Dublin. This occurred about 1776. Mr. Westrop also writes that the sister of a former Roman Catholic bishop told his sisters that when she was a little girl, she went out one evening with some other children for a walk. Going down the road, they passed the gate of the principal domain near the town. There was a rock or large stone beside the road on which they saw something. Going nearer, they perceived it to be a little dark old woman who began crying and clapping her hands. Some of them attempted to speak to her, but got frightened, and all finally ran home as quickly as they could. Next day, the news came that the gentleman near whose gate the banshee had cried was dead, and it was found on inquiry that he had died at the very hour at which the children had seen the spectre. A lady, who was a relation of one of the compilers and a member of a County Cork family of English descent, sends the 2 following experiences of a banshee in her family. My mother, when a young girl, was standing looking out of the window in their house at Blackrock, near Cork. She suddenly saw a white figure standing on a bridge, which was easily visible from the house. The figure waved her arms towards the house, and my mother heard the bitter wailing of the banshee. It lasted some seconds, and then the figure disappeared. Next morning, my grandfather was walking as usual into the city of Cork. He accidentally fell, hit his head against the curbstone, and never recovered consciousness. In March 1900, my mother was very ill, and one evening the nurse and I were with her arranging her bed. We suddenly heard the most extraordinary wailing, which seemed to come in waves round and under her bed. We naturally looked everywhere to try and find the cause, but in vain. The nurse and I looked at one another, but made no remark, as my mother did not seem to hear it. My sister was downstairs sitting with my father. She heard it and thought some terrible thing had happened to her little boy, who was in bed upstairs. She rushed up and found him sleeping quietly. My father did not hear it. In the house next door they heard it and ran downstairs, thinking something had happened to the servant. But the latter at once said to them, "Did you hear the banshee? Mrs. P. must be dying." A few years ago, i.e. before 1894, A curious incident occurred in a public school in connection with the belief in the banshee. One of the boys, happening to become ill, was at once placed in a room by himself where he used to sit all day. On one occasion, as he was being visited by the doctor, he suddenly started up from his seat and affirmed that he heard somebody crying. The doctor, of course, who could hear or see nothing, came to the conclusion that the illness had slightly affected his brain. However, the boy, who appeared quite sensible, still persisted that he heard someone crying, and furthermore said, "It is the banshee, as I have heard it before." The following morning, the headmaster received a telegram saying that the boy's brother had been accidentally shot dead. That the banshee is not confined within the geographical limits of Ireland, but that she can follow the fortunes of a family abroad, and there foretell their death, is clearly shown by the following story. A party of visitors were gathered together on the deck of a private yacht on one of the Italian lakes, and during a lull in the conversation, one of them, a colonel, said to the owner, "Count, who's that queer-looking woman you have on board?" The Count replied that there was nobody except the ladies present and the stewardess, but the speaker protested that he was correct, and suddenly, with a scream of horror, he placed his hands before his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my God, what a face!" For some time he was overcome with terror, and at length reluctantly looked up and cried, "Thank heavens, it's gone!" "What was it?" asked the Count. "Nothing human," replied the colonel. "Nothing belonging to this world. It was a woman of no earthly type, with a queer-shaped, gleaming face, a mass of red hair, and eyes that would have been beautiful but for their expression, which was hellish. She had on a green hood, after the fashion of an Irish peasant." An American lady present suggested that the description tallied with that of the banshee, upon which the Count said, "I am an O'Neill. At least I am descended from one. My family name is, as you know, Neilsini, which, little more than a century ago, was O'Neill. My great-grandfather served in the Irish Brigade, and on its dissolution, at the time of the French Revolution, had the good fortune to escape the general massacre of officers, and in company with an O'Brien and a Maguire, fled across the frontier and settled in Italy. On his death, his son, who had been born in Italy and was far more Italian than Irish, changed his name to Neilsini, by which name the family has been known ever since. But for all that, we are Irish." "The banshee was yours, then?" ejaculated the colonel. "What exactly does it mean?" "It means," the Count replied solemnly, "the death of someone very nearly associated with me. Pray heaven it is not my wife or daughter." On that score, however, his anxiety was speedily removed, for within 2 hours he was seized with a violent attack of angina pectoris, and died before morning. Mr. Elliot O'Donnell, to whose article on banshees we are indebted for the above, adds, "The banshee never manifests itself to the person whose death it is prognosticating. Other people may see or hear it, but the fated one never, so that when everyone present is aware of it but one, the fate of that one may be regarded as pretty well certain." End of section 6.
Section 7 of The Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Best Ghost Stories. The Man Who Went Too Far by E.F. Benson. The little village of St. Faith's nestles in a hollow of wooded hill up on the north bank of the River Fawn in the county of Hampshire. huddling close round its grey Norman church as if for spiritual protection against the fays and fairies, the trolls and little people, who might be supposed still to linger in the vast empty spaces of the New Forest, and to come after dusk and do their doubtful businesses. Once outside the hamlet, you may walk in any direction, so long as you avoid the high road which leads to Brockenhurst, for the length of a summer afternoon without seeing sign of a human habitation, or possibly even catching sight of another human being. Shaggy wild ponies may stop their feeding for a moment as you pass. The white scuts of rabbits will vanish into their burrows. A brown viper perhaps will glide from your path into a clump of heather, and unseen birds will chuckle in the bushes. But it may easily happen that for a long day you will see nothing human. But you will not feel in the least lonely. In the summer, at any rate, the sunlight will be gay with butterflies, and the air thick with all those woodland sounds which, like instruments in an orchestra, combine to play the great symphony of the yearly festival of June. Winds whisper in the birches and sigh among the firs. Bees are busy with their redolent labor among the heather. A myriad birds chirp in the green temples of the forest trees, and the voice of the river prattling over stony places, bubbling into pools, chuckling and gulping round corners, gives you the sense that many presences and companions are near at hand. Yet oddly enough, though one would have thought that these benign and cheerful influences of wholesome air and spaciousness of forest were very healthful comrades for a man, in so far as nature can really influence this wonderful human genus, which has in these centuries learned to defy her most violent storms in its well-established houses, to bridle her torrents and make them light its streets, to tunnel her mountains and plough her seas, the inhabitants of St. Faith's will not willingly venture into the forest after dark, for in spite of the silence and loneliness of the hooded night, it seems that a man is not sure in what company he may suddenly find himself, and though it is difficult to get from these villagers any very clear story of occult appearances, the feeling is widespread. One story, indeed, I have heard with some definiteness, the tale of a monstrous goat that has been seen to skip with hellish glee about the woods and shady places, and this perhaps is connected with the story which I have here attempted to piece together. It too is well known to them, for all remember the young artist who died here not long ago, a young man, or so he struck the beholder, of great personal beauty, with something about him that made men's faces to smile and brighten when they looked on him. His ghost, they will tell you, walks constantly by the stream and through the woods which he loved so, and, in especial, it haunts a certain house, the last of the village where he lived, and its garden in which he was done to death. For my part, I am inclined to think that the terror of the forest dates chiefly from that day. So, such as the story is, I have set it forth in connected form. It is based partly on the accounts of the villagers, but mainly on that of Darcy, a friend of mine, and a friend of the man with whom these events were chiefly concerned. The day had been one of untarnished midsummer splendor, and as the sun drew near to its setting, the glory of the evening grew every moment more crystalline, more miraculous. Westward from St. Faith's, the beech-wood, which stretched for some miles toward the heathery upland beyond, already cast its veil of clear shadow over the red roofs of the village. But the spire of the grey church, overtopping all, still pointed a flaming orange finger into the sky. The river Fawn, which runs below, lay in sheets of sky-reflected blue, and wound its dreamy, devious course round the edge of this wood, where a rough two-planked bridge crossed from the bottom of the garden of the last house in the village, and communicated by means of a little wicker gate with the wood itself. Then, once out of the shadow of the wood, the stream lay in flaming pools of the molten crimson of the sunset, and lost itself in the haze of woodland distances. This house at the end of the village stood outside the shadow, and the lawn which sloped down to the river was still flecked with sunlight. Garden beds of dazzling color lined its gravel walks, and down the middle of it ran a brick pergola, half hidden in clusters of rambler rose and purple with starry clematis. At the bottom end of it, between two of its pillars, were slung a hammock containing a shirt-sleeved figure. The house itself lay somewhat remote from the rest of the village, and a footpath leading across two fields, now tall and fragrant with hay, was its only communication with the high road. It was low-built, only 2 stories in height, and like the garden, its walls were a mass of flowering roses. A narrow stone terrace ran along the garden front, over which was stretched an awning, and on the terrace a young silent-footed manservant was busied with the laying of the table for dinner. He was neat-handed and quick with his job, and having finished it, he went back into the house, and reappeared again with a large rough bath-towel on his arm. With this he went to the hammock in the pergola. "Nearly 8, sir," he said. "Has Mr. Darcy come yet?" asked a voice from the hammock. "No, sir." "If I'm not back when he comes, tell him I'm just having a bath before dinner." The servant went back to the house, and after a moment or two Frank Halton struggled to a sitting posture and slipped out onto the grass. He was of medium height and rather slender in build, but the supple ease and grace of his movements gave the impression of great physical strength. Even his descent from the hammock was not an awkward performance. His face and hands were a very dark complexion, either from constant exposure to wind and sun, or, as his black hair and dark eyes tended to show, from some strain of southern blood. His head was small, his face of an exquisite beauty of modeling, while the smoothness of its contour would have led you to believe that he was a beardless lad still in his teens. But something, some look which living and experience alone can give, seemed to contradict that, and finding yourself completely puzzled as to his age, you would next moment probably cease to think about that, and only look at this glorious specimen of young manhood with wondering satisfaction. He was dressed as became the season and the heat, and wore only a shirt open at the neck and a pair of flannel trousers. His head, covered very thickly with a somewhat rebellious crop of short curly hair, was bare as he strolled across the lawn to the bathing place that lay below. Then for a moment there was silence, then the sound of splashed and divided waters, and presently after, a great shout of ecstatic joy, as he swam upstream with the foamed water standing in a frill round his neck. Then, after some 5 minutes of limb-stretching struggle with the flood, he turned over on his back, and with arms thrown wide floated downstream, ripple, cradled, and inert. His eyes were shut, and between half-parted lips he talked gently to himself. "I am one with it," he said to himself. "The river and I and the river. The coolness and splash of it is I, and the water herbs that wave in it are I also, and my strength and my limbs are not mine but the river's. It is all one, dear fawn." A quarter of an hour later he appeared again at the bottom of the lawn, dressed as before, his wet hair already drying into its crisp short curls again. There he paused a moment, looking back at the stream with the smile which men look on the face of a friend, then turned towards the house. Simultaneously his servant came to the door leading on to the terrace, followed by a man who appeared to be some halfway through the 4th decade of his years. Frank and he saw each other across the bushes and garden beds, and each quickening his step, they met suddenly face to face round an angle of the garden walk, in the fragrance of syringa. "My dear Darcy," cried Frank, "I am charmed to see you." But the other stared at him in amazement. "Frank?" he exclaimed. "Yes, that is my name," he said, laughing. "What is the matter?" Darcy took his hand. "What have you done to yourself?" he asked. "You are a boy again." "Ah, I have a lot to tell you," said Frank. "Lots that you will hardly believe, but I shall convince you." He broke off suddenly and held up his hand. "Hush, there is my nightingale," he said. The smile of recognition and welcome with which he had greeted his friend faded from his face, and a look of rapt wonder took its place, as of a lover listening to the voice of his beloved. His mouth parted slightly, showing the white line of teeth, and his eyes looked out and out till they seemed to Darcy to be focused on things beyond the vision of man. Then something, perhaps, startled the bird, for the song ceased. "Yes, lots to tell you," he said. "Really, I am delighted to see you, but you look rather white and pulled down. No wonder after that fever. And there is to be no nonsense about this visit. It is June now. You stop here till you are fit to begin work again. 2 months at least." "Oh, I can't trespass quite to that extent." Frank took his arm and walked him down the grass. "Trespass? Who talks of trespass? I shall tell you quite openly when I am tired of you. But you know when we had the studio together we used not to bore each other. However, it is ill talking of going away on the moment of your arrival. Just a stroll to the river, and then it will be dinner time." Darcy took out his cigarette case and offered it to the other. Frank laughed. "No, not for me. Dear me, I suppose I used to smoke once. How very odd. Given it up?" "I don't know. I suppose I must have. Anyhow, I don't do it now. I would as soon think of eating meat." "Another victim on the smoking altar of vegetarianism." "Victim?" asked Frank. "Do I strike you as such?" He paused on the margin of the stream and whistled softly. Next moment, a moorhen made its splashing flight across the river and ran up the bank. Frank took it very gently in his hands and stroked its head as the creature lay against his shirt. "And is the house among the reeds still secure?" he half-crooned to it. "And is the missus quite well? And are the neighbors flourishing? There, dear, home with you." And he flung it into the air. "That bird's very tame," said Darcy, slightly bewildered. "It is, rather," said Frank, following its flight. During dinner, Frank chiefly occupied himself in bringing himself up to date in the movements and achievements of this old friend whom he had not seen for 6 years. Those 6 years, it now appeared, had been full of incident and success for Darcy. He had made a name for himself as a portrait painter, which bade fair to outlast the vogue of a couple of seasons, and his leisure time had been brief. Then, some 4 months previously, he had been through a severe attack of typhoid, the result of which, as concerns this story, was that he had come down to this sequestered place to recruit. "Yes, you've got on," said Frank at the end. "I always knew you would. A.R.A. with more'n prospect. Money? You roll in it, I suppose, and, oh, Darcy, how much happiness have you had all these years? That is the only imperishable possession. And how much have you learned? Oh, I don't mean in art. Even I could have done well in that." Darcy laughed. "Done well? My dear fellow, all I have learned in these 6 years you knew, so to speak, in your cradle. Your old pictures fetch huge prices. Do you never paint now?" Frank shook his head. "No, I'm too busy," he said. "Doing what? Please tell me. That is what everyone is forever asking me." "Doing? I suppose you would say I do nothing." Darcy glanced up at the brilliant young face opposite him. "It seems to suit you, that way of being busy," he said. "Now it's your turn. Do you read? Do you study? I remember you saying that it would do us all us artists, I mean, a great deal of good if we would study any one human face carefully for a year, without recording a line. Have you been doing that?" Frank shook his head again. "I mean exactly what I say," he said. "I have been doing nothing, and I have never been so occupied. Look at me. Have I not done something to myself to begin with?" "You are 2 years younger than I," said Darcy. "At least, you used to be. You, therefore, are 35, but had I never seen you before, I should say you were just 20. But was it worthwhile to spend 6 years of greatly occupied life in order to look 20? Seems rather like a woman of fashion." Frank laughed boisterously. "First time I've ever been compared to that particular bird of prey," he said. "No, that has not been my occupation. In fact, I am only very rarely conscious that one effect of my occupation has been that. Of course, it must have been, if one comes to think of it. It is not very important. Quite true, my body has become young, but that is very little. I have become young." Darcy pushed back his chair and sat sideways to the table, looking at the other. "Has that been your occupation, then?" he asked. "Yes, that, anyhow, is one aspect of it. Think what youth means. It is the capacity for growth. Mind, body, and spirit, all grow, all get stronger, all have a fuller, firmer life every day. That is something, considering that every day that passes after the ordinary man reaches the full-blown flower of his strength weakens his hold on life. A man reaches his prime and remains, we say, in his prime for 10 years or perhaps 20. But after his primest prime is reached, he slowly, insensibly weakens. These are the signs of age in you, in your body, in your art, probably, in your mind. You are less electric than you were. But when I reach my prime, I'm nearing it. You shall see." The stars had begun to appear in the blue velvet of the sky, and to the east of the horizon, seen above the black silhouette of the village, was growing dove-colored with the approach of moonrise. White moths hovered dimly over the garden beds, and the footsteps of night tiptoed through the bushes. Suddenly Frank rose. "It is the supreme moment," he said softly. "Now more than at any other time. The current of life, the eternal, imperishable current, runs so close to me that I am almost enveloped in it. Be silent a minute." He advanced to the edge of the terrace and looked out, standing stretched, with arms outspread. Darcy heard him draw a long breath into his lungs, and after many seconds expel it again. 6 or 8 times he did this, then turned back into the lamplight. "It will sound to you quite mad, I expect," he said, "but if you want to hear the soberest truth I have ever spoken and shall ever speak, I will tell you about myself. But come into the garden, if it is not too damp for you. I have never told anyone yet, but I shall like to tell you. It is long, in fact, since I have ever tried to classify what I have learned." They wandered into the fragrant dimness of the pergola and sat down. Then Frank began. "Years ago, do you remember," he said, "we used often to talk about the decay of joy in the world. Many impulses, we settled, had contributed to this decay, some of which were good in themselves, others that were quite completely bad. Among the good things I put what we may call certain Christian virtues: renunciation, resignation, sympathy with suffering, and the desire to relieve sufferers. But out of those things spring very bad ones: useless renunciations, asceticism for its own sake, mortification of the flesh with nothing to follow, no corresponding gain, that is. And that awful and terrible disease which devastated England some centuries ago, and from which by heredity of spirit we suffer now, Puritanism. That was a dreadful plague. The brutes held and taught that joy and laughter and merriment were evil. It was a doctrine the most profane and wicked. Why, what is the commonest crime one sees? A sullen face. That is the truth of the matter. Now, all my life I have believed that we are intended to be happy, that joy is of all gifts the most divine. And when I left London, abandoned my career such as it was, I did so because I intended to devote my life to the cultivation of joy, and by continuous and unsparing effort to be happy. Among people, and in constant intercourse with others, I did not find it possible. There were too many distractions in towns and workrooms, and also too much suffering. So I took one step backwards, or forwards, as you may choose to put it, and went straight to nature, to trees, birds, animals, to all those things which quite clearly pursue one aim only, which blindly follow the great native instinct to be happy, without any care at all for morality, or human law, or divine law. I wanted, you understand, to get all joy first-hand and unadulterated, and I think it scarcely exists among men. It is obsolete." Darcy turned in his chair. "Ah, but what makes birds and animals happy?" he asked. "Food. Food and mating." Frank laughed gently in the stillness. "Do not think I became a sensualist," he said. "I did not make that mistake, for the sensualist carries his miseries pick-a-back, and round his feet is wound the shroud that shall soon enwrap him. I may be mad, it is true, but I am not so stupid anyhow as to have tried that. No, what is it that makes puppies play with their own tails, that sends cats on their prowling, ecstatic errands at night?" He paused a moment. "So I went to nature," he said. "I sat down here in this new forest, sat down fair and square, and looked. That was my first difficulty, to sit here quiet without being bored, to wait without being impatient, to be receptive and very alert, though for a long time nothing particular happened. The change, in fact, was slow in those early stages." "Nothing happened?" asked Darcy rather impatiently, with the sturdy revolt against any new idea which to the English mind is synonymous with nonsense. "Why, what in the world should happen?" Now Frank, as he had known him, was the most generous but most quick-tempered of mortal men. In other words, his anger would flare to a prodigious beacon, under almost no provocation, only to be quenched again under a gust of no less impulsive kindliness. Thus, the moment Darcy had spoken, an apology for his hasty question was halfway up his tongue. But there was no need for it to have traveled even so far, for Frank laughed again with kindly, genuine mirth. "Oh, how I should have resented that a few years ago," he said. "Thank goodness that resentment is one of the things I've got rid of. I certainly wish that you should believe my story. In fact, you're going to. But that you at this moment should imply that you do not, does not concern me." Your solitary sojournings have made you inhuman, said Darcy, still very English. No, human, said Frank. Rather more human, at least rather less of an ape. Well, that was my first quest, he continued after a moment. The deliberate and unswerving pursuit of joy, and my method, the eager contemplation of nature. As far as motive went, I dare say it was purely selfish, but as far as effect goes, it seems to me about the best thing one can do for one's fellow creatures, for happiness is more infectious than smallpox. So, as I said, I sat down and waited. I looked at happy things, zealously avoided the sight of anything unhappy, and by degrees a little trickle of the happiness of this blissful world began to filter into me. The trickle grew more abundant, and now, my dear fellow, if I could for a moment divert from me and to you one half of the torrent of joy that pours through me day and night, you would throw the world, art, everything aside, and just live, exist. When a man's body dies, it passes into trees and flowers. Well, that is what I've been trying to do with my soul before death. The servant had brought into the pergola a table with siphons and spirits, and had set a lamp upon it. As Frank spoke, he leaned forward towards the other, and Darcy, for all his matter-of-fact common sense, could have sworn that his companion's face shone, was luminous in itself. His dark brown eyes glowed from within. The unconscious smile of a child irradiated and transformed his face. Darcy felt suddenly excited, exhilarated. "Go on," he said. "Go on. I can feel you are somehow telling me sober truth. I dare say you are mad, but I don't see that matters." Frank laughed again. "Mad?" he said. "Yes, certainly, if you wish. But I prefer to call it sane. However, nothing matters less than what anybody chooses to call things. God never labels his gifts. He just puts them into our hands, just as he put animals in the Garden of Eden for Adam to name if he felt disposed. So by the continual observance and study of things that were happy, continued he, I got happiness, I got joy. But seeking it as I did from nature, I got much more which I did not seek, but stumbled upon originally by accident. It is difficult to explain, but I will try. About 3 years ago I was sitting one morning in a place I will show you tomorrow. It is down by the river bank, very green, dappled with shade and sun, and the river passes there through some little clumps of reeds. Well, as I sat there, doing nothing but just looking and listening, I heard the sound quite distinctly of some flute-like instrument playing a strange, unending melody. I thought at first it was some musical yokel on the highway, and did not pay much attention. But before long the strangeness and indescribable beauty of the tune struck me. It never repeated itself, but it never came to an end. Phrase after phrase ran its sweet course. It worked gradually and inevitably up to a climax, and having attained it, it went on. Another climax was reached, and another, and another. Then with a sudden gasp of wonder, I localized where it came from. It came from the reeds, and from the sky, and from the trees. It was everywhere. It was the sound of life. It was, my dear Darcy, as the Greeks would have said, it was Pan, playing on his pipes, the voice of nature. It was the life melody, the world melody. Darcy was far too interested to interrupt, though there was a question he would have liked to ask, and Frank went on. Well, for the moment I was terrified with the impotent horror of nightmare, and I stopped my ears and just ran from the place, and got back to the house panting, trembling, literally in a panic. Unknowingly, for at that moment I only pursued joy. I had begun, since I drew my joy from nature, to get in touch with nature. Nature, force, God, call it what you will, had drawn across my face a little gossamer web of essential life. I saw that when I emerged from my terror, and I went very humbly back to where I had heard the panpipes. But it was nearly 6 months before I heard them again. "Why was that?" asked Darcy. "Surely because I had revolted, rebelled, and worst of all, been frightened. For I believe that just as there is nothing in the world which so injures one's body as fear, so there is nothing that so much shuts up the soul. I was afraid, you see, of the one thing in the world which has real existence. No wonder its manifestation was withdrawn." "And after 6 months?" Well, after 6 months, one blessed morning, I heard the piping again. I wasn't afraid that time, and since then it has grown louder. It has become more constant. I now hear it often, and I can put myself into such an attitude towards nature that the pipes will almost certainly sound. And never yet have they played the same tune. It is always something new, something fuller, richer, more complete than before. "What do you mean by such an attitude towards nature?" asked Darcy. "I can't explain that, but by translating it into a bodily attitude it is this." Frank sat up for a moment, quite straight in his chair, then slowly sunk back with arms outspread and head drooped. "That," he said, "an effortless attitude, but open, resting, receptive. It is just that which you must do with your soul." Then he sat up again. "One word more," he said, "and I will bore you no further. Nor, unless you ask me questions, shall I talk about it again. You will find me, in fact, quite sane in my mode of life. Birds and beasts you will see behaving somewhat intimately to me, like that moor-hen, but that is all. I will walk with you, ride with you, play golf with you, and talk with you on any subject you like. But I wanted you on the threshold to know what has happened to me, and one more thing will happen." He paused again, and a slight look of fear crossed his eyes. "There will be a final revelation," he said, "a complete and blinding stroke, which will throw open to me once and for all the full knowledge, the full realization and comprehension that I am one, just as you are with life. In reality, there is no me, no you, no it. Everything is part of the one and only thing which is life. I know that that is so, but the realization of it is not yet mine. But it will be, and on that day, so I take it, I shall see Pan. It may mean death, the death of my body, that is, but I don't care. It may mean immortal, eternal life, lived here and now forever. Then, having gained that, my dear Darcy, I shall preach such a gospel of joy, showing myself as the living proof of the truth. The Puritanism, the dismal religion of sour faces, shall vanish like a breath of smoke and be dispersed and disappear in the sunlit air. But first, the full knowledge must be mine." Darcy watched his face narrowly. "You are afraid of that moment," he said. Frank smiled at him. "Quite true. You are quick to have seen that. But when it comes, I hope I shall not be afraid." For some little time there was silence, then Darcy rose. "You have bewitched me, you extraordinary boy," he said. "You have been telling me a fairy story, and I find myself saying, 'Promise me it is true.'" "I promise you that," said the other. "And I know I shan't sleep," added Darcy. Frank looked at him with a sort of mild wonder, as if he scarcely understood. "Well, what does that matter?" he said. "I assure you it does. I am wretched unless I sleep." "Of course I can make you sleep if I want," said Frank in a rather bored voice. "Well, do." "Very good. Go to bed. I'll come upstairs in 10 minutes. Frank busied himself for a little after the other had gone, moving the table back under the awning of the veranda and quenching the lamp. Then he went with his quick, silent tread upstairs and into Darcy's room. The latter was already in bed, but very wide-eyed and wakeful, and Frank, with an amused smile of indulgence, as for a fretful child, sat down on the edge of the bed. "Look at me," he said, and Darcy looked. "The birds are sleeping in the brake," said Frank softly, "and the winds are asleep. The sea sleeps, and the tides are but the heaving of its breast. The stars swing slow, rocked in the great cradle of the heavens, and—" He stopped suddenly, gently blew out Darcy's candle, and left him sleeping. Morning brought to Darcy a flood of hard common sense, as clear and crisp as the sunshine that filled his room. Slowly as he woke, he gathered together the broken threads of the memories of the evening which had ended, so he told himself, in a trick of common hypnotism. That accounted for it all. The whole strange talk he had had was under a spell of suggestion from the extraordinary, vivid boy who had once been a man. All his own excitement, his acceptance of the incredible, had been merely the effect of a stronger, more potent, will imposed on his own. How strong that will was, he guessed from his own instantaneous obedience to Frank's suggestion of sleep. And armed with impenetrable common sense, he came down to breakfast. Frank had already begun and was consuming a large plateful of porridge and milk with the most prosaic and healthy appetite. "Slept well?" he asked. Yes, of course. Where did you learn hypnotism? By the side of the river. You talked an amazing quantity of nonsense last night, remarked Darcy in a voice prickly with reason. Rather, I felt quite giddy. Look, I remembered to order a dreadful daily paper for you. You can read about money markets or politics or cricket matches. Darcy looked at him closely. In the morning light, Frank looked even fresher, younger, more vital than he had done the night before. And the sight of him somehow dented Darcy's armor of common sense. You are the most extraordinary fellow I ever saw, he said. I want to ask you some more questions. Ask away, said Frank. For the next day or two, Darcy plied his friend with many questions, objections and criticisms on the theory of life, and gradually got out of him a coherent and complete account of his experience. In brief, then, Frank believed that, by lying naked, as he put it, to the force which controls the passage of the stars, the breaking of a wave, the budding of a tree, the love of a youth and maiden, he had succeeded, in a way hitherto undreamed of, in possessing himself of the essential principle of life. Day by day, so he thought, he was getting nearer to, and in close union with, the great power itself which caused all life to be, the spirit of nature, a force, or the spirit of God. For himself he confessed to what others would call paganism. It was sufficient for him that there existed a principle of life. He did not worship it, he did not pray to it, he did not praise it. Some of it existed in all human beings, just as it existed in trees and animals. To realize and make living to himself the fact that it was all one was his sole aim and object. Here perhaps Darcy would put in a word of warning. Take care, he said. To see Pan meant death, did it not? Frank's eyebrows would rise at this. What does that matter? He said. True, the Greeks were always right, and they said so. But there is another possibility. For the nearer I get to it, the more living, the more vital and young I become. What then do you expect the final revelation will do for you? I've told you, said he, it will make me immortal. But it was not so much from speech and argument that Darcy grew to grasp his friend's conception, as from the ordinary conduct of his life. They were passing, for instance, one morning down the village street when an old woman, very bent and decrepit, but with an extraordinary cheerfulness of face, hobbled out from her cottage. Frank instantly stopped when he saw her. You old darling, how goes it all? He said. But she did not answer. Her old dim eyes were riveted on his face. She seemed to drink in, like a thirsty creature, the beautiful radiance which shone there. Suddenly she put her two withered old hands on his shoulders. You're just the sunshine itself, she said, and he kissed her and passed on. But scarcely 100 yards further a strange contradiction of such tenderness occurred. A child running along the path toward them fell on its face, and set up a dismal cry of fright and pain. A look of horror came into Frank's eyes, and putting his fingers in his ears he fled at full speed down the street, and did not pause till he was out of hearing. Darcy, having ascertained that the child was not really hurt, followed him in bewilderment. Are you without pity, then? He asked. Frank shook his head impatiently. Can't you see? He asked. Can't you understand that that sort of thing, pain, anger, anything unlovely, throws me back, retards the coming of the great hour? Perhaps when it comes I shall be able to piece that side of life onto the other, onto the true religion of joy. At present I can't. But the old woman, was she not ugly? Frank's radiance gradually returned. Ah, no, she was like me. She longed for joy, and knew it when she saw it, the old darling. Another question suggested itself. Then what about Christianity? Asked Darcy. I can't accept it. I can't believe in any creed of which the central doctrine is that God who is joy should have had to suffer. Perhaps it was so. In some inscrutable way I believe it may have been so, but I don't understand how it was possible. So I leave it alone. My affair is joy. They had come to the weir above the village, and the thunder of riotous cool water was heavy in the air. Trees dipped into the translucent stream with slender trailing branches, and the meadow where they stood was starred with midsummer blossomings. Larks shot up caroling into the crystal dome of blue, and 1,000 voices of June sang round them. Frank, bareheaded as was his wont, with his coat slung over his arm and his shirt sleeves rolled up above the elbow, stood there like some beautiful wild animal with eyes half shut and mouth half open. drinking in the scented warmth of the air. Then suddenly he flung himself face downwards on the grass at the edge of the stream, burying his face in the daisies and cowslips, and lay stretched there in wide-armed ecstasy, with his long fingers pressing and stroking the dewy herbs of the field. Never before had Darcy seen him thus fully possessed by his idea, his caressing fingers, his half-buried face, pressed close to the grass. Even the clothed lines of his figure were instinct with a vitality that somehow was different from that of other men. And some faint glow from it reached Darcy, some thrill, some vibration from that charged, recumbent body passed to him. And for a moment he understood as he had not understood before, despite his persistent questions and the candid answers they received, how real and how realized by Frank his idea was. Then suddenly the muscles in Frank's neck became stiff and alert, and he half raised his head, whispering, the panpipes, close, oh, so close." Very slowly, as if a sudden movement might interrupt the melody, he raised himself and leaned on the elbow of his bent arm. His eyes opened wider. The lower lids drooped as if he focused his eyes on something very far away, and the smile on his face broadened and quivered like sunlight on still water, till the exultance of its happiness was scarcely human. So he remained motionless and rapt for some minutes. Then the look of listening died from his face, and he bowed his head satisfied. "Ah, that was good," he said. "How is it possible you did not hear? Oh, you poor fellow, did you really hear nothing?" A week of this outdoor and stimulating life did wonders in restoring to Darcy the vigor and health which his weeks of fever had filched from him, and as his normal activity and higher pressure of vitality returned, he seemed to himself to fall even more under the spell which the miracle of Frank's youth cast over him. 20 times a day he found himself saying to himself suddenly at the end of some 10 minutes' silent resistance to the absurdity of Frank's idea, "But it isn't possible. It can't be possible." And from the fact of his having to assure himself so frequently of this, he knew that he was struggling and arguing with a conclusion which already had taken root in his mind. For in any case a visible living miracle confronted him, since it was equally impossible that this youth, this boy, trembling on the verge of manhood, was 35, yet such was the fact. July was ushered in by a couple of days of blustering and fretful rain, and Darcy, unwilling to risk a chill, kept to the house. But to Frank this weeping change of weather seemed to have no bearing on the behavior of man, and he spent his days exactly as he did under the suns of June, lying in his hammock, stretched on the dripping grass, or making huge rambling excursions into the forest. The birds hopping from tree to tree after him, to return in the evening, drenched and soaked, but with the same unquenchable flame of joy burning within him. "Catch cold?" he would ask. "I've forgotten how to do it, I think. I suppose it makes one's body more sensible always to sleep out of doors. People who live indoors always remind me of something peeled and skinless." "Do you mean to say you slept out of doors last night in that deluge?" asked Darcy. "And where, may I ask?" Frank thought a moment. "I slept in the hammock till nearly dawn," he said, "for I remember the light blinked in the east when I awoke. Then I went... Where did I go? Oh, yes, to the meadow where the panpipes sounded so close a week ago. You were with me, do you remember? But I always have a rug if it is wet." And he went whistling upstairs. Somehow that little touch, his obvious effort to recall where he had slept, brought strangely home to Darcy the wonderful romance of which he was the still half-incredulous beholder. Sleep till close on dawn in a hammock, then the tramp, or probably scamper, underneath the windy and weeping heavens to the remote and lonely meadow by the weir. The picture of other such nights rose before him. Frank sleeping perhaps by the bathing-place under the filtered twilight of the stars, or the white blaze of moonshine, astir and awakening at some dead hour, perhaps a space of silent, wide-eyed thought, and then a wandering through the hushed woods to some other dormitory, alone with his happiness, alone with the joy and the life that suffused and enveloped him, without other thought or desire or aim except the hourly and never-ceasing communion with the joy of nature. They were in the middle of dinner that night, talking on indifferent subjects, when Darcy suddenly broke off in the middle of a sentence. "I've got it," he said. "At last I've got it." "Congratulate you," said Frank. "But what?" "The radical unsoundness of your idea. It is this: all nature, from highest to lowest, is full, crammed full of suffering. Every living organism in nature preys on another. Yet, in your aim to get close to be one with nature, you leave suffering altogether out. You run away from it. You refuse to recognize it, and you are waiting, you say, for the final revelation. Frank's brow clouded slightly. Well, he asked rather wearily, cannot you guess, then, when the final revelation will be? In joy you are supreme, I grant you that. I did not know a man could be so master of it. You have learned perhaps practically all that nature can teach, and if, as you think, the final revelation is coming to you, it will be the revelation of horror, suffering, death, pain, in all its hideous forms. Suffering does exist. You hate it and fear it. Frank held up his hand. Stop. Let me think, he said. There was silence for a long minute. That never struck me, he said at length. It is possible that what you suggest is true. Does the sight of Pan mean that, do you think? Is it that nature, take it all together, suffers horribly, suffers to a hideous, inconceivable extent? Shall I be shown all the suffering? He got up and came round to where Darcy sat. If it is so, so be it, he said, because, my dear fellow, I am near, so splendidly near to the final revelation. Today the pipes have sounded almost without pause. I have even heard the rustle in the bushes, I believe, of Pan's coming. I have seen, yes, I saw today, the bushes pushed aside as if by a hand, and piece of a face not human peered through. But I was not frightened. At least I did not run away this time. He took a turn up to the window and back again. Yes, there is suffering all through, he said, and I have left it all out of my search. Perhaps, as you say, the revelation will be that, and in that case it will be goodbye. I have gone on one line. I shall have gone too far along one road without having explored the other, but I can't go back now. I wouldn't if I could. Not a step would I retrace. In any case, whatever the revelation is, it will be God, I'm sure of that. The rainy weather soon passed, and with the return of the sun, Darcy again joined Frank in long rambling days. It grew extraordinarily hotter, and with the fresh bursting of life after the rain, Frank's vitality seemed to blaze higher and higher. Then, as is the habit of the English weather, one evening clouds began to bank themselves up in the west, the sun went down in a glare of coppery thunder-rack, and the whole earth broiling under an unspeakable oppression and sultriness paused and panted for the storm. After sunset the remote fires of lightning began to wink and flicker on the horizon, but when bedtime came the storm seemed to have moved no nearer, though a very low unceasing noise of thunder was audible. Weary and oppressed by the stress of the day, Darcy fell at once into a heavy, uncomforting sleep. He woke suddenly into full consciousness, with the din of some appalling explosion of thunder in his ears, and sat up in bed with racing heart. Then for a moment, as he recovered himself from the panic land which lies between sleeping and waking, there was a silence, except for the steady hissing of rain on the shrubs outside his window. But suddenly that silence was shattered and shredded into fragments by a scream from somewhere close at hand, outside in the black garden. A scream of supreme and despairing terror. Again, and once again, it shrilled up, and then a babble of awful words was interjected. A quivering, sobbing voice that he knew said, "My God! Oh, my God! Oh, Christ!" And then followed a little mocking, bleating laugh. Then was silence again. Only the rain hissed on the shrubs. All this was but the affair of a moment, and without pause either to put on his clothes or light a candle, Darcy was already fumbling at his door-handle. Even as he opened it, he met a terror-stricken face outside, that of the manservant who carried a light. "Did you hear that?" he asked. The man's face was bleached to a dull, shining whiteness. "Yes, sir," he said. "It was the master's voice." Together they hurried down the stairs and through the dining-room where an orderly table for breakfast had already been laid, and out onto the terrace. The rain for the moment had been utterly stayed, as if the tap of the heavens had been turned off, and under the lowering black sky, not quite dark since the moon rode somewhere serene behind the conglomerated thunderclouds, Darcy stumbled into the garden, followed by the servant with a candle. The monstrous leaping shadow of himself was cast before him on the lawn. Lost in wandering odors of rose and lily and damp earth were thick about him, but more pungent was some sharp and acrid smell that suddenly reminded him of a certain chalet in which he had once taken refuge in the Alps. In the blackness of the hazy light from the sky, and the vague tossing of the candle behind him, he saw that the hammock in which Frank so often lay was tenanted. A gleam of white shirt was there, as if a man sitting up in it, but across that there was an obscure dark shadow, and as he approached the acrid odor grew more intense. He was now only some few yards away, when suddenly the black shadow seemed to jump into the air, then came down with tappings of hard hoofs on the brick path that ran down the pergola, and with frolicsome skippings galloped off into the bushes. When that was gone, Darcy could see quite clearly that a shirted figure sat up in the hammock. For one moment, from sheer terror of the unseen, he hung on his step, and the servant joined him as they walked together to the hammock. It was Frank. He was in shirt and trousers only, and he sat up with braced arms. For 1/2 second he stared at them, his face a mask of horrible, contorted terror. His upper lips were drawn back so that the gums of the teeth appeared, and his eyes were focused not on the two who approached him, but on something quite close to him. His nostrils were widely expanded as if he panted for breath, and terror incarnate, and repulsion and deathly anguish ruled dreadful lines on his smooth cheeks and forehead. Then, even as they looked, the body sank backwards, and the ropes of the hammock wheezed and strained. Darcy lifted him out and carried him indoors. Once he thought there was a faint convulsive stir of the limbs that lay with so dead a weight in his arms, but when they got inside there was no trace of life. But the look of supreme terror and agony of fear had gone from his face. A boy tired with play but still smiling in his sleep was the burden he laid on the floor. His eyes had closed, and the beautiful mouth lay in smiling curves, even as when a few mornings ago, in the meadow by the weir, it had quivered to the music of the unheard melody of Pan's pipes. Then they looked further. Frank had come back from his bath before dinner that night in his usual costume of shirt and trousers only. He had not dressed, and during dinner, so Darcy remembered, he had rolled up the sleeves of his shirt to above the elbow. Later, as they sat and talked after dinner on the close sultriness of the evening, he had unbuttoned the front of his shirt to let what little breath of wind there was play on his skin. The sleeves were rolled up now, the front of the shirt was unbuttoned, and on his arms and on the brown skin of his chest were strange discolorations, which grew momentally more clear and defined, till they saw the marks were pointed prints, as if caused by the hoofs of some monstrous goat that had leaped and stamped upon him. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann on Friday, October 13th. The Best Ghost Stories. The Woman's Ghost Story by Algernon Blackwood. "Yes," she said from her seat in the dark corner. "I'll tell you an experience if you care to listen. And what's more, I'll tell it briefly, without trimmings. I mean, without unessentials. That's a thing storytellers never do, you know," she laughed. "They drag in all the unessentials and leave their listeners to disentangle. But I'll give you just the essentials, and you can make of it what you please. But on one condition, that at the end you ask no questions, because I can't explain it and have no wish to." We agreed. We were all serious. After listening to a dozen prolix stories from people who merely wished to talk but had nothing to tell, we wanted essentials. "In those days," she began, feeling from the quality of our silence that we were with her, "in those days I was interested in psychic things, and had arranged to sit up alone in a haunted house in the middle of London. It was a cheap and dingy lodging-house in a mean street, unfurnished. I had already made a preliminary examination in daylight that afternoon, and the keys from the caretaker, who lived next door, were in my pocket. The story was a good one, satisfied me at any rate that it was worth investigating, and I won't weary you with details as to the woman's murder and all the tiresome elaboration as to why the place was alive. Enough that it was. I was a good deal bored, therefore, to see a man, whom I took to be the talkative old caretaker, waiting for me on the steps when I went in at 11 p.m., for I had sufficiently explained that I wished to be there alone for the night. "I wish to show you the room," he mumbled, and of course I couldn't exactly refuse, having tipped him for the temporary loan of a chair and table. "Come in, then, and let's be quick," I said. We went in, he shuffling after me through the unlighted hall up to the first floor where the murder had taken place, and I prepared myself to hear his inevitable account before turning him out with the half-crown his persistence had earned. After lighting the gas, I sat down in the armchair he had provided, a faded, brown, plush armchair, and turned for the first time to face him and get through with the performance as quickly as possible. And it was in that instant I got my first shock. The man was not the caretaker. It was not the old fool, Carey, I had interviewed earlier in the day and made my plans with. My heart gave a horrid jump. "Now who are you, pray?" I said. "You're not Carey, the man I arranged with this afternoon. Who are you?" I felt uncomfortable, as you may imagine. I was a psychical researcher, and a young woman of new tendencies and proud of my liberty, but I did not care to find myself in an empty house with a stranger. Something of my confidence left me. Confidence with women, you know, is all humbug after a certain point. Or perhaps you don't know, for most of you are men. But anyhow, my pluck ebbed in a quick rush, and I felt afraid. "Who are you?" I repeated quickly and nervously. The fellow was well dressed, youngish and good-looking, but with a face of great sadness. I myself was barely 30. I am giving you essentials, or I would not mention it. Out of quite ordinary things comes this story. I think that's why it has value. "No," he said, "I'm the man who was frightened to death." His voice and his words ran through me like a knife, and I felt ready to drop. In my pocket was the book I had bought to make notes in. I felt the pencil sticking in the socket. I felt, too, the extra warm things I had put on to sit up in, as no bed or sofa was available. 100 things dashed through my mind foolishly and without sequence or meaning, as the way is when one is really frightened. Unessentials leaped up and puzzled me, and I thought of what the papers might say if it came out, and what my smart brother-in-law would think, and whether it would be told that I had cigarettes in my pocket and was a free thinker. "The man who was frightened to death?" I repeated, aghast. "That's me," he said stupidly. I stared at him just as you would have done, any one of you men now listening to me, and felt my life ebbing and flowing like a sort of hot fluid. You needn't laugh, that's how I felt. Small things, you know, touch the mind with great earnestness when terror is there, real terror. But I might have been at a middle-class tea party for all the ideas I had. They were so ordinary. "But I thought you were the caretaker I tipped this afternoon to let me sleep here," I gasped. Did Carey send you to meet me?" "No," he replied in a voice that touched my boots somehow. "I am the man who was frightened to death, and what is more, I am frightened now." "So am I," I managed to utter, speaking instinctively. "I'm simply terrified." "Yes," he replied in that same odd voice that seemed to sound within me. "But you are still in the flesh, and I am not." I felt the need for vigorous self-assertion. I stood up in that empty, unfurnished room, digging the nails into my palms and clenching my teeth. I was determined to assert my individuality and my courage as a new woman and a free soul. "You mean to say you are not in the flesh?" I gasped. "What in the world are you talking about?" The silence of the night swallowed up my voice. For the first time I realized that darkness was over the city, that dust lay upon the stairs, that the floor above was untenanted and the floor below empty. I was alone in an unoccupied and haunted house, unprotected, and a woman. I chilled. I heard the wind round the house and knew the stars were hidden. My thoughts rushed to policemen and omnibuses and everything that was useful and comforting. I suddenly realized what a fool I was to come to such a house alone. I was icily afraid. I thought the end of my life had come. I was an utter fool to go in for psychical research when I had not the necessary nerve. "Good God!" I gasped. "If you're not Carey, the man I arranged with, who are you?" I was really stiff with terror. The man moved slowly towards me across the empty room. I held up my arm to stop him, getting up out of my chair at the same moment, and he came to halt just opposite to me, a smile on his worn, sad face. "I told you who I am," he repeated quietly with a sigh, looking at me with the saddest eyes I have ever seen. "And I am frightened still." By this time I was convinced that I was entertaining either a rogue or a madman, and I cursed my stupidity in bringing the man in without having seen his face. My mind was quickly made up, and I knew what to do. Ghosts and psychic phenomena flew to the winds. If I angered the creature, my life might pay the price. I must humor him till I got to the door, and then race for the street. I stood bolt upright and faced him. We were about of a height, and I was a strong, athletic woman who played hockey in winter and climbed Alps in summer. My hand itched for a stick, but I had none. "Now, of course, I remember," I said with a sort of stiff smile that was very hard to force. "Now I remember your case and the wonderful way you behaved." The man stared at me stupidly, turning his head to watch me as I backed more and more quickly to the door. But when his face broke into a smile, I could control myself no longer. I reached the door in a run and shot out onto the landing. Like a fool, I turned the wrong way and stumbled over the stairs leading to the next story. But it was too late to change. The man was after me, I was sure, though no sound of footsteps came, and I dashed up the next flight, tearing my skirt and banging my ribs in the darkness, and rushed headlong into the first room I came to. Luckily, the door stood ajar, and, still more fortunate, there was a key in the lock. In a second I had slammed the door, flung my whole weight against it, and turned the key. I was safe, but my heart was beating like a drum. A second later it seemed to stop altogether, for I saw that there was someone else in the room besides myself. A man's figure stood between me and the windows, where the street lamps gave just enough light to outline his shape against the glass. I'm a plucky woman, you know, for even then I didn't give up hope, but I may tell you that I have never felt so vilely frightened in all my born days. I had locked myself in with him. The man leaned against the window, watching me where I lay in a collapsed heap upon the floor. So there were 2 men in the house with me, I reflected. Perhaps other rooms were occupied too. What could it all mean? But as I stared, something changed in the room, or in me, hard to say which, and I realized my mistake, so that my fear, which had so far been physical, at once altered its character and became psychical. I became afraid in my soul instead of in my heart, and I knew immediately who this man was. "How in the world did you get up here?" I stammered to him across the empty room, amazement momentarily stemming my fear. "Now let me tell you," he began in that odd, faraway voice of his that went down my spine like a knife. "I'm in a different space, for one thing, and you'd find me in any room you went into, for according to your way of measuring, I'm all over the house. Space is a bodily condition, but I am out of the body, and am not affected by space. It's my condition that keeps me here. I want something to change my condition for me, for then I could get away. What I want is sympathy. Or really, more than sympathy, I want affection. I want love." While he was speaking, I gathered myself slowly upon my feet. I wanted to scream and cry and laugh all at once, but I only succeeded in sighing, for my emotion was exhausted and a numbness was coming over me. I felt for the matches in my pocket and made a movement towards the gas jet. "I should be much happier if you didn't light the gas," he said at once, "for the vibrations of your light hurt me a good deal. You need not be afraid that I shall injure you. I can't touch your body to begin with, for there's a great gulf fixed, you know, and really this half-light suits me best. Now, let me continue what I was trying to say before. You know, so many people have come to this house to see me, and most of them have seen me, and one and all have been terrified. If only, oh, if only someone would be not terrified, but kind and loving to me. Then, you see, I might be able to change my condition and get away." His voice was so sad that I felt tears start somewhere at the back of my eyes. But fear kept all else in check, and I stood shaking and cold as I listened to him. "Who are you, then? Of course Carrie didn't send you, I know now," I managed to utter. My thoughts scattered dreadfully, and I could think of nothing to say. I was afraid of a stroke. "I know nothing about Carrie or who he is," continued the man quietly, "and the name my body had I have forgotten, thank God. But I am the man who was frightened to death in this house 10 years ago, and I have been frightened ever since, and am frightened still, for the succession of cruel and curious people who come to this house to see the ghost, and thus keep alive its atmosphere of terror, only helps to render my condition worse. If only someone would be kind to me, laugh, speak gently and rationally with me, cry if they like, pity, comfort, soothe me, anything but come here in curiosity and tremble as you are now doing in that corner. Now, madam, won't you take pity on me?" His voice rose to a dreadful cry. "Won't you step out into the middle of the room and try to love me a little?" A horrible laughter came gurgling up in my throat as I heard him, but the sense of pity was stronger than the laughter, and I found myself actually leaving the support of the wall and approaching the center of the floor. "By God!" he cried, at once straightening up against the window. "You have done a kind act. That's the first attempt at sympathy that has been shown me since I died, and I feel better already. In life, you know, I was a misanthrope. Everything went wrong with me, and I came to hate my fellow men so much that I couldn't bear to see them even. Of course, like begets like, and this hate was returned. Finally, I suffered from horrible delusions, and my room became haunted with demons that laughed and grimaced, and one night I ran into a whole cluster of them near the bed, and the fright stopped my heart and killed me. It's hate and remorse as much as terror that clogs me so thickly and keeps me here. If only someone could feel pity and sympathy and perhaps a little love for me, I could get away and be happy. When you came this afternoon to see over the house, I watched you, and a little hope came to me for the first time. I saw you had courage, originality, resource, love. If only I could touch your heart without frightening you, I knew I could perhaps tap that love you have stored up in your being there, and thus borrowed the wings for my escape." Now I must confess my heart began to ache a little as fear left me, and the man's words sank their sad meaning into me. Still, the whole affair was so incredible, and so touched with unholy quality, and the story of a woman's murder I had come to investigate had so obviously nothing to do with this thing, that I felt myself in a kind of wild dream that seemed likely to stop at any moment and leave me somewhere in bed after a nightmare. Moreover, his words possessed me to such an extent that I found it impossible to reflect upon anything else at all, or to consider adequately any ways or means of action or escape. I moved a little nearer to him in the gloom, horribly frightened, of course, but with the beginnings of a strange determination in my heart. "You women," he continued, his voice plainly thrilling at my approach, You wonderful women, to whom life often brings no opportunity of spending your great love. Oh, if you only could know how many of us simply yearn for it. It would save our souls if but you knew. Few might find the chance that you now have, but if you only spent your love freely, without definite object, just letting it flow openly for all who need, you would reach hundreds and thousands of souls like me, and release us. Oh, madam, I ask you again to feel with me, to be kind and gentle, and if you can, to love me a little. My heart did leap within me, and this time the tears did come, for I could not restrain them. I laughed, too, for the way he called me madam sounded so odd, here in this empty room at midnight in a London street. But my laughter stopped dead, and merged in a flood of weeping when I saw how my change of feeling affected him. He had left his place by the window, and was kneeling on the floor at my feet, his hands stretched out towards me, and the first signs of a kind of glory about his head. "Put your arms around me, and kiss me for the love of God," he cried. "Kiss me, oh, kiss me, and I shall be freed. You have done so much already, now do this." I stuck there, hesitating, shaking, my determination on the verge of action, yet not quite able to compass it. But the terror had almost gone. "Forget that I'm a man, and you're a woman," he continued in the most beseeching voice I had ever heard. "Forget that I'm a ghost, and come out boldly and press me to you with a great kiss, and let your love flow into me. Forget yourself just for 1 minute, and do a brave thing. Oh, love me, love me, love me, and I shall be free." The words, or the deep force they somehow released in the center of my being, stirred me profoundly, and an emotion infinitely greater than fear surged up over me and carried me with it across the edge of action. Without hesitation I took 2 steps forward towards him, where he knelt, and held out my arms. Pity and love were in my heart at that moment, genuine pity, I swear, and genuine love. I forgot myself and my little tremblings in a great desire to help another soul. "I love you, poor aching, unhappy thing. I love you," I cried through hot tears, "and I am not the least bit afraid in the world." The man uttered a curious sound, like laughter, yet not laughter, and turned his face up to me. The light from the street below fell on it, but there was another light, too, shining all round it, that seemed to come from the eyes and skin. He rose to his feet and met me, and in that second I folded him to my breast and kissed him full on the lips, again and again. All our pipes had gone out, and not even a skirt rustled in that dark studio as the storyteller paused a moment to steady her voice and put a hand softly up to her eyes before going on again. "Now what can I say, and how can I describe to you, all you skeptical men sitting there with pipes in your mouths, the amazing sensation I experienced of holding an intangible, impalpable thing so closely to my heart that it touched my body with equal pressure all the way down, and then melted away somewhere into my very being? For it was like seizing a rush of cool wind, and feeling a touch of burning fire the moment it had struck its swift blow and passed on. A series of shocks ran all over and all through me. A momentary ecstasy of flaming sweetness and wonder thrilled down into me. My heart gave another great leap, and then I was alone. The room was empty. I turned on the gas and struck a match to prove it. All fear had left me, and something was singing round me in the air, and in my heart like the joy of a spring morning in youth. Not all the devils or shadows or hauntings in the world could then have caused me a single tremor. I unlocked the door and went all over the dark house, even into kitchen and cellar, and up among the ghostly attics. But the house was empty. Something had left it. I lingered a short hour, analyzing, thinking, wondering. You can guess what and how, perhaps, but I won't detail, for I promised only essentials, remember? and then went out to sleep the remainder of the night in my own flat, locking the door behind me upon a house no longer haunted. But my uncle, Sir Henry, the owner of the house, required an account of my adventure, and of course I was in duty bound to give him some kind of a true story. Before I could begin, however, he held up his hand to stop me. "First," he said, "I wish to tell you a little deception I ventured to practice on you. So many people have been to that house and seen the ghost that I came to think the story acted on their imaginations, and I wished to make a better test. So I invented for their benefit another story, with the idea that if you did see anything, I could be sure it was not due merely to an excited imagination." "Then what you told me about a woman having been murdered and all that was not the true story of the haunting?" "It was not. The true story is that a cousin of mine went mad in that house and killed himself in a fit of morbid terror following upon years of miserable hypochondriasis. It is his figure that investigators see." "That explains, then," I gasped. "Explains what?" I thought of that poor struggling soul, longing all these years for escape, and determined to keep my story for the present to myself. "Explains, I mean, why I did not see the ghost of the murdered woman," I concluded. "Precisely," said Sir Henry, "and why, if you had seen anything, it would have had value, inasmuch as it could not have been caused by the imagination working upon a story you already knew." End of section 8. Section 9 of The Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Best Ghost Stories. The Phantom Rickshaw by Rudyard Kipling. May no ill dreams disturb my rest, nor powers of darkness me molest. Evening Hymn. One of the few advantages that India has over England is a certain great knowability. After 5 years' service, a man is directly or indirectly acquainted with the 200 or 300 civilians in his province, all the messes of 10 or 12 regiments and batteries, and some 1,500 other people of the non-official castes. In 10 years his knowledge should be doubled, and at the end of 20 he knows, or knows something about, almost every Englishman in the empire, and may travel anywhere and everywhere without paying hotel bills. Globetrotters who expect entertainment as a right have, even within my memory, blunted this open-heartedness, but none the less, today, if you belong to the inner circle and are neither a bear nor a black sheep, all houses are open to you, and our small world is very kind and helpful. Rickett of Camartha stayed with Polder of Cumaeon some 15 years ago. He meant to stay 2 nights only, but was knocked down by rheumatic fever, and for 6 weeks disorganized Polder's establishment, stopped Polder's work, and nearly died in Polder's bedroom. Polder behaves as though he had been placed under eternal obligation by Rickett, and yearly sends the little Ricketts a box of presents and toys. It is the same everywhere. The men who do not take the trouble to conceal from you their opinion that you are an incompetent ass, and the women who blacken your character and misunderstand your wife's amusements, will work themselves to the bone in your behalf if you fall sick or into serious trouble. Heatherly, the doctor, kept, in addition to his regular practice, a hospital on his private account, an arrangement of loose boxes for incurables, his friends called it, but it was really a sort of fitting-up shed for craft that had been damaged by stress of weather. The weather in India is often sultry, and since the tale of bricks is a fixed quantity, and the only liberty allowed is permission to work overtime and get no thanks, men occasionally break down and become as mixed as the metaphors in this sentence. Heatherly is the nicest doctor that ever was, and his invariable prescription to all his patients is, Lie low, go slow, and keep cool. He says that more men are killed by overwork than the importance of this world justifies. He maintains that overwork slew Pansy, who died under his hands about 3 years ago. He has, of course, the right to speak authoritatively, and he laughs at my theory that there was a crack in Pansy's head and a little bit of the dark world came through and pressed him to death. Pansy went off the handle, says Heatherly, after the stimulus of long leave at home. He may or he may not have behaved like a blackguard to Mrs. Keith Wessington. My notion is that the work of the Catabundy settlement ran him off his legs, and that he took to brooding and making much of an ordinary P&O flirtation. He certainly was engaged to Miss Mannering, and she certainly broke off the engagement. Then he took a feverish chill, and all that nonsense about ghosts developed itself. Overwork started his illness, kept it alight, and killed him, poor devil. Write him off to the system, 1 man to do the work of 2.5 men. I do not believe this. I used to sit up with Pansy sometimes when Heatherly was called out to visit patients, and I happened to be within claim. The man would make me most unhappy by describing in a low, even voice the procession of men, women, children, and devils that was always passing at the bottom of his bed. He had a sick man's command of language. When he recovered, I suggested that he should write out the whole affair from beginning to end, knowing that ink might assist him to ease his mind. When little boys have learned a new bad word, they are never happy till they have chalked it up on a door. And this, also, is literature. He was in a high fever while he was writing, and the Blood and Thunder magazine style he adopted did not calm him. 2 months afterward he was reported fit for duty, but in spite of the fact that he was urgently needed to help an undermanned commission stagger through a deficit, he preferred to die, vowing at the last that he was hag-ridden. I secured his manuscript before he died, and this is his version of the affair, dated 1885. My doctor tells me that I need rest and change of air. It is not improbable that I shall get both ere long, rest that neither the red-coated orderly nor the midday gun can break, and change of air far beyond that which any homeward-bound steamer can give me. In the meantime, I am resolved to stay where I am, and in flat defiance of my doctor's orders, to take all the world into my confidence. You shall learn for yourselves the precise nature of my malady, and shall, too, judge for yourselves whether any man born of woman on this weary earth was ever so tormented as I. Speaking now as a condemned criminal might speak ere the drop-bolts are drawn, my story, wild and hideously improbable as it may appear, demands at least attention. That it will ever receive credence, I utterly disbelieve. 2 months ago I should have scouted as mad or drunk the man who had dared tell me the like. 2 months ago I was the happiest man in India. Today, from Peshawar to the sea, there is no one more wretched. My doctor and I are the only two who know this. His explanation is that my brain, digestion, and eyesight are all slightly affected, giving rise to my frequent and persistent delusions. Delusions, indeed! I call him a fool, but he attends me still with the same unwearied smile, the same bland professional manner, the same neatly trimmed red whiskers, till I begin to suspect that I am an ungrateful, evil-tempered invalid. But you shall judge for yourselves. 3 years ago it was my fortune, my great misfortune, to sail from Gravesend to Bombay, on return from long leave, with one Agnes Keith Wessington, wife of an officer on the Bombay side. It does not in the least concern you to know what manner of woman she was. Be content with the knowledge that, ere the voyage had ended, both she and I were desperately and unreasoningly in love with one another. Heaven knows that I can make the admission now without one particle of vanity. In matters of this sort there is always one who gives and another who accepts. From the first day of our ill-omened attachment, I was conscious that Agnes's passion was a stronger, a more dominant, and, if I may use the expression, a purer sentiment than mine. Whether she recognized the fact then, I do not know. Afterwards, it was bitterly plain to both of us. Arrived at Bombay in the spring of the year, we went our respective ways, to meet no more for the next 3 or 4 months, when my leave and her love took us both to Simla. There we spent the season together, and there my fire of straw burnt itself out to a pitiful end with the closing year. I attempt no excuse. I make no apology. Mrs. Wessington had given up much for my sake, and was prepared to give up all. From my own lips in August 1882, she learnt that I was sick of her presence, tired of her company, and weary of the sound of her voice. 99 women out of 100 would have wearied of me as I wearied of them. 75 of that number would have promptly avenged themselves by active and obtrusive flirtation with other men. Mrs. Wessington was the 100th. On her, neither my openly expressed aversion nor the cutting brutalities with which I garnished our interviews had the least effect. "Jack, darling," was her one eternal cuckoo cry, "I'm sure it's all a mistake, a hideous mistake, and we'll be good friends again some day. Please forgive me, Jack, dear." I was the offender, and I knew it. That knowledge transformed my pity into passive endurance, and eventually into blind hate, the same instinct, I suppose, which prompts a man to savagely stamp on the spider he has but half killed. And with this hate in my bosom, the season of 1882 came to an end. Next year we met again at Simla, she with her monotonous face and timid attempts at reconciliation, and I with loathing of her in every fibre of my frame. Several times I could not avoid meeting her alone, and on each occasion her words were identically the same. Still the unreasoning wail that it was all a mistake, and still the hope of eventually making friends. I might have seen, had I cared to look, that that hope only was keeping her alive. She grew more wan and thin month by month. You will agree with me, at least, that such conduct would have driven anyone to despair. It was uncalled for, childish, unwomanly. I maintain that she was much to blame. And again, sometimes, in the black, fever-stricken night watches, I have begun to think that I might have been a little kinder to her. But that really is a delusion. I could not have continued pretending to love her when I didn't, could I? It would have been unfair to us both. Last year we met again, on the same terms as before. The same weary appeals and the same curt answers from my lips. At least I would make her see how wholly wrong and hopeless were her attempts at resuming the old relationship. As the season wore on, we fell apart. That is to say, she found it difficult to meet me, for I had other and more absorbing interests to attend to. When I think it over quietly in my sick room, the season of 1884 seems a confused nightmare wherein light and shade were fantastically intermingled. My courtship of little Kitty Mannering, my hopes, doubts, and fears, our long rides together, my trembling avowal of attachment, her reply, and now and again a vision of a white face flitting by in the rickshaw with the black and white liveries I once watched for so earnestly, the wave of Mrs. Wessington's gloved hand, and when she met me alone, which was but seldom, the irksome monotony of her appeal. I loved Kitty Mannering, honestly, heartily loved her, and with my love for her grew my hatred for Agnes. In August, Kitty and I were engaged. The next day I met those accursed magpie jambonese at the back of Jacko, and moved by some passing sentiment of pity, stopped to tell Mrs. Wessington everything. She knew it already. "So I hear you're engaged, Jack, dear." Then, without a moment's pause, "I'm sure it's all a mistake, a hideous mistake. We shall be as good friends some day, Jack, as we ever were." My answer might have made even a man wince. It cut the dying woman before me like the blow of a whip. "Please forgive me, Jack. I didn't mean to make you angry, but it's true, it's true." And Mrs. Wessington broke down completely. I turned away and left her to finish her journey in peace, feeling, but only for a moment or two, that I had been an unutterably mean hound. I looked back and saw that she had turned her rickshaw with the idea, I suppose, of overtaking me. The scene and its surroundings were photographed on my memory. The rain-swept sky, we were at the end of the wet weather, the sodden, dingy pines, the muddy road, and the black, powder-riven cliffs formed a gloomy background against which the black and white liveries of the Japanese, the yellow-panelled rickshaw, and Mrs. Wessington's down-bowed golden head stood out clearly. She was holding her handkerchief in her left hand and was leaning back exhausted against the rickshaw cushions. I turned my horse up a bypath near the Sanjowly Reservoir and literally ran away. Once I fancied I heard a faint call of "Jack!" This may have been imagination. I never stopped to verify it. 10 minutes later I came across Kitty on horseback, and in the delight of a long ride with her, forgot all about the interview. A week later Mrs. Wessington died, and the inexpressible burden of her existence was removed from my life. I went plainsward, perfectly happy. Before 3 months were over, I had forgotten all about her, except that at times the discovery of some of her old letters reminded me unpleasantly of our bygone relationship. By January I had disinterred what was left of our correspondence from among my scattered belongings and had burnt it. At the beginning of April of this year, 1885, I was at Simla, semi-deserted Simla once more, and was deep in lovers' talks and walks with Kitty. It was decided that we should be married at the end of June. You will understand, therefore, that, loving Kitty as I did, I am not saying too much when I pronounce myself to have been, at the time, the happiest man in India. 14 delightful days passed almost before I noticed their flight. Then, aroused to the sense of what was proper among mortals circumstanced as we were, I pointed out to Kitty that an engagement ring was the outward and visible sign of her dignity as an engaged girl, and that she must forthwith come to Hamilton's to be measured for one. Up to that moment, I give you my word, we had completely forgotten so trivial a matter. To Hamilton's we accordingly went on the 15th of April, 1885. Remember that, whatever my doctor may say to the contrary, I was then in perfect health, enjoying a well-balanced mind and an absolutely tranquil spirit. Kitty and I entered Hamilton's shop together, and there, regardless of the order of affairs, I measured Kitty's finger for the ring in the presence of the amused assistant. The ring was a sapphire with 2 diamonds. We then rode out down the slope that leads to the Combermere Bridge and Politi's shop. While my whaler was cautiously feeling his way over the loose shale, and Kitty was laughing and chattering at my side, while all Simla, that is to say, as much of it as had then come from the plains, was grouped round the reading-room and Politi's veranda, I was aware that someone, apparently at a vast distance, was calling me by my Christian name. It struck me that I had heard the voice before, but when and where I could not at once determine. In the short space it took to cover the road between the path from Hamilton's shop and the first plank of the Combermere Bridge, I had thought over 6 people who might have committed such a solecism, and had eventually decided that it must have been some singing in my ears. Immediately opposite Politi's shop, my eye was arrested by the sight of 4 Japanese in black and white livery, pulling a yellow-panelled, cheap, bizarre rickshaw. In a moment my mind flew back to the previous season and Mrs. Wessington with a sense of irritation and disgust. Was it not enough that the woman was dead and done with, without her black and white servitors reappearing to spoil the day's happiness? Whoever employed them now, I thought, I would call upon and ask as a personal favor to change her Japanese livery. I would hire the men myself, and, if necessary, buy their coats from off their backs. It is impossible to say here what a flood of undesirable memories their presence evoked. "Kitty," I cried, "there are poor Mrs. Wessing's Japanese turned up again. I wonder who has them now." Kitty had known Mrs. Wessington slightly last season, and had always been interested in the sickly woman. "What? Where? she asked. "I can't see them anywhere." Even as she spoke, her horse, swerving from a laden mule, threw himself directly in front of the advancing rickshaw. I had scarcely time to utter a word of warning when, to my unutterable horror, horse and rider passed through men and carriage as if they had been thin air. "What's the matter?" cried Kitty. "What made you call out so foolishly, Jack? If I am engaged, I don't want all creation to know about it. There was lots of space between the mule and the veranda, and if you think I can't ride, there." Whereupon wilful Kitty set off, her dainty little head in the air, at a hand gallop in the direction of the bandstand, fully expecting, as she herself afterwards told me, that I should follow her. What was the matter? Nothing, indeed. Either that I was mad or drunk, or that Simla was haunted with devils. I reined in my impatient cob and turned round. The rickshaw had turned too, and now stood immediately facing me, near the left railing of the Combermere Bridge. "Jack! Jack, darling!" There was no mistake about the words this time. They rang through my brain as if they had been shouted in my ear. "It's some hideous mistake, I'm sure. Please forgive me, Jack, and let's be friends again." The rickshaw hood had fallen back, and inside, as I hope and daily pray for the death I dread by night, sat Mrs. Keith Wessington, handkerchief in hand and golden head bowed on her breast. How long I stared motionless I do not know. Finally I was aroused by my groom taking the whaler's bridle and asking whether I was ill. I tumbled off my horse and dashed, half fainting, into Polides for a glass of cherry brandy. There 2 or 3 couples were gathered round the coffee tables, discussing the gossip of the day. Their trivialities were more comforting to me just then than the consolations of religion could have been. I plunged into the midst of the conversation at once, chatted, laughed, and jested with a face, when I caught a glimpse of it in a mirror, as white and drawn as that of a corpse. 3 or 4 men noticed my condition, and evidently setting it down to the results of over many pegs, charitably endeavored to draw me apart from the rest of the loungers. But I refused to be led away. I wanted the company of my kind, as a child rushes into the midst of a dinner party after a fright in the dark. I must have talked for about 10 minutes or so, though it seemed an eternity to me, when I heard Kitty's dear voice outside, inquiring for me. In another minute she had entered the shop, prepared to roundly upbraid me for failing so signally in my duties. Something in my face stopped her. "Why, Jack," she cried, "what have you been doing? What has happened? Are you ill?" Thus driven into a direct lie, I said that the sun had been a little too much for me. It was close upon 5 o'clock of a cloudy April afternoon, and the sun had been hidden all day. I saw my mistake as soon as the words were out of my mouth, attempted to recover it, blundered hopelessly, and followed Kitty in a regal rage out of doors amid the smiles of my acquaintances. I made some excuse, I have forgotten what, on the score of my feeling faint, and cantered away to my hotel, leaving Kitty to finish the ride by herself. In my room I sat down and tried calmly to reason out the matter. Here was I, Theobald Jack Panzay, a well-educated Bengal civilian, in the year of grace 1885, presumably sane, certainly healthy, driven in terror from my sweetheart's side by the apparition of a woman who had been dead and buried 8 months ago. These were facts that I could not blink. Nothing was further from my thought than any memory of Mrs. Wessington when Kitty and I left Hamilton's shop. Nothing was more utterly commonplace than the stretch of wall opposite Polides. It was broad daylight. The road was full of people, and yet here, look you, in defiance of every law of probability, in direct outrage of nature's ordinance, there had appeared to me a face from the grave. Kitty's Arab had gone through the rickshaw, so that my first hope that some woman marvellously like Mrs. Wessington had hired the carriage and the coolies with their old livery was lost. Again and again I went round this treadmill of thought, and again gave up baffled and in despair. The voice was as inexplicable as the apparition. I had originally some wild notion of confiding it all to Kitty, of begging her to marry me at once, and in her arms defying the ghostly occupant of the rickshaw. After all, I argued, the presence of the rickshaw is in itself enough to prove the existence of a spectral illusion. One may see ghosts of men and women, but surely never of coolies and carriages. The whole thing is absurd. Fancy the ghost of a hill man. Next morning I sent a penitent note to Kitty, imploring her to overlook my strange conduct of the previous afternoon. My divinity was still very wroth, and a personal apology was necessary. I explained, with a fluency born of night-long pondering over a falsehood, that I had been attacked with a sudden palpitation of the heart, the result of indigestion. This eminently practical solution had its effect, and Kitty and I rode out that afternoon with the shadow of my first lie dividing us. Nothing would please her save a canter round Jacko. With my nerves still unstrung from the previous night, I feebly protested against the notion, suggesting Observatory Hill, Jutogh, the Boileaugunge Road, anything rather than the Jacko round. Kitty was angry and a little hurt, so I yielded from fear of provoking further misunderstanding, and we set out together towards Chota Simla. We walked a greater part of the way, and, according to our custom, cantered from a mile or so below the convent to the stretch of level road by the Sanjowly reservoir. The wretched horses appeared to fly, and my heart beat quicker and quicker as we neared the crest of the ascent. My mind had been full of Mrs. Wessington all the afternoon, and every inch of the Jacko road bore witness to our old-time walks and talks. The boulders were full of it. The pines sang it aloud overhead. The rain-fed torrents giggled and chuckled unseen over the shameful story, and the wind in my ears chanted the iniquity aloud. As a fitting climax, in the middle of the level men call the Ladies' Mile, the horror was awaiting me. No other rickshaw was in sight. Only the 4 black and white jampanies, the yellow-panelled carriage, and the golden head of the woman within, all apparently just as I had left them 8 months and 1 fortnight ago. For an instant I fancied that Kitty must see what I saw. We were so marvellously sympathetic in all things. Her next words undeceived me. "Not a soul in sight! Come along, Jack, and I'll race you to the reservoir buildings." Her wiry little Arab was off like a bird, my whaler following close behind, and in this order we dashed under the cliffs. Half a minute brought us within 50 yards of the rickshaw. I pulled my whaler and fell back a little. The rickshaw was directly in the middle of the road, and once more the Arab passed through it, my horse following. "Jack, Jack dear, please forgive me," rang with a wail in my ears, and after an interval, "It's all a mistake, a hideous mistake." I spurred my horse like a man possessed. When I turned my head at the reservoir works, the black and white liveries were still waiting, patiently waiting, under the grey hillside, and the wind brought me a mocking echo of the words I had just heard. Kitty bantered me a good deal on my silence throughout the remainder of the ride. I had been talking up till then wildly and at random. To save my life I could not speak afterwards naturally, and from Sanjowly to the church wisely held my tongue. I was to dine with the Mannerings that night, and had barely time to canter home to dress. On the road to Elysium Hill I overheard 2 men talking together in the dusk. "It's a curious thing," said one, "how completely all trace of it disappeared. You know my wife was insanely fond of the woman, never could see anything in her myself, and wanted me to pick up her old rickshaw and coolies if they were to be got for love or money. Morbid sort of fancy, I call it, but I've got to do what the Mem Sahib tells me. Would you believe that the man she hired it from tells me that all 4 of the men, they were brothers, died of cholera on the way to Hardwar, poor devils, and the rickshaw has been broken up by the man himself. Told me he never used a dead Mem Sahib's rickshaw. Spoilt his luck. Queer notion, wasn't it? Fancy poor little Mrs. Wessington spoiling anyone's luck except her own. I laughed aloud at this point, and my laugh jarred on me as I uttered it. So there were ghosts of rickshaws after all, and ghostly employments in the other world. How much did Mrs. Wessington give her men? What were their hours? Where did they go? And for visible answer to my last question, I saw the infernal thing blocking my path in the twilight. The dead travel fast, and by shortcuts unknown to ordinary coolies. I laughed aloud a second time, and checked my laughter suddenly, for I was afraid I was going mad. Mad to a certain extent I must have been, for I recollect that I reined in my horse at the head of the rickshaw and politely wished Mrs. Wessington good evening. Her answer was one I knew only too well. I listened to the end, and replied that I had heard it all before, but should be delighted if she had anything further to say. Some malignant devil stronger than I must have entered into me that evening, for I have a dim recollection of talking the commonplaces of the day for 5 minutes to the thing in front of me. Mad as a hatter, poor devil, or drunk. Max, try and get him to come home. Surely that was not Mrs. Wessington's voice. The two men had overheard me speaking to the empty air, and had returned to look after me. They were very kind and considerate, and from their words evidently gathered that I was extremely drunk. I thanked them confusedly, and cantered away to my hotel, there changed, and arrived at the Mannerings 10 minutes late. I pleaded the darkness of the night as an excuse, was rebuked by Kitty for my unlover-like tardiness, and sat down. The conversation had already become general, and under cover of it I was addressing some tender small talk to my sweetheart, when I was aware that at the further end of the table a short, red-whiskered man was describing with much broidery his encounter with a mad unknown that evening. A few sentences convinced me that he was repeating the incident of half an hour ago. In the middle of the story he looked round for applause, as professional storytellers do, caught my eye, and straightway collapsed. There was a moment's awkward silence, and the red-whiskered man muttered something to the effect that he had forgotten the rest, thereby sacrificing a reputation as a good storyteller which he had built up for 6 seasons past. I blessed him from the bottom of my heart, and went on with my fish. In the fullness of time that dinner came to an end, and with genuine regret I tore myself away from Kitty, as certain as I was of my own existence that it would be waiting for me outside the door. The red-whiskered man, who had been introduced to me as Dr. Heatherley of Simla, volunteered to bear me company as far as our roads lay together. I accepted his offer with gratitude. My instinct had not deceived me. It lay in readiness in them all, and in what seemed devilish mockery of our ways, with a lighted headlamp. The red-whiskered man went to the point at once, in a manner that showed he had been thinking over it all dinner-time. "I say, Pansy, what the deuce was the matter with you this evening on the Elysium Road?" The suddenness of the question wrenched an answer from me before I was aware. "That," said I, pointing to it. "That may be either D.T. or eyes for aught I know. Now you don't liquor. I saw as much at dinner, so it can't be D.T. There's nothing whatever where you're pointing, though you're sweating and trembling with fright like a scared pony. Therefore I conclude that it's eyes, and I ought to understand all about them. Come along home with me. I'm on the Blessington Lower Road." To my intense delight, the rickshaw, instead of waiting for us, kept about 20 yards ahead, and this, too, whether we walked, trotted, or cantered. In the course of that long night ride, I had told my companion almost as much as I have told you here. "Well, you've spoiled one of the best tales I've ever laid tongue to," said he, "but I'll forgive you for the sake of what you've gone through. Now come home and do what I tell you, and when I've cured you, young man, let this be a lesson to you, to steer clear of women and indigestible food till the day of your death." The rickshaw kept steadily in front, and my red-whiskered friend seemed to derive great pleasure from my account of its exact whereabouts. "Eyes, Pansy, all eyes, brain, and stomach, and the greatest of these 3 is stomach. You've too much conceited brain, too little stomach, and thoroughly unhealthy eyes. Get your stomach straight and the rest follows. And all that's French for a liver pill. I'll take sole medical charge of you from this hour, for you're too interesting a phenomenon to be passed over." By this time we were deep in the shadow of the Blessington Lower Road, and the rickshaw came to a dead stop under a pine-clad, overhanging shale cliff. Instinctively I halted too, giving my reason. Heatherly rapped out an oath. "Now, if you think I'm going to spend a cold night on the hillside for the sake of a stomach-cum-brain-cum-eye illusion, Lord have mercy, what's that?" There was a muffled report, a blinding smother of dust just in front of us, a crack, the noise of rent boughs, and about 10 yards of the cliffside, pines, undergrowth, and all, slid down into the road below, completely blocking it up. The uprooted trees swayed and tottered for a moment like drunken giants in the gloom, and then fell prone among their fellows with a thunderous crash. Our 2 horses stood motionless and sweating with fear. As soon as the rattle of falling earth and stone had subsided, my companion muttered, "Man, if we'd gone forward, we should have been 10 feet deep in our graves by now. There are more things in heaven and earth. Come home, Pansy, and thank God I want a drink badly." We retraced our way over the church ridge, and I arrived at Dr. Heatherly's house shortly after midnight. His attempts towards my cure commenced almost immediately, and for a week I never left his sight. Many a time in the course of that week did I bless the good fortune which had thrown me in contact with Simla's best and kindest doctor. Day by day my spirits grew lighter and more equable. Day by day, too, I became more and more inclined to fall in with Heatherly's spectral illusion theory, implicating eyes, brain, and stomach. I wrote to Kitty, telling her that a slight sprain caused by a fall from my horse kept me indoors for a few days, and that I should be recovered before she had time to regret my absence. Heatherly's treatment was simple to a degree. It consisted of liver pills, cold water baths, and strong exercise, taken in the dusk or at early dawn. For, as he sagely observed, a man with a sprained ankle doesn't walk a dozen miles a day, and your young woman might be wondering if she saw you. At the end of the week, after much examination of pupil and pulse, and strict injunctions as to diet and pedestrianism, Heatherly dismissed me as brusquely as he had taken charge of me. Here is his parting benediction. "Man, I certify to your mental cure, and that's as much as to say I've cured most of your bodily ailments. Now get your traps out of this as soon as you can, and be off to make love to Miss Kitty." I was endeavoring to express my thanks for his kindness. He cut me short. "Don't think I did this because I like you. I gather that you've behaved like a blackguard all through. But all the same, you're a phenomena, and as queer a phenomenon as you are a blackguard. Now go out and see if you can find the eyes, brain, and stomach business again. I'll give you a lakh for each time you see it." Half an hour later I was in the Mannerings' drawing-room with Kitty, drunk with the intoxication of present happiness and the foreknowledge that I should never more be troubled with its hideous presence. Strong in the sense of my new-found security, I proposed a ride at once, and by preference a canter round Jacko. Never have I felt so well, so overladen with vitality and mere animal spirits as I did on the afternoon of the 30th of April. Kitty was delighted at the change in my appearance, and complimented me on it in her delightfully frank and outspoken manner. We left the Mannerings' house together, laughing and talking, and cantered along the Chota Simla road as of old. I was in haste to reach the Sanjowly reservoir and there make my assurance doubly sure. The horses did their best, but seemed all too slow to my impatient mind. Kitty was astonished at my boisterousness. "Why, Jack," she cried at last, "you are behaving like a child. What are you doing?" We were just below the convent, and from sheer wantonness I was making my Whaler plunge and curvet across the road as I tickled it with the loop of my riding-whip. "Doing?" I answered. "Nothing, dear. That's just it. If you'd been doing nothing for a week except lie up, you'd be as riotous as I. Singing and murmuring in your feastful mirth, joying to feel yourself alive, lord over nature, lord of the visible earth, lord of the senses 5. My quotation was hardly out of my lips before we had rounded the corner above the convent, and a few yards further on could see across to Sanjowly. In the centre of the level road stood the black and white liveries, the yellow-panelled rickshaw and Mrs. Keith Wessington. I pulled up, looked, rubbed my eyes, and, I believe, must have said something. The next thing I knew was that I was lying face downward on the road, with Kitty kneeling above me in tears. "Has it gone, child?" I gasped. Kitty only wept more bitterly. "Has what gone? Jack, dear, what does it all mean? There must be a mistake somewhere, Jack. A hideous mistake." Her last words brought me to my feet, mad, raving for the time being. "Yes, there is a mistake somewhere," I repeated. "A hideous mistake. Come and look at it." I have an indistinct idea that I dragged Kitty by the wrist along the road up to where it stood, and implored her for pity's sake to speak to it, to tell it that we were betrothed, that neither death nor hell could break the tie between us, and Kitty only knows how much more to the same effect. Now and again I appealed passionately to the terror in the rickshaw to bear witness to all I had said, and to release me from a torture that was killing me. As I talked, I suppose I must have told Kitty of my old relations with Mrs. Wessington, for I saw her listen intently with white face and blazing eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Pansy," she said. "That's quite enough. Bring my horse." The grooms, impassive as Orientals always are, had come up with the recaptured horses, and as Kitty sprang into her saddle, I caught hold of the bridle, entreating her to hear me out and forgive. My answer was the cut of her riding-whip across my face from mouth to eye, and a word or two of farewell that even now I cannot write down. So I judged, and judged rightly, that Kitty knew all, and I staggered back to the side of the rickshaw. My face was cut and bleeding, and the blow of the riding-whip had raised a livid blue wheal on it. I had no self-respect. Just then Heatherly, who must have been following Kitty and me at a distance, cantered up. "Doctor," I said, pointing to my face, "here's Miss Mannering's signature to my order of dismissal, and I'll thank you for that lac as soon as convenient." Heatherly's face, even in my abject misery, moved me to laugh. "I'll stake my professional reputation," he began. "Don't be a fool," I whispered. "I've lost my life's happiness, and you'd better take me home." As I spoke, the rickshaw was gone. Then I lost all knowledge of what was passing. The crest of Jacko seemed to heave and roll like the crest of a cloud and fall in upon me. 7 days later, on the 7th of May, that is to say, I was aware that I was lying in Heatherly's room as weak as a little child. Heatherly was watching me intently from behind the papers on his writing-table. His first words were not very encouraging, but I was too far spent to be much moved by them. "Here's Miss Kitty has sent back your letters. You corresponded a good deal, you young people. Here's a packet that looks like a ring, and a cheerful sort of a note from Mannering Papa, which I've taken the liberty of reading and burning. The old gentleman's not pleased with you." "And Kitty?" I asked dully. "Rather more drawn than her father from what she says. By the same token, you must have been letting out any number of queer reminiscences just before I met you. Says that a man who would have behaved to a woman as you did to Mrs. Wessington ought to kill himself out of sheer pity for his kind. She's a hot-headed little virago, your mash. We'll have it, too, that you were suffering from DT when that row on the Jacko Road turned up. Says she'll die before she ever speaks to you again." I groaned and turned over on the other side. "Now you've got your choice, my friend. This engagement has to be broken off, and the Mannerings don't want to be too hard on you. Was it broken through DT or epileptic fits? Sorry I can't offer you a better exchange unless you'd prefer hereditary insanity. Say the word and I'll tell them it's fits. All Simla knows about that scene on the Ladies' Mile. Come, I'll give you 5 minutes to think over it." During those 5 minutes, I believe that I explored thoroughly the lowest circles of the inferno which it is permitted man to tread on earth. And at the same time I myself was watching myself faltering through the dark labyrinths of doubt, misery, and utter despair. I wondered, as Heatherly in his chair might have wondered, what dreadful alternative I should adopt. Presently I heard myself answering in a voice I hardly recognized. "They're confoundedly particular about morality in these parts. Give 'em fits, Heatherly, and my love. Now let me sleep a bit longer." Then my two selves joined, and it was only I, half-crazed, devil-driven I, that tossed in my bed, tracing step by step the history of the past month. "But I am in Simla," I kept repeating to myself. "I, Jack Pansay, am in Simla, and there are no ghosts here. It's unreasonable of that woman to pretend there are. Why couldn't Agnes have left me alone? I never did her any harm. It might just as well have been me as Agnes. Only I'd never have come back on purpose to kill her. Why can't I be left alone and happy?" It was high noon when I first awoke, and the sun was low in the sky before I slept as the tortured criminal sleeps on his rack, too worn to feel further pain. Next day I could not leave my bed. Heatherly told me in the morning that he had received an answer from Mr. Mannering, and that, thanks to his, Heatherly's, friendly offices, the story of my affliction had travelled through the length and breadth of Simla, where I was on all sides much pitied. "And that's rather more than you deserve," he concluded pleasantly, "though the Lord knows you've been going through a pretty severe mill. Never mind, we'll cure you yet, you perverse phenomenon." I declined firmly to be cured. "You've been much too good to me already, old man," said I, "but I don't think I need trouble you further." In my heart I knew that nothing Heatherly could do would lighten the burden that had been laid upon me. With that knowledge came also a sense of hopeless, impotent rebellion against the unreasonableness of it all. There were scores of men no better than I, whose punishments had at least been reserved for another world, and I felt that it was bitterly, cruelly unfair that I alone should have been singled out for so hideous a fate. This mood would in time give place to another, where it seemed that the Rickshaw and I were the only realities in a world of shadows, that Kitty was a ghost, that Mannering, Heatherly, and all the other men and women I knew were all ghosts, and the great grey hills themselves but vain shadows devised to torture me. From mood to mood I tossed backwards and forwards for 7 weary days, my body growing daily stronger and stronger, until the bedroom looking-glass told me that I had returned to everyday life, and was as other men once more. Curiously enough, my face showed no signs of the struggle I had gone through. It was pale indeed, but as expressionless and commonplace as ever. I had expected some permanent alteration, visible evidence of the disease that was eating me away. I found nothing. On the 15th of May I left Heatherly's house at 11 o'clock in the morning, and the instinct of the bachelor drove me to the club. There I found that every man knew my story as told by Heatherly, and was, in clumsy fashion, abnormally kind and attentive. Nevertheless, I recognized that for the rest of my natural life I should be among, but not of, my fellows, and I envied very bitterly indeed the laughing coolies on the mall below. I lunched at the club, and at 4 o'clock wandered aimlessly down the mall in the vague hope of meeting Kitty. Close to the bandstand, the black and white liveries joined me, and I heard Mrs. Wessington's old appeal at my side. I had been expecting this ever since I came out, and was only surprised at her delay. The phantom rickshaw and I went side by side along the Chota Simla road in silence. Close to the bazaar, Kitty and a man on horseback overtook and passed us. For any sign she gave, I might have been a dog in the road. She did not even pay me the compliment of quickening her pace, though the rainy afternoon had served for an excuse. So Kitty and her companion, and I and my ghostly light-o'-love, crept round Jacko in couples. The road was streaming with water. The pines dripped like roof-pipes on the rocks below, and the air was full of fine, driving rain. 2 or 3 times I found myself saying to myself almost aloud, "I'm Jack Pansay, on leave at Simla, everyday, ordinary Simla. I mustn't forget that. Then I would try to recollect some of the gossip I had heard at the club, the prices of so-and-so's horses. Anything, in fact, that related to the workaday Anglo-Indian world I knew so well. I even repeated the multiplication table rapidly to myself, to make quite sure that I was not taking leave of my senses. It gave me much comfort, and must have prevented my hearing Mrs. Wessington for a time. Once more I wearily climbed the convent slope, and entered the level road. Here Kitty and the man started off at a canter, and I was left alone with Mrs. Wessington. "Agnes," said I, "will you put back your hood and tell me what it all means?" The hood dropped noiselessly, and I was face to face with my dead and buried mistress. She was wearing the dress in which I had last seen her alive, carried the same tiny handkerchief in her right hand, and the same card case in her left. A woman 8 months dead with a card case. I had to pin myself down to the multiplication table, and to set both hands on the stone parapet of the road to assure myself that that, at least, was real. "Agnes," I repeated, "for pity's sake, tell me what it all means." Mrs. Wessington leant forward, with that odd, quick turn of the head I used to know so well, and spoke. If my story had not already so madly overleaped the bounds of all human belief, I should apologize to you now. As I know that no one, no, not even Kitty, for whom it is written as some sort of justification of my conduct, will believe me, I will go on. Mrs. Wessington spoke, and I walked with her from the Sanjowly Road to the turning below the Commander-in-Chief's house, as I might walk by the side of any living woman's rickshaw, deep in conversation. The second and most tormenting of my moods of sickness had suddenly laid hold upon me, and like the prince in Tennyson's poem, I seemed to move amid a world of ghosts. There had been a garden party at the Commander-in-Chief's, and we too joined the crowd of homeward-bound folk. As I saw them then, it seemed that they were the shadows, impalpable, fantastic shadows, that divided for Mrs. Wessington's rickshaw to pass through. What we said during the course of that weird interview I cannot, indeed I dare not, tell. Heatherley's comment would have been a short laugh, and a remark that I had been mashing a brain, eye, and stomach chimera. It was a ghastly, and yet in some indefinable way, a marvellously dear experience. Could it be possible, I wondered, that I was in this life to woo a second time the woman I had killed by my own neglect and cruelty? I met Kitty on the homeward road, a shadow among shadows. If I were to describe all the incidents of the next fortnight in their order, my story would never come to an end, and your patience would be exhausted. Morning after morning, and evening after evening, the ghostly rickshaw and I used to wander through Simla together. Wherever I went, there the 4 black and white liveries followed me and bore me company to and from my hotel. At the theatre I found them amid the crowd of yelling Japanese. Outside the club veranda after a long evening of whist. At the birthday ball, waiting patiently for my reappearance. And in broad daylight when I went calling. Save that it cast no shadow, the rickshaw was in every respect as real to look upon as one of wood and iron. More than once, indeed, I have had to check myself from warning some hard-riding friend against cantering over it. More than once I have walked down the Mall, deep in conversation with Mrs. Wessington, to the unspeakable amazement of the passers-by. Before I had been out and about a week, I learned that the fit theory had been discarded in favor of insanity. However, I made no change in my mode of life. I called, rode, and dined out as freely as ever. I had a passion for the society of my kind, which I had never felt before. I hungered to be among the realities of life, and at the same time I felt vaguely unhappy when I had been separated too long from my ghostly companion. It would be almost impossible to describe my varying moods from the 15th of May up to today. The presence of the rickshaw filled me by turns with horror, blind fear, a dim sort of pleasure, and utter despair. I dared not leave Simla, and I knew that my stay there was killing me. I knew, moreover, that it was my destiny to die slowly and a little every day. My only anxiety was to get the penance over as quietly as might be. Alternately, I hungered for a sight of Kitty, and watched her outrageous flirtations with my successor, to speak more accurately, my successors, with amused interest. She was as much out of my life as I was out of hers. By day I wandered with Mrs. Wessington, almost content. By night I implored heaven to let me return to the world as I used to know it. Above all these varying moods lay the sensation of dull, numbing wonder that the seen and the unseen should mingle so strangely on this earth to hound one poor soul to its grave. August 27th. Heatherly has been indefatigable in his attendance on me, and only yesterday told me that I ought to send in an application for sick leave. An application to escape the company of a phantom, a request that the government would graciously permit me to get rid of 5 ghosts and an airy rickshaw by going to England. Heatherly's proposition moved me to almost hysterical laughter. I told him that I should await the end quietly at Simla, and I am sure that the end is not far off. Believe me that I dread its advent more than any word can say, and I torture myself nightly with 1,000 speculations as to the manner of my death. Shall I die in my bed, decently, and as an English gentleman would die? Or, in one last walk on the Mall, will my soul be wrenched from me to take its place for ever and ever by the side of that ghastly phantasm? Shall I return to my old lost allegiance in the next world? Or shall I meet Agnes, loathing her and bound to her side through all eternity? Shall we two hover over the scene of our lives till the end of time? As the day of my death draws nearer, the intense horror that all living flesh feels towards escaped spirits from beyond the grave grows more and more powerful. It is an awful thing to go down quick among the dead with scarcely 1/2 of your life completed. It is 1,000 times more awful to wait, as I do, in your midst, for I know not what unimaginable terror. Pity me, at least on the score of my delusion, for I know you will never believe what I have written here. Yet as surely as ever a man was done to death by the powers of darkness, I am that man. In justice, too, pity her, for as surely as ever woman was killed by man, I killed Mrs. Wessington, and the last portion of my punishment is even now upon me. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Best Ghost Stories. The Rival Ghosts by Brander Matthews. The good ship sped on her way across the calm Atlantic. It was an outward passage, according to the little charts which the company had charily distributed, but most of the passengers were homeward bound after a summer of rest and recreation, and they were counting the days before they might hope to see Fire Island light. On the lee side of the boat, comfortably sheltered from the wind, and just by the door of the captain's room, which was theirs during the day, sat a little group of returning Americans. The Duchess, she was down on the purser's list as Mrs. Martin, but her friends and familiars called her the Duchess of Washington Square, and baby Van Rensselaer, she was quite old enough to vote, had her sex been entitled to that duty, but as the younger of 2 sisters, she was still the baby of the family. The Duchess and baby Van Rensselaer were discussing the pleasant English voice and the not unpleasant English accent of a manly young lordling who was going to America for sport. Uncle Larry and dear Jones were enticing each other into a bet on the ship's run of the morrow.
"I'll give you 2 to 1 she don't make 420,
said dear Jones.
"I'll take it,"
answered Uncle Larry.
"We made 427 the 5th day last year."
It was Uncle Larry's 17th visit to Europe, and this was therefore his 34th voyage.
"And when did you get in?"
asked baby Van Rensselaer.
"I don't care a bit about the run, so long as you get in soon." "We crossed the bar Sunday night, just 7 days after we left Queenstown, and we dropped anchor off Quarantine at 3 o'clock on Monday morning. I hope we shan't do that this time. I can't seem to sleep any when the boat stops." "I can, but I didn't,"
continued Uncle Larry,
"because my stateroom was the most forward in the boat, and the donkey engine that let down the anchor was right over my head." "So you got up and saw the sunrise over the bay?"
said dear Jones.
with the electric lights of the city twinkling in the distance, and the first faint flush of the dawn in the east just over Fort Lafayette, and the rosy tinge which spread softly upward, and did you both come back together? Asked the Duchess. Because he has crossed 34 times, you must not suppose that he has monopoly in sunrises, retorted dear Jones. No, this was my own sunrise, and a mighty pretty one it was too. I am not matching sunrises with you, remarked Uncle Larry calmly. But I am willing to back a merry jest called forth by my sunrise against any two merry jests called forth by yours. I confess reluctantly that my sunrise evoked no merry jest at all. Dear Jones was an honest man and would scorn to invent a merry jest on the spur of the moment. That's where my sunrise has the call, said Uncle Larry complacently. What was the merry jest? Was Baby Van Rensselaer's inquiry the natural result of a feminine curiosity thus artistically excited? Well, here it is. I was standing aft near a patriotic American and a wandering Irishman, and the patriotic American rashly declared that you couldn't see a sunrise like that anywhere in Europe. And this gave the Irishman his chance, and he said, "Sure, you don't have 'em here till we're through with them over there." It is true, said dear Jones thoughtfully, that they do have some things over there better than we do. For instance, umbrellas. And gowns, added the Duchess. And antiquities. This was Uncle Larry's contribution. And we do have some things so much better in America, protested Baby Van Rensselaer, as yet uncorrupted by any worship of the effete monarchies of despotic Europe. We make lots of things a great deal nicer than you can get them in Europe, especially ice cream. And pretty girls, added dear Jones, but he did not look at her. And spooks, remarked Uncle Larry casually. Spooks? Queried the Duchess. Spooks, I maintain the word. Ghosts, if you like that better, or spectres. We turn out the best quality of spook. You forget the lovely ghost stories about the Rhine and the Black Forest, interrupted Miss Van Rensselaer with feminine inconsistency. I remember the Rhine and the Black Forest and all the other haunts of elves and fairies and hobgoblins, but for good, honest spooks, there is no place like home. And what differentiates our spook, Spiritus Americanus, from the ordinary ghost of literature is that it responds to the American sense of humor. Take Irving's stories, for example. The Headless Horseman, that's a comic ghost story. And Rip Van Winkle, consider what humor and what good humor there is in the telling of his meeting with the goblin crew of Hendrik Hudson's men. A still better example of this American way of dealing with legend and mystery is the marvelous tale of the rival ghosts. The rival ghosts? Queried the Duchess and Baby Van Rensselaer together. Who were they? Didn't I ever tell you about them? Answered Uncle Larry, a gleam of approaching joy flashing from his eye. Since he is bound to tell us sooner or later, we'd better be resigned and hear it now, said dear Jones. If you're not more eager, I won't tell it at all. Oh, do, Uncle Larry. You know I just dote on ghost stories, pleaded Baby Van Rensselaer. Once upon a time, began Uncle Larry. In fact, a very few years ago, there lived in the thriving town of New York a young American called Duncan, Eliphalet Duncan. Like his name, he was half Yankee and half Scotch. And naturally, he was a lawyer and had come to New York to make his way. His father was a Scotchman who had come over and settled in Boston and married a Salem girl. When Eliphalet Duncan was about 20, he lost both of his parents. His father left him with enough money to give him a start and a strong feeling of pride in his Scotch birth. You see, there was a title in the family in Scotland, and although Eliphalet's father was the younger son of a younger son, yet he always remembered and always bade his only son to remember that his ancestry was noble. His mother left him her full share of Yankee grit and a little house in Salem which has belonged to her family for more than 200 years. She was a Hitchcock, and the Hitchcocks had been settled in Salem since the year 1. It was a great great grandfather of Mr. Eliphalet Hitchcock who was foremost in the time of the Salem witchcraft craze. And this little old house, which she left to my friend Eliphalet Duncan, was haunted. By the ghost of one of the witches, of course, interrupted dear Jones. Now, how could it be the ghost of a witch, since the witches were all burned at the stake? You never heard of anybody who was burned having a ghost, did you? That's an argument in favor of cremation, at any rate, replied Jones, evading the direct question. It is if you don't like ghosts, I do, said Baby Van Rensselaer. And so do I, added Uncle Larry. I love a ghost as dearly as an Englishman loves a lot. Go on with your story, said the Duchess, majestically overruling all extraneous discussion. This little old house at Salem was haunted, resumed Uncle Larry, and by a very distinguished ghost, or at least by a ghost with very remarkable attributes. What was he like? Asked Baby Van Rensselaer with the premonitory shiver of anticipatory delight.
It had a lot of peculiarities. In the first place, it never appeared to the master of the house. Mostly, it confined its visitations to unwelcome guests. In the course of the last 100 years, it had frightened away 4 successive mothers in law, while never intruding on the head of the household. I guess that ghost had been one of the boys when he was alive and in the flesh. This was dear Jones's contribution to the telling of the tale. In the second place, continued Uncle Larry, it never frightened anybody the first time it appeared. Only on the second visit were the ghost seers scared. But then they were scared enough for twice, and they rarely mustered up courage enough to risk a third interview. One of the most curious characteristics of this well meaning spook was that it had no face, or at least that nobody ever saw its face. Perhaps he kept his countenance veiled? Queried the Duchess, who was beginning to remember that she never did like ghost stories. That was what I was never able to find out. I have asked several people who saw the ghost, and none of them could tell me anything about its face. And yet, while in its presence, they never noticed its features and never remarked on their absence or concealment. It was only afterward, when they tried to recall calmly all the circumstances of meeting with the mysterious stranger, that they became aware that they had not seen its face. And they could not say whether the features were covered, or whether they were wanting, or what the trouble was. They knew only that the face was never seen, and no matter how often they might see it, they never fathomed this mystery. To this day, nobody knows whether the ghost which used to haunt the little old house in Salem had a face, or what manner of face it had. How awfully weird, said baby Van Rensselaer. And why did the ghost go away? I haven't said it went away, answered Uncle Larry with much dignity. But you said it used to haunt the little old house at Salem, so I suppose it had moved, didn't it? You shall be told in due time. Eliphalet Duncan used to spend most of his summer vacations at Salem, and the ghost never bothered him at all, for he was the master of the house, much to his disgust too, because he wanted to see for himself the mysterious tenant at will of his property. But he never saw it, never. He arranged with friends to call him whenever it might appear, and he slept in the next room with the door open, and yet when their frightened cries waked him the ghost was gone, and his only reward was to hear reproachful sighs as soon as he went back to bed. You see, the ghost thought it was not fair of Eliphalet to see an introduction which was plainly unwelcome. Dear Jones interrupted the storyteller by getting up and tucking a heavy rug snugly around baby Van Rensselaer's feet, for the sky was now overcast and grey, and the air was damp and penetrating. One fine spring morning, pursued Uncle Larry, Eliphalet Duncan received great news. I told you that there was a title in the family in Scotland, and that Eliphalet's father was the youngest son of a younger son. Well, it happened that all Eliphalet's father's brothers and uncles had died off without male issue, except the eldest son of the eldest, and he, of course, bore the title and was Baron Duncan of Duncan. Now, the great news that Eliphalet Duncan received in New York one fine spring morning was that Baron Duncan and his only son had been yachting in the Hebrides, and they had been caught in a black squall, and they were both dead. So my friend Eliphalet Duncan inherited the title and the estates. How romantic, said the Duchess. So he was a baron. Well, answered Uncle Larry, he was a baron if he chose, but he didn't choose. More fool he, said dear Jones sententiously. Well, answered Uncle Larry, I'm not so sure of that. You see, Eliphalet Duncan was half Scotch and half Yankee, and he had 2 eyes to the main chance. He held his tongue about his windfall of luck until he could find out whether the Scotch estates were enough to keep up the Scotch title. He soon discovered that they were not, and that the late Lord Duncan, having married money, kept up such state as he could out of the revenues of the dowry of Lady Duncan. And Eliphalet, he decided that he would rather be a well-fed lawyer in New York, living comfortably on his practice, than a starving lord in Scotland, living scantily on his title. But he kept his title? Asked the Duchess. Well, answered Uncle Larry, he kept it quiet. I knew it, and a friend or two more. But Eliphalet was a sight too smart to put Baron Duncan of Duncan, attorney and counsellor at law, on his shingle. What has all this got to do with your ghost? Asked dear Jones pertinently. Nothing with that ghost, but a good deal with another ghost. Eliphalet was very learned in spirit lore, perhaps because he owned the haunted house at Salem, perhaps because he was a Scotchman by descent. At all events, he had made a special study of the wraiths and white ladies and banshees and bogies of all kinds whose sayings and doings and warnings are recorded in the annals of Scottish nobility. In fact, he was acquainted with the habits of every reputable spook in the Scotch peerage, and he knew that there was a Duncan ghost attached to the person of the holder of the title of Baron Duncan of Duncan.
So, besides being the owner of a haunted house in Salem, he was also a haunted man in Scotland? Asked Baby Van Rensselaer. Just so, but the Scotch ghost was not unpleasant, like the Salem ghost, although it had one peculiarity in common with its transatlantic fellow spook. It never appeared to the holder of the title, just as the other never was visible to the owner of the house. In fact, the Duncan ghost was never seen at all. It was a guardian angel only. Its sole duty was to be in a personal attendance of Baron Duncan of Duncan, and to warn him of impending evil. The traditions of the house told that the barons of Duncan had again and again felt a premonition of ill fortune. Some of them had yielded and withdrawn from the venture they had undertaken, and it had failed dismally. Some had been obstinate, and had hardened their hearts, and had gotten reckless of defeat and to death. In no case had a Lord Duncan been exposed to peril without fair warning. Then how came it that the father and son were lost in the yacht of the Hebrides? Asked Dear Jones. Because they were too enlightened to yield to superstition. There is extant now a letter of Lord Duncan, written to his wife a few minutes before he and his son set sail, in which he tells her how hard he has had to struggle with an almost overmastering desire to give up the trip. Had he obeyed the friendly warning of the family ghost, the latter would have spared a journey across the Atlantic. Did the ghost leave Scotland for America as soon as the old baron died? Asked Baby Van Rensselaer with much interest. How did he come over? Queried Dear Jones. In the steerage or as a cabin passenger? I don't know, answered Uncle Larry calmly, and Eliphalet didn't know, for as he was in no danger and stood in no need of warning, he couldn't tell whether the ghost was on duty or not. Of course, he was on the watch for it all the time, but he never got any proof of its presence until he went down to the little old house of Salem just before the 4th of July. He took a friend down with him, a young fellow who had been in the regular army since the day Fort Sumter was fired on, and who thought that after the 4 years of the little unpleasantness down south, including 6 months in Libby, and after 10 years of fighting the bad Indians on the plains, he wasn't likely to be much frightened by a ghost. Well, Eliphalet and the officer sat out on the porch all the evening, smoking and talking over points in military law. A little after 12 o'clock, just as they began to think it was about time to turn in, they heard the most ghastly noise in the house. It wasn't a shriek or a howl or a yell or anything they could put a name to. It was an undeterminate, inexplicable shiver and shudder of sound which went wailing out of the window. The officer had been at Cold Harbor, but he felt himself getting colder this time. Eliphalet knew it was the ghost who had haunted the house. As this weird sound died away, it was followed by another, sharp, short, blood curdling in its intensity. Something in this cry seemed familiar to Eliphalet, and he felt sure that it proceeded from the family ghost, the warning wraith of the Duncans. Do I understand you to intimate that both ghosts were there together? Inquired the Duchess anxiously. Both of them were there, answered Uncle Larry. You see, one of them belonged to the house and had to be there all the time, and the other was attached to the person of Baron Duncan and had to follow him there. Wherever he was, there was the ghost also. But Eliphalet, he had scarcely time to think this out when he heard both sounds again, not one after another, but both together, and something told him, some sort of an instinct he had, that those two ghosts didn't agree, didn't get on together, didn't exactly hit it off. In fact, they were quarreling. Quarreling ghosts! Well, I never! Was Baby Van Rensselaer's remark. It is a blessed thing to see ghosts dwell together in unity, said Dear Jones. And the Duchess added, it would certainly be setting a better example. You know, resumed Uncle Larry, that two waves of light or of sound may interfere and produce darkness or silence. So it was with these rival spooks. They interfered, but they did not produce silence or darkness. On the contrary, as soon as Eliphalet and the officer went into the house, there began at once a series of spiritualistic manifestations, a regular dark seance. A tambourine was played upon, a bell was rung, and a flaming banjo went singing around the room. Where did they get the banjo? Asked Dear Jones spectacally. I don't know, materialized it, maybe, just as they did the tambourine. You don't suppose a quiet New York lawyer kept a stock of musical instruments large enough to fit out a strolling minstrel troupe just on the chance of a pair of ghosts coming to give him a surprise party, do you? Every spook has its own instrument of torture. Angels play on the harps, I am informed, and spirits delight in banjos and tambourines. These spooks of Eliphalet Duncans were ghosts with all modern improvements, and I guess they were capable of providing their own musical weapons.
At all events, they had them there in the little old house at Salem the night Eliphalet and his friend came down. And they played on them, and they rang the bell, and they rapped here, there, and everywhere. And they kept it up all night. All night? Asked the awe-stricken Duchess. All night long, said Uncle Larry solemnly. And the next night too. Eliphalet did not get a wink of sleep, neither did his friend. On the second night the house ghost was seen by the officer, on the third night it showed itself again, and the next morning the officer packed his gripsack and took the first train to Boston. He was a New Yorker, but he said he'd sooner go to Boston than see that ghost again. Eliphalet, he wasn't scared at all, partly because he never saw either the domiciliary or the titular spook, and partly because he felt himself on friendly terms with the spirit world and didn't scare easily. But after losing 3 nights' sleep and the society of his friend, he began to be a little impatient, and to think that the thing had gone far enough. You see, while in a way he was fond of ghosts, yet he liked them best one at a time. Two ghosts were one too many. He wasn't bent on making a collection of spooks. He and one ghost were company, but he and two ghosts were a crowd. What did he do? Asked baby Van Rensselaer. Well, he couldn't do anything. He waited a while, hoping they would get tired, but he got tired out first. You see, it comes natural to a spook to sleep in the daytime, but a man wants to sleep nights, and they wouldn't let him sleep nights. They kept on wrangling and quarreling incessantly. They manifested and the dark seanced as regularly as the old clock on the stairs struck 12. They rapped and they rang bells, and they banged the tambourine, and they threw the flaming banjo about the house, and worse than all, they swore. I did not know that spirits were addicted to bad language, said the Duchess. How did he know they were swearing? Could he hear them? Asked dear Jones. That was just it, responded Uncle Larry. He could not hear them, at least not distinctly. There were inarticulate murmurs and stifled rumblings. But the impression produced on him was that they were swearing. If they had only sworn right out, he would not have minded it so much, because he would have known the worst. But the feeling that the air was full of suppressed profanity was very wearing, and after standing it for a week, he gave up in disgust and went to the White Mountains. Leaving them to fight it out, I suppose, interjected baby Van Rensselaer. Not at all, explained Uncle Larry. They could not quarrel unless he was present. You see, he could not leave the titular ghost behind him, and the domiciliary ghost could not leave the house. When he went away, he took the family ghost with him, leaving the house ghost behind. Now, spooks can't quarrel when they are 100 miles apart any more than men can. And what happened afterward? Asked baby Van Rensselaer with a pretty impatience. A most marvelous thing happened. Eliphalet Duncan went to the White Mountains, and in the car of the railroad that runs to the top of Mount Washington, he met a classmate whom he had not seen for years, and this classmate introduced Duncan to his sister, and the sister was a remarkably pretty girl, and Duncan fell in love with her at first sight. And by the time he got to the top of Mount Washington, he was so deep in love that he began to consider his own unworthiness, and to wonder whether she might ever be induced to care for him a little, ever so little. I don't think that it is so marvelous a thing, said dear Jones, glancing at baby Van Rensselaer. Who was she? Asked the Duchess, who had once lived in Philadelphia. She was Miss Kitty Sutton of San Francisco, and she was a daughter of old Judge Sutton of the firm of Pixley and Sutton, a very respectable family, assented the Duchess. I hope she wasn't a daughter of that loud and vulgar old Mrs. Sutton whom I met at Saratoga one summer 4 or 5 years ago, said dear Jones. Probably she was. She was a horrid old woman. The boys used to call her Mother Gorgon. Pretty Kitty Sutton, with whom Eliphalet Duncan had fallen in love, was the daughter of Mother Gorgon. But he never saw the mother, who was in Frisco, or Los Angeles, or Santa Fe, or somewhere out west, and he saw a great deal of the daughter, who was up in the White Mountains. She was traveling with her brother and his wife, and as they journeyed from hotel to hotel, Duncan went with them and filled out the quartet. Before the end of the summer, he began to think about proposing. Of course, he had lots of chances, going on excursions as they were every day. He made up his mind to seize the first opportunity, and that very evening he took her out for a moonlight row on Lake Winnipesaukee. As he handed her into the boat, he resolved to do it, and he had a glimmer of suspicion that she knew he was going to do it too. Girls, said dear Jones, never go out in a rowboat at night with a young man unless you mean to accept him. Sometimes it's best to refuse him and get it over once for all, said baby Van Rensselaer. As Eliphalet took the oars, he felt a sudden chill. He tried to shake it off, but in vain. He began to have a growing consciousness of impending evil. Before he had taken 10 strokes, and he was a swift oarsman, he was aware of a mysterious presence between him and Miss Sutton.
Was it the guardian angel ghost warning him off the match?
Interrupted Dear Jones.
That's just what it was, said Uncle Larry, and he yielded to it and kept his peace and rode Miss Sutton back to the hotel with his proposal unspoken.
More fool he, said Dear Jones. It will take more than one ghost to keep me from proposing when my mind is made up. And he looked at baby Van Rensselaer.
The next morning, continued Uncle Larry, Eliphalet overslept himself, and when he went down to a late breakfast, he found that the Suttons had gone to New York by the morning train. He wanted to follow them at once, and again he felt the mysterious presence overpowering his will. He struggled 2 days, and at last he roused himself to do what he wanted in spite of the spook. When he arrived in New York, it was late in the evening. He dressed himself hastily and went to the hotel where the Suttons put up, in the hope of seeing at least her brother. The guardian angel fought every inch of the walk with him until he began to wonder whether, if Miss Sutton were to take him, the spook would forbid the banns. At the hotel he saw no one that night, and he went home determined to call as early as he could the next afternoon and make an end of it. When he left his office about 2 o'clock the next day to learn his fate, he had not walked 5 blocks before he discovered the wraith of the Duncans had withdrawn his opposition to the suit. There was no feeling of impending evil, no resistance, no struggle, no consciousness of an opposing presence. Eliphalet was greatly encouraged. He walked briskly to the hotel. He found Miss Sutton alone. He asked her the question and got his answer. She accepted him, of course, said baby Van Rensselaer. Of course, said Uncle Larry. And while they were in the first flush of joy, swapping confidences and confessions, her brother came into the parlor with an expression of pain on his face and a telegram in his hand. The former was caused by the latter, which was from Frisco, and which announced the sudden death of Mrs. Sutton, their mother. And that was why the ghost no longer opposed the match? Questioned Dear Jones. Exactly. You see, the family ghost knew that Mother Gorgon was an awful obstacle to Duncan's happiness, so it warned him. But the moment the obstacle was removed, it gave its consent at once. The fog was lowering its thick damp curtain, and it was beginning to be difficult to see from one end of the boat to the other. Dear Jones tightened the rug which enwrapped baby Van Rensselaer and then withdrew again into his own substantial coverings. Uncle Larry paused in his story long enough to light another of the tiny cigars he always smoked. I infer that Lord Duncan, the Duchess was scrupulous in the bestowal of titles, saw no more of the ghosts after he was married. He never saw them at all at any time, either before or since, but they came very near breaking off the match, and thus breaking two young hearts. You don't mean to say that they knew any just cause or impediment why they should not forever after hold their peace? Asked Dear Jones. How could a ghost, or even two ghosts, keep a girl from marrying the man she loved? This was baby Van Rensselaer's question. It seems curious, doesn't it? And Uncle Larry tried to warm himself by 2 or 3 sharp pulls at his fiery little cigar. And the circumstances are quite as curious as the fact itself. You see, Miss Sutton wouldn't be married for a year after her mother's death, so she and Duncan had lots of time to tell each other all they knew. Eliphalet, he got to know a good deal about the girls she went to school with, and Kitty, she learned all about his family. He didn't tell her about the title for a long time, as he wasn't one to brag, but he described to her the little old house at Salem, and one evening toward the end of the summer, the wedding day had been appointed for early in September. She told him that she didn't want to bridal tour at all. She just wanted to go down to the little old house at Salem to spend her honeymoon in peace and quiet, with nothing to do and nobody to bother them. Well, Eliphalet jumped at the suggestion. It suited him down to the ground. All of a sudden he remembered the spooks, and it knocked him all of a heap. He had told her about the Duncan Banshee, and the idea of having an ancestral ghost in personal attendance on her husband tickled her immensely. But he had never said anything about the ghost which haunted the little old house at Salem. He knew she would be frightened out of her wits if the house ghost revealed itself to her, and he saw at once that it would be impossible to go to Salem on their wedding trip. So he told her all about it, and how whenever he went to Salem, the two ghosts interfered and gave dark seances and manifested and materialized and made the place absolutely impossible. Kitty, she listened in silence, and Eliphalet, he thought she had changed her mind, but she hadn't done anything of the kind. Just like a man, to think she was going to, remarked baby Van Rensselaer. She just told him she could not bear ghosts herself, but she would not marry a man who was afraid of them. Just like a girl, to be so inconsistent, remarked Dear Jones. Uncle Larry's tiny cigar had long been extinct. He lighted a new one and continued. Eliphalet protested in vain. Kitty said her mind was made up.
She was determined to pass her honeymoon in the little old house at Salem, and she was equally determined not to go there as long as there were any ghosts there, until he could assure her that her spectral tenants had received notice to quit and that there was no danger of manifestations and materializing. She refused to be married at all. She did not intend to have her honeymoon interrupted by two wrangling ghosts, and the wedding could be postponed until he had made ready the house for her. She was an unreasonable young woman, said the Duchess. Well, that's what Eliphalet thought, much as he was in love with her, and he believed he could talk her out of a determination. But he couldn't. She was set, and when a girl is set, there's nothing to do but yield to the inevitable. And that's just what Eliphalet did. He saw he would either have to give her up or to get the ghosts out. And as he loved her and did not care for the ghosts, he resolved to tackle the ghosts. He had a clear grit. Eliphalet had. He was half Scotch and half Yankee, and neither breed turns tail in a hurry. So he made his plans and he went down to Salem. As he said goodbye to Kitty, he had an impression that she was sorry she had made him go. But she kept up bravely and put a bold face on it and saw him off, and went home and cried for an hour and was perfectly miserable until he came back next day.
Did he succeed in driving the ghosts away?
Asked Baby Van Rensselaer with great interest. That's just what I'm coming to, said Uncle Larry, pausing at the critical moment in the manner of the trained storyteller. You see, Eliphalet had got a rather tough job, and he would gladly have had an extension of time on the contract, but he had to choose between the girl and the ghosts, and he wanted the girl. He tried to invent or remember some short and easy way with ghosts, but he couldn't. He wished that somebody had invented a specific for spooks, something that would make the ghosts come out of the house and die in the yard. He wondered if he could not tempt the ghosts to run in debt, so that he might get the sheriff to help him. He wondered also whether the ghosts could not be overcome with strong drink. A dissipated spook, a spook with delirium tremens, might be committed to the inebriate asylum. But none of these things seemed feasible. What did he do? Interrupted Dear Jones. The learned counsel will please speak to the point. You will regret this unseemly haste, said Uncle Larry gravely, when you know what really happened.
What was it, Uncle Larry?
Asked Baby Van Rensselaer.
I'm all impatience.
And Uncle Larry proceeded. Eliphalet went down to the little old house at Salem, and as soon as the clock struck 12, the rival ghosts began wrangling as before. Raps here, there, and everywhere. Ringing bells, banging tambourines, strumming banjos, sailing about the room, and all the other manifestations and materializations followed one another just as they had the summer before. The only difference Eliphalet could detect was a stronger flavor in the spectral profanity, and this, of course, was only a vague impression, for he did not actually hear a single word. He waited a while in patience, listening and watching. Of course, he never saw either of the ghosts, because neither of them could appear to him. At last, he got his dander up, and he thought it was about time to interfere, so he rapped on the table and asked for silence. As soon as he felt that the spooks were listening to him, he explained the situation to them. He told them he was in love, and that he could not marry unless they vacated the house. He appealed to them as old friends, and he laid claim to their gratitude. The titular ghost had been sheltered by the Duncan family for hundreds of years, and the domiciliary ghost had had free lodging in the little old house at Salem for nearly 2 centuries. He implored them to settle their differences and to get him out of his difficulty at once. He suggested they'd better fight it out then and there and see who was the master. He had brought down with him all needful weapons, and he pulled out his valise and spread on the table a pair of navy revolvers, a pair of shotguns, a pair of dueling swords, and a couple of bowie knives. He offered to serve as second for both parties and to give the word when to begin. He also took out of his valise a pack of cards and a bottle of poison, telling them that if they wished to avoid carnage, they might cut the cards to see which one should take the poison. Then he waited anxiously for their reply. For a little space there was silence. Then he became conscious of a tremulous shivering in one corner of the room, and he remembered that he had heard from that direction what sounded like a frightened sigh when he made the first suggestion of the duel. Something told him that this was the domiciliary ghost, and that it was badly scared. Then he was impressed by a certain movement in the opposite corner of the room, as though the titular ghost were drawing himself up with offended dignity. Eliphalet couldn't exactly see these things, because he never saw the ghosts, but he felt them. After a silence of nearly a minute, a voice came from the corner where the family ghost stood, a voice strong and full, but trembling slightly with suppressed passion. And this voice told Eliphalet it was plain enough that he had not long been the head of the Duncans, and that he had never properly considered the characteristics of his race if now he supposed that one of his blood could draw his sword against a woman. Eliphalet said he had never suggested that the Duncan ghost should raise his hand against a woman, and all he wanted was that Duncan ghost should fight the other ghost. And then the voice told Eliphalet that the other ghost was a woman. "What?" said Dear Jones, sitting up suddenly. "You don't mean to tell me that the ghost which haunted the house was a woman?" "Those were the very words Eliphalet Duncan used," said Uncle Larry, but he did not need to wait for the answer. All at once he recalled the traditions about the domiciliary ghosts, and he knew that what the titular ghost said was the fact. He had never thought of the sex of a spook, but there was no doubt whatever that the house ghost was a woman. No sooner was this firmly fixed in Eliphalet's mind than he saw his way out of the difficulty. The ghosts must be married, for then there would be no more interference, no more quarreling, no more manifestations and materializations, no more dark seances, with their raps and bells and tambourines and banjos. At first the ghosts would not hear of it. The voice in the corner declared that the Duncan wraith had never thought of matrimony. But Eliphalet argued with them, and pleaded and persuaded and coaxed, and dwelt on the advantages of matrimony. He had to confess, of course, that he did not know how to get a clergyman to marry them, but the voice from the corner gravely told him that there need be no difficulty in regard to that, as there was no lack of spiritual chaplains. Then, for the first time, the house ghost spoke, in a low, clear, gentle voice, and with a quaint, old-fashioned New England accent, which contrasted sharply with the broad Scotch speech of the family ghost. She said that Eliphalet Duncan seemed to have forgotten that she was married. But this did not upset Eliphalet at all. He remembered the whole case clearly, and he told her she was not a married ghost, but a widow, since her husband had been hung for murdering her. That the Duncan ghost drew attention to the great disparity of their ages, saying that he was nearly 450 years old, while she was barely 200. But Eliphalet had not talked to juries for nothing. He just buckled to and coaxed those ghosts into matrimony. Afterward he came to the conclusion that they were willing to be coaxed, but at the time he thought he had pretty hard work to convince them of the advantages of the plan. "Did he succeed?" asked Baby Van Rensselaer, with the young lady's interest in matrimony. "He did," said Uncle Larry. "He talked the wraith of the Duncans and the spectre of the little old house at Salem into a matrimonial engagement, and from the time they were engaged he had no more trouble with them. They were rival ghosts no longer. They were married by the spiritual chaplain the same day that Eliphalet Duncan met Kitty Sutton in front of the railing of Grace Church. The ghostly bride and bridegroom went away at once on their bridal tour, and Lord and Lady Duncan went down to the little old house at Salem to pass their honeymoon." Uncle Larry stopped. His tiny cigar was out again. The tale of the rival ghosts was told. A solemn silence fell on the little party on the deck of the ocean steamer, broken harshly by the hoarse roar of the foghorn. End of section 10. Read by Anooshka Bajaj.
Section 11 of the Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Best Ghost Stories. The Damned Thing by Ambrose Bierce. 1. One does not always eat what is on the table. By the light of a tallow candle which had been placed on one end of a rough table, a man was reading something written in a book. It was an old account book, greatly worn, and the writing was not apparently very legible, for the man sometimes held the page close to the flame of the candle to get a stronger light on it. The shadow of the book would then throw into obscurity a half of the room, darkening a number of faces and figures. For, besides the reader, 8 other men were present. 7 of them sat against the rough log walls, silent, motionless, and the room being small, not very far from the table. By extending an arm, any one of them could have touched the 8th man, who lay on the table, face upward, partly covered by a sheet, his arms at his sides. He was dead. The man with the book was not reading aloud, and no one spoke. All seemed to be waiting for something to occur. The dead man only was without expectation. From the blank darkness outside came in, through the aperture that served for a window, all the ever-unfamiliar noises of night in the wilderness. The long nameless note of a distant coyote, the stilly, pulsing thrill of tireless insects on trees, strange cries of night birds, so different from those of the birds of day, the drone of great blundering beetles, and all that mysterious chorus of small sounds that seem always to have been but half heard when they have suddenly ceased, as if conscious of an indiscretion. But nothing of all this was noted in that company. Its members were not overmuch addicted to idle interest in matters of no practical importance. That was obvious in every line of their rugged faces, obvious even in the dim light of the single candle. They were evidently men of the vicinity, farmers and woodsmen. The person reading was a trifle different. One would have said of him that he was of the world, worldly, albeit there was that in his attire which attested a certain fellowship with the organisms of his environment. His coat would hardly have passed muster in San Francisco. His footgear was not of urban origin, and the hat that lay by him on the floor, he was the only one uncovered, was such that if one had considered it as an article of mere personal adornment, he would have missed its meaning. In countenance the man was rather prepossessing, with just a hint of sternness, though that he may have assumed or cultivated as appropriate to one in authority. For he was a coroner. It was by virtue of his office that he had a possession of the book in which he was reading. It had been found among the dead man's effects, in his cabin, where the inquest was now taking place. When the coroner had finished reading, he put the book into his breast pocket. At that moment the door was pushed open, and a young man entered. He clearly was not of mountain birth and breeding. He was clad as those who dwell in cities. His clothing was dusty, however, as from travel. He had in fact been riding hard to attend the inquest. The coroner nodded. No one else greeted him. "We have waited for you," said the coroner. "It is necessary to have done with this business tonight." The young man smiled. "I am sorry to have kept you," he said. "I went away, not to evade your summons, but to post to my newspaper an account of what I suppose I am called back to relate." The coroner smiled. "The account that you posted to your newspaper," he said, "differs probably from that which you will give here under oath." "That," replied the other, rather hotly and with a visible flush, "is as you please. I use manifold paper and have a copy of what I sent. It was not written as news, for it is incredible, but as fiction. It may go as a part of my testimony under oath." "But you say it is incredible." "That is nothing to you, sir, if I also swear that it is true." The coroner was silent for a time, his eyes upon the floor. The men about the sides of the cabin talked in whispers, but seldom withdrew their gaze from the face of the corpse. Presently the coroner lifted his eyes and said, "We will resume the inquest." The men removed their hats. The witness was sworn. "What is your name?" the coroner asked. "William Harker." "Age?" 27. "You knew the deceased, Hugh Morgan?" "Yes." "You were with him when he died?" "Near him." "How did that happen? Your presence, I mean." "I was visiting him at this place to shoot and fish. A part of my purpose, however, was to study him and his odd, solitary way of life. He seemed a good model for a character in fiction. I sometimes write stories." "I sometimes read them." "Thank you. Stories in general, not yours." Some of the jurors laughed. Against a somber background, humor shows high lights. Soldiers in the intervals of battle laugh easily, and a jest in the death chamber conquers by surprise. "Relate the circumstances of this man's death," said the coroner. "You may use any notes or memoranda that you please." The witness understood. Pulling a manuscript from his breast pocket, he held it near the candle and turned the leaves until he found the passage that he wanted, began to read. 2. What may happen in a field of wild oats. The sun had hardly risen when we left the house. We were looking for quail, each with a shotgun, but we had only one dog. Morgan said that our best ground was beyond a certain ridge that he pointed out, and we crossed it by a trail through the chaparral. On the other side was comparatively level ground, thickly covered with wild oats. As we emerged from the chaparral, Morgan was but a few yards in advance. Suddenly we heard, at a little distance to our right and partly in front, a noise as of some animal thrashing about in the bushes, which we could see were violently agitated. "We've started a deer," I said. "I wish we had brought a rifle." Morgan, who had stopped and was intently watching the agitated chaparral, said nothing, but had cocked both barrels of his gun and was holding it in readiness to aim. I thought him a trifle excited, which surprised me, for he had a reputation for exceptional coolness even in moments of sudden and imminent peril. "Oh, come," I said. "You're not going to fill up a deer with quail shot, are you?" Still he did not reply, but catching a sight of his face as he turned it slightly towards me, I was struck by the intensity of his look. Then I understood that we had serious business in hand, and my first conjecture was that we had jumped a grizzly. I advanced to Morgan's side, cocking my piece as I moved. The bushes were now quiet, and the sounds had ceased, but Morgan was as attentive to the place as before. "What is it? What the devil is it?" I asked. "That damned thing," he replied, without turning his head. His voice was husky and unnatural. He trembled visibly. I was about to speak further when I observed the wild oats near the place of the disturbance, moving in the most inexplicable way. I can hardly describe it. It seemed as if stirred by a streak of wind, which not only bent it, but pressed it down, crushed it so that it did not rise, and this movement was slowly prolonging itself directly toward us. Nothing that I had ever seen had affected me so strangely as this unfamiliar and unaccountable phenomenon, yet I am unable to recall any sense of fear. I remember, and tell it here because, singularly enough, I recollected it then, that once in looking carelessly out of an open window I momentarily mistook a small tree close at hand for one of a group of larger trees at a little distance away. It looked of the same size as the others, but being more distinctly and sharply defined in mass and detail seemed out of harmony with them. It was a mere falsification of the law of aerial perspective, but it startled, almost terrified me. We so rely upon the orderly operation of familiar natural laws that any seeming suspension of them is noted as a menace to our safety, a warning of unthinkable calamity. So now the apparently causeless movement of the herbage and the slow, undeviating approach of the line of disturbances were distinctly disquieting. My companion appeared actually frightened, and I could hardly credit my senses when I saw him suddenly throw his gun to his shoulder and fire both barrels at the agitated grain. Before the smoke of the discharge had cleared away, I heard a loud, savage cry, a scream like that of a wild animal, and flinging his gun upon the ground, Morgan sprang away and ran swiftly from the spot. At the same instant, I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the smoke, some soft, heavy substance that seemed thrown against me with great force. Before I could get upon my feet and recover my gun, which seemed to have been struck from my hands, I heard Morgan crying out as if in mortal agony, and mingling with his cries were such hoarse, savage sounds as one hears from fighting dogs. Inexpressibly terrified, I struggled to my feet and looked in the direction of Morgan's retreat. And may heaven in mercy spare me from another sight like that. At a distance of less than 30 yards was my friend, down upon one knee, his head thrown back at a frightful angle, hatless, his long hair in disorder, and his whole body in violent movement from side to side, backward and forward. His right arm was lifted and seemed to lack the hand. At least, I could see none. The other arm was invisible. At times, as my memory now reports this extraordinary scene, I could discern but a part of his body. It was as if he had been partly blotted out. I cannot otherwise express it. Then a shifting of his position would bring it all into view again. All this must have occurred within a few seconds, yet in that time Morgan assumed all the postures of a determined wrestler vanquished by superior weight and strength. I saw nothing but him, and him not always distinctly. During the entire incident his shouts and curses were heard, as if through an enveloping uproar of such sound of rage and fury as I have never heard from the throat of a man or brute. For a moment I only stood irresolute, then, throwing down my gun, I ran forward to my friend's assistance. I had a vague belief that he was suffering from a fit or some form of convulsion. Before I could reach his side, he was down and quiet. All sounds had ceased, but with a feeling of such terror as even these awful events had not inspired, I now saw again the mysterious movement of the wild oats, prolonging itself from the trampled area about the prostrate man toward the edge of a wood. It was only when it had reached the wood that I was able to withdraw my eyes and look at my companion. He was dead. 3. A man, though naked, may be in rags. The coroner rose from his seat and stood beside the dead man. Lifting an edge of the sheet, he pulled it away, exposing the entire body, altogether naked and showing in the candlelight a clay-like yellow. It had, however, broad maculations of bluish-black, obviously caused by extravasated blood from contusions. The chest and sides looked as if they had been beaten with a bludgeon. There were dreadful lacerations. The skin was torn in strips and shreds. The coroner moved round to the end of the table and undid a silk handkerchief, which had been passed under the chin and knotted on the top of the head. When the handkerchief was drawn away, it exposed what had been the throat. Some of the jurors who had risen to get a better view repented their curiosity and turned away their faces. Witness Harker went to the open window and leaned out across the sill, faint and sick. Dropping the handkerchief upon the dead man's neck, the coroner stepped to an angle of the room, and from a pile of clothing produced one garment after another, each of which he held up a moment for inspection. All were torn and stiff with blood. The jurors did not make a closer inspection. They seemed rather uninterested. They had in truth seen all this before, the only thing that was new to them being Harker's testimony. "Gentlemen," the coroner said, "we have no more evidence, I think. Your duty has been already explained to you. If there is nothing you wish to ask, you may go outside and consider your verdict." The foreman rose, a tall bearded man of 60, coarsely clad. "I should like to ask one question, Mr. Coroner," he said. "What asylum did this your last witness escape from?" "Mr. Harker," said the coroner, gravely and tranquilly, "from what asylum did you last escape?" Harker flushed crimson again, but said nothing, and the 7 jurors rose and solemnly filed out of the cabin. "If you have done insulting me, sir," said Harker, as soon as he and the officer were left alone with the dead man, "I suppose I am at liberty to go?" "Yes." Harker started to leave, but paused with his hand on the door latch. The habit of his profession was strong in him, stronger than his sense of personal dignity. He turned about and said, "The book that you have there, I recognize it as Morgan's diary. You seemed greatly interested in it. You read it while I was testifying. May I see it? The public would like—" "The book will cut no figure in this matter," replied the official, slipping it into his coat pocket. "All the entries in it were made before the writer's death." As Harker passed out of the house, the jury re-entered and stood about the table, on which the now covered corpse showed under the sheet with sharp definition. The foreman seated himself near the candle, produced from his breast pocket a pencil and scrap of paper, and wrote rather laboriously the following verdict, which with various degrees of effort all signed. "We, the jury, do find that the remains come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion, but some of us thinks all the same they had fits." 4. An explanation from the tomb. In the diary of the late Hugh Morgan are certain interesting entries having possibly a scientific value as suggestions. At the inquest upon his body, the book was not put in evidence. Possibly the coroner thought it was not worthwhile to confuse the jury. The date of the first of the entries mentioned cannot be ascertained. The upper part of the leaf is torn away. The part of the entry remaining follows: "Would run in a half circle, keeping his head turned always toward the center, and again he would stand still, barking furiously. At last he ran away into the brush as fast as he could go. I thought at first that he had gone mad, but on returning to the house found no other alteration in his manner than what was obviously due to fear of punishment. Can a dog see with his nose? Do odors impress some cerebral center with images of the thing that emitted them?" September 2nd. Looking at the stars last night as they rose above the crest of the ridge east of the house, I observed them successively disappear, from left to right. Each was eclipsed but an instant, and only a few at the same time, but along the entire length of the ridge all that were within a degree or two of the crest were blotted out. It was as if something had passed along between me and them, but I could not see it, and the stars were not thick enough to define its outline. Ugh, I don't like this. Several weeks' entries are missing, 3 leaves being torn from the book. September 27th. It has been about here again. I find evidences of its presence every day. I watched again all last night in the same cover, gun in hand, double charged with buckshot. In the morning the fresh footprints were there as before, yet I would have sworn that I did not sleep. Indeed, I hardly sleep at all. It is terrible, insupportable. If these amazing experiences are real, I shall go mad. If they are fanciful, I am mad already. October 3rd. I shall not go. It shall not drive me away. No, this is my house, my land. God hates a coward. October 5th. I can stand it no longer. I have invited Harker to pass a few weeks with me. He has a level head. I can judge from his manner if he thinks me mad. October 7th. I have the solution of the mystery. It came to me last night, suddenly as by revelation. How simple, how terribly simple. There are sounds that we cannot hear. At either end of the scale are notes that stir no chord of that imperfect instrument, the human ear. They are too high or too grave. I have observed a flock of blackbirds occupying an entire treetop, the tops of several trees, and all in full song. Suddenly, in a moment, at absolutely the same instant, all spring into the air and fly away. How? They could not all see one another. Whole treetops are intervened. At no point could a leader have been visible to all. There must have been a signal of warning or command, high and shrill above the din, but by me unheard. I have observed, too, the same simultaneous flight when all were silent, among not only blackbirds but other birds, quail, for example, widely separated by bushes, even on opposite sides of a hill. It is known to seamen that a school of whales basking or sporting on the surface of the ocean, miles apart, with the convexity of the earth between, will sometimes dive at the same instant, all gone out of sight in a moment. The signal has been sounded, too grave for the ear of the sailor at the masthead and his comrades on the deck, who nevertheless feel its vibrations in the ship as the stones of a cathedral are stirred by the bass of the organ. As with sounds, so with colors. At each end of the solar spectrum, the chemist can detect the presence of what are known as actinic rays. They represent colors, integral colors in the composition of light, which we are unable to discern. The human eye is an imperfect instrument. Its range is but a few octaves of the real chromatic scale. I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see. And God help me, the damned thing is of such a color. End of section 11.
Section 12 of the Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Best Ghost Stories. The Interval by Vincent O'Sullivan. From the Boston Evening Transcript. Mrs. Wilton passed through a little alley leading from one of the gates which are around Regent's Park, and came out on the wide and quiet street. She walked along slowly, peering anxiously from side to side, so as not to overlook the number. She pulled her furs closer round her. After her years in India, this London damp seemed very harsh. Still, it was not a fog today. A dense haze, grey and tinged ruddy, lay between the houses, sometimes blowing with a little wet kiss against the face. Mrs. Wilton's hair and eyelashes and her furs were powdered with tiny drops, but there was nothing in the weather to blur the sight. She could see the faces of people some distance off, and read the signs on the shops. Before the door of a dealer in antiques and second-hand furniture, she paused and looked through the shabby uncleaned window at an unassorted heap of things, many of them of great value. She read the Polish name fastened on the pane with white letters. Yes, this is the place. She opened the door, which met her entrance with an ill-tempered jangle. From somewhere in the black depths of the shop, the dealer came forward. He had a clammy white face, with a sparse black beard, and wore a skull-cap and spectacles. Mrs. Wilton spoke to him in a low voice. A look of complicity, of cunning, perhaps of irony, passed through the dealer's cynical and sad eyes. But he bowed gravely and respectfully. "Yes, she is here, madam. Whether she will see you or not, I do not know. She is not always well. She has her moods. And then we have to be so careful. The police, not that they would touch a lady like you, but the poor alien has not much chance these days." Mrs. Wilton followed him to the back of the shop, where there was a winding staircase. She knocked over a few things in her passage, and stooped to pick them up, but the dealer kept muttering, "It does not matter. Surely it does not matter." He lit a candle. "You must go up these stairs. They are very dark. Be careful. When you come to a door, open it and go straight in." He stood at the foot of the stairs, holding the light high above his head, and she ascended. The room was not very large, and it seemed very ordinary. There were some flimsy, uncomfortable chairs in gilt and red. 2 large palms were in corners. Under a glass cover on the table was a view of Rome. The room had not a businesslike look, thought Mrs. Wilton. There was no suggestion of the office or waiting room, where people came and went all day. Yet you would not say that it was a private room which was lived in. There were no books or papers about. Every chair was in the place it had been placed when the room was last swept. There was no fire, and it was very cold. To the right of the window was a door covered with a plush curtain. Mrs. Wilton sat down near the table and watched this door. She thought it must be through it that the soothsayer would come forth. She laid her hands listlessly, one on top of the other on the table. This must be the 10th seer she had consulted since Hugh had been killed. She thought them over. No, this must be the 11th. She had forgotten that frightening man in Paris who said he had been a priest. Yet of them all it was only he who had told her anything definite. But even he could do no more than tell the past. He told of her marriage. He even had the duration of it right, 21 months. He told, too, of their time in India. At least, he knew that her husband had been a soldier, and he said he had been on service in the colonies. On the whole, though, he had been as unsatisfactory as the others. None of them had given her the consolation she sought. She did not want to be told of the past. If Hugh was gone forever, then with him had gone all her love of living, her courage, all her better self. She wanted to be lifted out of the despair, the dazed, aimless drifting from day to day, longing at night for the morning, and in the morning for the fall of night, which had been her life since his death. If somebody could assure her that it was not all over, that he was somewhere, not too far away, unchanged from what he had been here, with his crisp hair and rather slow smile and lean brown face, that he saw her sometimes, that he had not forgotten her. Oh, Hugh, darling! When she looked up again, the woman was sitting there before her. Mrs. Wilton had not heard her come in. With her experience, wide enough now, of seers and fortune-tellers of all kinds, she saw at once that this woman was different from the others. She was used to the quick, appraising look, the attempts, sometimes clumsy, but often cleverly disguised, to collect some fragments of information whereupon to erect a plausible vision. But this woman looked as if she took it out of herself. Not that her appearance suggested intercourse with the spiritual world more than the others had done. It suggested that, in fact, considerably less. Some of the others were frail, yearning, evaporated creatures, and the ex-priest in Paris had something terrible and condemned in his look. He might well sup with the devil, that man, and probably did in some way or other. But this was a little, fat, weary-faced woman about 50, who only did not look like a cook because she looked more like a sempstress. Her black dress was all covered with white threads. Mrs. Wilton looked at her with some embarrassment. It seemed more reasonable to be asking a woman like this about altering a gown than about intercourse with the dead. That seemed even absurd in such a very commonplace presence. The woman seemed timid and oppressed. She breathed heavily and kept rubbing her dingy hands, which looked moist, one over the other. She was always wetting her lips and coughed with a little dry cough. But in her these signs of nervous exhaustion suggested overwork in a close atmosphere, bending too close over the sewing machine. Her uninteresting hair, like a rat's pelt, was eked out with a false addition of another color. Some threads had got into her hair, too. Her harried, uneasy look caused Mrs. Wilton to ask compassionately, "Are you much worried by the police?" "Oh, the police! Why don't they leave us alone? You never know who comes to see you. Why don't they leave me alone? I'm a good woman. I only think. What I do is no harm to anyone." She continued in an uneven, querulous voice, always rubbing her hands together nervously. She seemed to the visitor to be talking at random, just gabbling, like children do sometimes before they fall asleep. "I wanted to explain," hesitated Mrs. Wilton, but the woman, with her head pressed close against the back of the chair, was staring beyond her at the wall. Her face had lost whatever little expression it had. It was blank and stupid. When she spoke, it was very slowly, and her voice was guttural. "Can't you see him? It seems strange to me that you can't see him. He is so near you. He is passing his arm round your shoulders." This was a frequent gesture of Hugh's, and indeed at that moment she felt that somebody was very near her, bending over her. She was enveloped in tenderness. Only a very thin veil, she felt, prevented her from seeing. But the woman saw. She was describing Hugh minutely, even the little things like the burn on his right hand. "Is he happy? Oh, ask him, does he love me?" The result was so far beyond anything she had hoped for that she was stunned. She could only stammer the first thing that came into her head. "Does he love me?" "He loves you. He won't answer, but he loves you. He wants me to make you see him. He is disappointed, I think, because I can't. But I can't unless you do it yourself." After a while she said, "I think you will see him again. You think of nothing else. He is very close to us now." Then she collapsed and fell into a heavy sleep and lay there motionless, hardly breathing. Mrs. Wilton put some notes on the table and stole out on tiptoe. She seemed to remember that downstairs in the dark shop the dealer with the waxen face detained her to show some old silver and jewelry and such like. But she did not come to herself. She had no precise recollection of anything till she found herself entering a church near Portland Place. It was an unlikely act in her normal moments. Why did she go in there? She acted like one walking in her sleep. The church was old and dim, with high black pews. There was nobody there. Mrs. Wilton sat down in one of the pews, and bent forward with her face in her hands. After a few minutes, she saw that a soldier had come in noiselessly and placed himself about 6 rows ahead of her. He never turned round, but presently she was struck by something familiar in the figure. First, she thought vaguely that the soldier looked like her Hugh. Then, when he put up his hand, she saw who it was. She hurried out of the pew and ran towards him. "Oh, Hugh, Hugh, have you come back?" He looked round with a smile. He had not been killed. It was all a mistake. He was going to speak. Footsteps sounded hollow in the empty church. She turned and glanced down the dim aisle. It was an old sexton or verger who approached. "I thought I heard you call," he said. "I was speaking to my husband." But Hugh was nowhere to be seen. "He was here a moment ago." She looked about in anguish. "He must have gone to the door." "There's nobody here," said the old man gently. "Only you and me. Ladies are often taken funny since the war. There was one in here yesterday afternoon, said she was married in this church, and her husband had promised to meet her here. Perhaps you were married here." "No," said Mrs. Wilton desolately. "I was married in India." It might have been 2 or 3 days after that when she went into a small Italian restaurant in the Bayswater district. She often went out for her meals now. She had developed an exhausting cough, and she found that it somehow became less troublesome when she was in a public place looking at strange faces. In her flat there were all the things that Hugh had used. The trunks and bags still had his name on them, with the labels of places where they had been together. They were like stabs. In the restaurant people came and went, many soldiers too among them, just glancing at her in her corner. This day, as it chanced, she was rather late, and there was nobody there. She was very tired. She nibbled at the food they brought her. She could almost have cried from tiredness and loneliness and the ache in her heart. And suddenly he was before her, sitting there opposite at the table. It was as it was in the days of their engagement, when they used sometimes to lunch at restaurants. He was not in uniform. He smiled at her and urged her to eat, just as he used in those days. I met her that afternoon as she was crossing Kensington Gardens, and she told me about it. "I have been with Hugh." She seemed most happy. "Did he say anything?" "No, yes. I think he did, but I could not quite hear. My head was so very tired. The next time." I did not see her for some time after that. She found, I think, that by going to places where she had once seen him, the old church, the little restaurant, she was more certain to see him again. She never saw him at home, but in the street or the park he would often walk along beside her. Once he saved her from being run over. She said she actually felt his hand grabbing her arm suddenly when the car was nearly upon her. She had given me the address of the clairvoyant, and it is through that strange woman that I know, or seem to know, what followed. Mrs. Wilton was not exactly ill last winter, not so ill, at least, as to keep to her bedroom, but she was very thin, and her great handsome eyes always seemed to be staring at some point beyond, searching. There was a look in them that seamen's eyes sometimes have when they are drawing on a coast of which they are not very certain. She lived almost in solitude. She hardly ever saw anybody except when they sought her out. To those who were anxious about her, she laughed and said she was very well. One sunny morning she was lying awake waiting for the maid to bring her tea. The shy London sunlight peeped through the blinds. The room had a fresh and happy look. When she heard the door open, she thought that the maid had come in. Then she saw that Hugh was standing at the foot of the bed. He was in uniform this time, and looked as he had looked the day he went away. "Oh, Hugh, speak to me. Will you not say just one word?" He smiled and threw back his head, just as he used to in the old days at her mother's house, when he wanted to call her out of the room without attracting the attention of the others. He moved towards the door, still signing to her to follow him. He picked up her slippers on his way and held them out to her as if he wanted her to put them on. She slipped out of bed hastily. It is strange that when they came to look through her things after her death, the slippers could never be found. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Best Ghost Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by TotalEcho. The Best Ghost Stories. They Ain't No Ghosts by Ellis Parker Butler.
Once upon a time, there was a little black boy which his name was Mose. And when he come along to be about knee high to a mule, he begin to get powerful afraid of ghosts, 'cause that I'm sure a mighty ghostly location would he live in, 'cause there's a graveyard in the hollow, and a burying ground on the hill, and a cemetery in betwixt and between, and there ain't nothing but trees nowhere except in the clearing by the shanty and down the hollow where the pumpkin patch am. And when the night come along, there ain't no sounds at all would he can be heard in that locality but the rain doves would mourn out. Yes, that tremulous and scary. And the owls would mourn out. More tremulous and scary than that. And the wind would mourn out. More scandalous, tremulous and scary of all. That a powerful, unpleasant locality for a little black boy with his name was Mose. 'Cause that little black boy, he's so especially black, he can't be seen in the dark at all except by the whites of his eyes. So when he go out in the house at night, he ain't just shut his eyes, 'cause then ain't nobody can see him in the least. He's just as invisible as nothing. And who know, but would a great big ghost bump right into him 'cause it can't see him? And that sure would scare that little black boy powerful bad. 'Cause everybody knows what a cold, damp personality a ghost is. So when that little black Mose go out in the shanty at night, he keep his eyes wide open, you may be sure. By day, his eyes about the size of butter pots, and come sundown, his eyes about the size of saucers. But when he go out in the shanty at night, his eyes am the size of the white chimney plate which set on the mantel. And it's powerful hard to keep eyes with am the size of that from a winking and a blinking. So when Halloween come along, that little black Mose, he just make up his mind he ain't going out in his shack at all. He cogitate he gwine stay right snug in the shack with his pa and his ma, 'cause the rain doves take notice that the ghosts are philandering round the country, 'cause they mourn out. And the owls, they mourn out. And the wind mourn out. The eyes of that little black Mose, they as big as the white chimney plate which set on the mantel by side the clock, and the sun just a setting, so that's all right. Little black Mose, he scrooged back in the corner by the fireplace, and he know he gwine staying there till he gwine to bed. But by Sally Ann, would live up the road, drops in, and Mr. Sally Ann, with his her husband, he drops in, and Zach Badgett and the school teacher would board at Unc Silas Diggs' house drop in, and a powerful lot of folks drop in. And little black Mose, he seen that gwine be one surprise party, and he right down chief about that. So all them folks shake their hands and low howdy, and some of them say, "Why, there's little Mose. Howdy, little Mose." And he's so pleased he's just grin and grin, 'cause he ain't reckon what gwine happen. So by Sally Ann would live up the road, she said, "Ain't no sort of Halloween unless we got a jack-o'-lantern." And the school teacher would board at Unc Silas Diggs' house, she low, "Halloween's just no Halloween at all, thought we got a jack-o'-lantern." And little black Mose, he stop a grinning, and he scrooged so far back in the corner, he must scrooge through the wall. But that ain't no use, 'cause he might say, "Ose, go on down to the pumpkin patch and fudge a pumpkin." "I wanna go," say little black Mose. "Go on there long, would ya?" say he might right commanding. "I wanna go," say Mose again. "Why ain't you wanna go?" he might ask. "'Cause I's afraid of the ghost," say little black Mose, and that the particular truth and no mistake. "There ain't no ghost," say the school teacher, with board at Unc Silas Diggs' house right pit. "'Cause there ain't no ghosts," say Zach Badgett, with that feared of ghosts he ain't dar come to little black Mose's house if the school teacher ain't accompany him. "Go along with your ghost," say little black Moses' ma. "Would you pick up that nonsense?" say he pa. "There ain't no ghost." And that was all that surprise party's law. they ain't no ghosts. And they know they must have a jack-o'-lantern or the fun all spilled. So that little black boy, with his name is Mose, he don't go to fetch a pumpkin from the pumpkin patch down the hollow. So he step out in the shanty and stand on the doorstep till he get his eyes bright open as big as the bottom of his ma's washtub, mostly. And he say, "There ain't no ghost." And he put one foot on the ground. And that was the first step. And the rain doves say, "Hoo, hoo, hoo." And little black Mose, he took another step. And the owl mourned out. "Hoo, hoo, hoo, hoo." And little black Mose, he took another step. And the wind sobbed out. And little black Mose, he took one look over his shoulder. And he shut his eyes so tight they hurt round the edges, and he pick up his foots and run. Yes, sir. He run right piet fast, and he say, "There ain't no ghosts, there ain't no ghosts." And he run along the path which lead by the burying ground on the hill. 'Cause there ain't no fence around that burying ground at all. No fence. Just the big trees with the owls and the red doves sort in and mourn and sob, and with the wind sigh and cry through. And by, something just brush little Mose on the arm, which make him run just a bit more faster. And by, something just brush little Mose on the cheek, which make him run about as fast as he can. And by, something grab little Mose by the edge of his coat, and he fight and struggle and cry out, "There ain't no ghosts, there ain't no ghosts." And that ain't nothing but the wild briar would grab him, and that ain't nothing but the leaf of a tree would brush his cheek, and that ain't nothing but the branch of a hazel bush would brush his arm. But he downright scared just the same, and he ain't lose no time, 'cause the wind and the owls and the rain doves, they signify what ain't no good. So he's good past that burying ground what on the hill, and that cemetery would betwixt and between, and that graveyard in the hollow, till he come to the pumpkin patch, and he reach down and take her hold of the bestest pumpkin wood in the patch. And he right smart scared. He's just the most scared little black boy what he ever was. He ain't quite open his eyes for nothing, 'cause the wind go, and the owls go, and the rain doves go. He just speculate, "There ain't no ghosts," and wish he had don't stand on in that way. And he just cogitate, "There ain't no ghosts," and wish he goose pimples don't rise up that way. And he just slow, "There ain't no ghosts," and wish he backbone ain't all tremulous with wild chills that way. So he roached down, and he roached down, till he get a good hold on that pricklesome stem of that bestest pumpkin within the patch, and he just yanked that stem with all he might. "Let loose my head," say a big voice all on a sudden. That little black boy, with his name is Mose, he jump most out in his skin. He open his eyes, and he begin to shake like the aspen tree. 'Cause what that a standing right there behind him but a man just big ghost. Yes, sir, that the biggest, whitest ghost what ever was. And it ain't got no head. Ain't got no head at all. Little black Mose, he just drop on his knees and he beg and pray.
"Oh, excuse me, Mr. Ghost," he beg. "I mean no harm at all."
"What for you try to take my head?" asked the ghost in that fearsome voice with like the damp wind out in the cellar.
Excuse me,
begged little Mose.
I know that was your head, and I didn't know you was there at all. Excuse me."
Excuse you if you do me this favor, said the ghost. I got something powerful, important to say unto you, and I can't say it, 'cause I ain't got no head. And when I ain't got no head, I ain't got no mouth. And when I ain't got no mouth, I can talk at all. And that right logical for sure. Can't nobody talk when he ain't got no mouth. And can't nobody have no mouth when he ain't got no head. And when little Black Moors he look, he see that ghost ain't got no head at all. Nary head. So the ghost say, come on down here for to get a pumpkin for a head. And I pick that exact pumpkin which you're going to take. And I don't like that one bit. No, sir. I feel like I pick you up and I carry you away. And nobody see you no more. Forever. But I got something powerful, important to say unto you. And if you pick up that pumpkin and sort it on the place where my head ought to be, I'll let you off this time. 'Cause I ain't been able to talk for so long. I right hungry to say something. So Lil Black Moors, he lift up that pumpkin, and the ghost, he bent down, and Lil Black Moors, he sawed that pumpkin on that ghost's neck, and right off that pumpkin head, gin to wink and blink like a jack-o'-lantern, and right off that pumpkin head, gin to glimmer and glow through the mouth like a jack-o'-lantern, and right off that ghost start to speak. Yes, sir, that's so.
What you want to say unto me?
Inquired Lil Black Moors. I want to tell you, said the ghost, that you ain't need ever be scared of ghosts, 'cause they ain't no ghosts. And when he said that, the ghost just vanished away like the smoke in July. He ain't even linger around that locality like the smoke in October. He just dissipate out in the air, and he gone entirely. So Lil Moors, he grab up the next best pumpkin and he scoot. And when he come to be graveyard in the hollow, he going along same as ever, only faster. When he reckon he'll pick up a club in case he gwine have trouble. And he roach down and take hold of the likely appearing hunk of wood right there. And when he grab that hunk of wood, let loosen my leg, say a big voice all on a sudden. That little black boy must jump out in his skin, 'cause right there in the path is 6 men just big ghosts, and the biggest ain't got but one leg. So little Black Moors just naturally handed that hunk of wood to that biggest ghost, and he say,
Excuse me, Mr. Ghost. I ain't noticed your leg.
And what them 6 ghosts do but stand around and confabulate? Yes, sir, that's so. And when they do so, one say, "Peers like this are mighty likely, little black boy. What we going do for to reward him for politeness?" And another say, "Tell him what the truth is about ghosts." So the biggest ghost, he say, "I gonna tell you something important which everybody don't know. There ain't no ghosts." And when he say that, the ghosts just naturally vanish away. And little Black Moors, he proceed up the path. He's so scared he hears just yank out the roots. And when the wind go, and the owl go, and the rain doves go, he just tremble and shake. And by, he come to the cemetery with betwixt and between, and he sure is mighty scared, 'cause there's a whole company of ghosts lined up along the road, and he know he ain't going to spend no more time palavering with ghosts. So he step off in the road for to go roundabout, and he step on a pine stump would lay right there. Get off in my chest, say a big voice, all on a sudden, 'cause that stump and been selected by the captain of the ghosts for to be his chest, 'cause he ain't got no chest betwixt his shoulders and his legs. And little Black Moors, he hop off on that stump right beard. Yes, sir, right beard.
Excuse me.
That little black mouse beg and plead, and the ghostess ain't know whether to eat him all up or not, 'cause he step on the boss ghostess's chest that way. But by the Lord they let him go, 'cause that was an accident. And the captain ghost, he say, Mouse, you mouse, I gonna let you off this time, 'cause you ain't nothing but a miserable little trembling nigger. But I want you should remember one thing most particular.
Yes, sir.
Say that little black boy.
I'll remember. What is that I got to remember?
The captain ghost, he swell up, and he swell up, till he as big as a house, and he say in a voice which shake the ground, there ain't no ghosts. So little black Mose, he bound to remember that, and he rise up and make a bow, and he proceed toward home right lively. He do indeed. And he gwine along just as fast as he can when he come to the edge of the burying ground out on the hill, and right there he bound to stop, 'cause the country round about am so populate, he ain't able to go through. Yes, sir, seem like all the ghostesses in the world having a conference right there. Seem like all the ghostesses what ever was am having a convention on that spot. And that little black mouse so scared, he just fall down an old log with there and screech and moan. And all on a sudden, the log up and spoke to little mouse. Get offen me, get offen me, yelled that log. So little black mouse, he get offen that log and no mistake. And soon he get offen the log. The log uprise, and little black mouse he see that log am the king of all the ghostes. And when the king uprise, all the congregation crowd round little black mouse, and they am about 11 million and a few left over. Yes, sir, that the regular annual Halloween convention with little black mouse interrupt. Right there am all the spirits in the world, and all the hands in the world, and all the hobgoblins in the world, and all the ghouls in the world, and all the spectres in the world, and all the ghostesses in the world. And when they see little black mouse, they all gnash their teeth and grin, 'cause it getting along towards the all's lunchtime. So the king, which he name Old Skull and Bones, he step on top of little Moses' head, and he say, Gentlemen, the convention will come to order. The secretary, please note who is present. The first business would come before the convention, what we going do to a little black boy would step on the king and maul all over the king and treat the king that disrespectful. And little black mouse just moan and sob.
Excuse me, Mr. King. I mean no harm at all.
But nobody ain't paying no attention to him at all. 'Cause everyone looking at a monstrous big hand with name Bloody Bones, which rose up and spoke. Your Honor, Mr. King, and gentlemen and ladies, he say, this am a right bad case of lazy majesty, 'cause the king been step on. When every little black boy would choose go and wander around at night and step on the king up ghostess, it ain't no time for to palaver. It ain't no time for to prevaricate. It ain't no time for to cogitate. It ain't no time to nothing but tell the truth, and the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And all them ghosts are sick on the motion, and they confabulate out loud about that, and the noise sound like the rain doves going, and the owls going, and the wind going. So that resolution am passed unanimous and no mistake. So the king of the ghostess, with name Old Skull and Bones, place he hand on the head of little black mouse, and he hand feel like a wet rag, and he say, "They ain't no ghosts." and one of the hairs what on the head of little black mouse turned white. And the monstrous big hand with he name Bloody Bones, he lay he hand on the head of little black mouse, and he hand feel like a toadstool in the cool of the day, and he say, "They ain't no ghosts." And another of the hairs what on the head of little black mouse turned white, and a Jesus spirit with he name all the palm place he hand on the head of little black mouse, and he hand feel like the inner side of a lizard, and he say, "They ain't no ghosts." And another of the hairs what on the head of little black mouse turned white as snow, and a particular bent up hobgoblin, he put his hand on the head of little black mouse and he make that same remark, and that whole convention of ghosts and spectres and hands and everything, which are more than a million, pass by so quick, they all's hands feel like the wind would blow out in the cellar when the day am hot, and they all say, "There ain't no ghosts." Yes, sir, they all say the word so fast, it sound like the wind when it moaned through the turpentine trees with behind the cider press, and every hair with on little black Moses' head turned white. That would happen when a little black boy want meet a ghost convention that way. That's so he ain't going forget to remember there ain't no ghosts. 'Cause if a little black boy want imagine there is ghosts, he gwine be scared in the dark, and that a foolish thing for to imagine it. So presently, all the ghosts whiff away, like the fog out in the holler when the wind blow on it. And little black Mose, he ain't seen no cause for to remain in that locality no longer. He roached down, and he raised up the pumpkin, and he perambulate right quick to him as shack, and he lift up the latch, and he opened the door, and he enter in, and he say,
"Here's the pumpkin."
And he ma and pa and Sally Ann would live up the road, and Mr. Sally Ann with her husband and Zach Paget, and the school teacher would board at Unc Silas Diggs' house, and all the powerful lot of folks would come to the doings. They all scrooged back in the corner of the shack, 'cause Zach Paget, he been done tell a ghost tale, and the rain doves gwine, and the owls and gwine, and the wind it gwine. And everybody powerful scared, 'cause little black Mose, he come a fumbling and a rattling at the door just when that ghost tell most scary. And everybody gwine imagine it that he a ghost a fumbling and a rattling at the door. Yes, sir. So little black Mose, he turned his white head, and he took round and peer round, and he say,
"What y'all scared for?"
'Cause if anybody scared, he want to be scared too. That's natural. But the school teacher would leave at Unc Silas Diggs' house. She say, "For the land's sake, we thought you was a ghost." So little black Mose, he sort of sniff and he sort of sneer, and he low,
"There ain't no ghosts."
Then he she powerful took back that little black Mose he gwine be so uppitish and contradict folks with no arithmetics and algebraics and general counting without fingers, like the school teacher would board at Unc Silas Diggs' house knows. And she say, "What you know about ghosts anyways?" And little black Mose, he just skinned there stand on one foot, and he just skinned there sucky thumb, and he just skinned there low.
"I don't know nothing about ghosts, 'cause there ain't no ghosts."
So he pa gwine whoop him for telling a fib about there ain't no ghosts when everybody know there is ghosts. But the school teacher, with board at Unc Silas Diggs' house, she take note the hair of little black Moses' head and plum white, and she take note little black Moses' face on the color of wood ash, and she just reach one arm around that little black boy, and she just snuggle him up, and she say, "Honey lamb, don't you be scared. Ain't nobody gwine hurt you. How you know there ain't no ghosts?" And little black Mose, he came to lean up against the school teacher with board at Unc Silas Diggs' house, and he low,
Cause I met the captain ghost, and I met the general ghost, and I met the king ghosts, and I met all the ghosts which ever was in the whole world, and every ghost say the same thing, they ain't no ghosts. And if the captain ghost, and the general ghost, and the king ghost, and all the ghosts in the whole world don't know if there ghosts, who does?
That's right, honey lamb, said the school teacher, and she say, I've been suspicious they ain't no ghosts this long whiles, and now I know. If all the ghosts say they ain't no ghosts, they ain't no ghosts. So everybody know that so except Zach Badgett would he been telling the ghost tale, and he ain't going to say yes, and he ain't going to say no. 'Cause he right sweet on the school teacher, but he know right well he done seen plenty ghosts in he day, so he bound to be sure first. So he say to little Black Mouse, "'Tain't likely you met up with a monstrous big hunt would live down the lane with he name Bloody Bones?"
"Yes,"
say little Black Mouse.
"I done met up with him."
"And did old Bloody Bones done tell you they ain't no ghosts?" say Zach Badgett.
"Yes,"
say little Black Mouse.
"He done tell me exactly that."
"Well, if he told you they ain't no ghost," say Zach Badgett, "I got to know they ain't no ghost, 'cause he ain't quite tell no line about it. I know that Bloody Bones ghost since I was a pickaninny, and I done met up with him a powerful lot of times, and he ain't going tell no lie about it. If that particular ghost say they ain't no ghosts, they ain't no ghosts." So yeah, everybody say, "That's right, they ain't no ghosts." And that make little Black Mouse feel mighty good, 'cause he ain't like ghosts. He reckon he gwine be a heap more comfortable in his mind since he know they ain't no ghosts. And he reckon he ain't gwine be scared of nothing never no more. He ain't gwine mean the dark, and he ain't gwine mean the rain doves would go hoo hoo hoo, and he ain't gwine mean the owls would go hoo 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 hoo. And he ain't gwine mean the wind would go no nothing no how. He gwine be brave as a lion, since he know for sure there ain't no ghost. So presently he might say, "Well, time for a little black boy with his name is Mouse to be going up the ladder to the loft to bed." And little Black Mouse, he low he gwine wait a bit. He low he gwine just wait a little bit. How low he gwine be no trouble at all if he just been let wait till he ma she gwine up the ladder to the loft to bed too. So he ma she say, "Get along with ya. What you scared of when there ain't no ghosts?" And little Black Mouse, he scrooge and he twist and he poker up he mouth and rub he eyes, and presently he say right low,
"I ain't scared of ghosts, madame, 'cause there ain't no ghosts."
"Then what am you scared of?" ask him,
"Nothing,"
say the little black boy with his name is Mouse.
"But I just feel kind of uneasy about the ghost would ain't."
"Just like white folks." "Just like white folks."